And a very good morning to you from the Kia Oval. Glorious conditions are here before us as we have had over the first 2 days of this Rothesay County Championship match between Surrey and Essex. We've had 2 absorbing days of cricket under the sunshine. We're looking very much forward to a third day, and the match is beautifully poised as well. Let's take a look at how things stand after 2 days of cricket. Essex bowled out for 409 in their first innings. That's centred around a marvellous century from Paul Walter, helped by Dean Elgar and Noah Thane. And Surrey closed last night on 192 for 3. Dom Sibley, 74 not out, alongside Dan Lawrence, who was 38 not out. It was absorbing stuff. Daniel Norcross is alongside me, and Dom Sibley, he was patient, but he really did the job because Essex bowled well.
They did bowl very well. They had Surrey at 29 for 2. They were in a spot of bother in reply to 409. And Sibley, though, was the rock, the anchor. But what was noticeable was he was terrific off the front foot, both sides of the wicket. His driving through the offside, which we haven't seen a lot of in his first incarnation as an England player, was rock solid. It was there. And it was necessary because they were in problems. His partnership of 105 with Ollie Pope got them out of the initial snafu. But he had to keep going through the rest of the day. And he's going to be key to the narrative of the way the rest of today is going to perform, or perhaps the rest of the match. Yeah,
very much so. One thing to keep an eye on as well is that Surrey 217 runs behind, but there's only 8 overs until the new ball. Well, the new ball did account for a couple of wickets yesterday, even though Essex haven't made huge inroads into this Surrey lineup. Let's take a look at how they fell. Rory Burns the first to go, who nicked off to Jamie Porter after being wrapped on the finger the ball before. Little tentative prod outside of the off stump, which also accounted for Jamie Smith after being there for just 32 balls for his 5, and then Ollie Pope, who had made a half century, chipping one back tamely to Jamie Porter. I thought Cook and Porter and Shane Snater, but with a great deal of discipline and a great deal of control. And the good news for Surrey supporters is, yes, I thought they could have been a little bit more proactive with picking up singles and turning the scoreboard over, but they are in a solid position, and how this first 8 overs of the day will pan out prior to the new ball was something that they will have to negotiate, because I would expect, Daniel, that you want to just keep your Cook and your Porter nice and fresh for them to have a go when the new ball becomes available.
I didn't know you had so many servants, Daggers. But yes,
just 2 of them.
Well, they bowled 33 overs so far in this innings, taken 2 for 71. They're going to take the new ball, you would think. So I imagine that we'll see a bit of Simon Harmer. He can bowl 4 overs, probably from the Vauxhall end. That's where he bowled yesterday. It's where the spinners have operated from. It's where Dan Lawrence picked up his 3 wickets yesterday. And perhaps with a bit of Shane Snater, a bit of Noah Thane, wait and see, might even try a bit of Critchley to start with, just to mix it up a bit, because you feel like the second new ball is going to be key. If they can grab a wicket with it, that will be, well, it could be game-changing. But to me, you know, Daggers, I think this game hinges, or at least the narrative flow of this first session is going to hinge on which of these 2 batters is out, if either. If Sibley goes, Lawrence is still there, and he will be aggressive. If Lawrence goes, a Foakes-Sibley partnership with Surrey 4 down early, it could be very much dig in. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, because look, Surrey need to win games if they're going to get that championship back that they think is theirs. To force a victory from this situation, they're going to have to bat with a little bit more urgency than they did yesterday, perhaps.
You've linked beautifully to what I was going to say next, in that in the county championship, albeit this is early doors, you know, a third of the county championship, might, especially for Essex, you know, who've already played 3. Surrey have only played the 2 matches, but actually, you know, a quarter of it, a third of it, depending on which side you are, will have already gone by the close of this game. So Surrey, who are in 7th, having 2 draws from their 2 games against Warwickshire and Leicestershire. Essex in 5th position, having played 1 game more, 2 defeats, and the 1 victory at the beginning of the season against Hampshire, that by an innings. And so, when you look at the bonus points, because all of these things are taken into consideration, Essex have 4 so far, Surrey have 2, but reminder that bonus points are only collected in the first 110 overs of the first innings. So if Surrey have designs on racking up a few more points for their county championship campaign, they're going to have to do it at a fairly swift rate.
Well, the target that's about realistic when you're at the same time trying not to lose a game might be 350. That would be 158 in 38 overs, which is around about 4 and over. For that to happen, they realistically need Dan Lawrence to keep going.
Simon Harmer is going to start things off from the Vauxhall end. A very gentle, floaty start from him.
Nice use of the feet first up there, wasn't it? It was interesting to see Lawrence getting his feet moving.
I agree with you, though, Dan. I think the most interesting way for Essex to go would be to allow Matt Critchley some overs from the pavilion end, starting your day against leg spin.
Well, so you don't get your eye in against the pace that's going to come in half an hour's time.
Totally agree. A fairly attacking field, and I like this for both Lawrence and Sibley. A short leg, a slip, and that catching mid-wicket, and then a fielder right on that right shoulder of the mid-wicket. Because that is the area. Both of these batters have closed faces. They like using that bottom hand, the right hand, to turn the ball. So you take away that scoring option, try and make them hit through the offside. Unless you got a great big full toss.
What is noticeable is that you watch Simon Harmer when he's got a pitch with turn and bounce, and he's got a leg slip in. He gets so many catches around the corner at Chelmsford. Often he'll come round the wicket as well. I don't think he yet believes this pitch has got enough turn and bounce for that.
We have seen him, though, get a bit of purchase already from the surface, which has been noticeable in its discoloration over from the start, from 11 o'clock on day one to now.
Emerald green, wasn't it, on day one? Yeah, it was beautiful.
A slight change for Lawrence is there is a backward point. Taken behind the sticks. So yeah, there's a backward point in the what you would say is the ring for Lawrence. For Sibley, there isn't one. There is still, though, a deep cover for both of these batters. Forcefully punched. And the first boundary of the morning. Beautifully struck by Dan Lawrence.
Hasn't been a great start from Harmer, that over. We had the full toss, we had the short drag down, we had the one speared down the leg side. I'm going to give him a little bit of an excuse, which is that it all looks sunny and absolutely beautiful. And it is sunny and beautiful, and it will get warmer, but it is about 13 degrees at the moment. So, you know, finger spinner, his age, got to get them warmed up a bit.
I arrived yesterday in some fairly heavy knitwear. And people were surprised, given the amount of sunshine that's around and the temperature that it does rise to in the heart of the day.
I believe there's a term for it. You know the great Susie Dent
Yes,
from Countdown? One of her favourite words is apricity, which is that nip you get on an April day with the sun out.
Well, at 7:30 in the morning, catching the train in Bishop Stortford Station is pretty chilly, and you need some heavy knitwear.
You do.
It won't be Critchley, it will be Noah Thane. The fourth seamer, who I thought did, again, a very good job yesterday. Tried to play a little bit of an enforcer role. He's not expressed, he's lively. One slip.
Now, you saw a bit of him, didn't you, the under-19s, because you were very impressed with both his batting and his contribution to the ball. And
I think, from my perspective, and this was on first look, but I thought he was a batter who's going to bowl you some overs. I think that's possibly the way that Essex see him as well. But I think the three cricketers, and I've mentioned this over the first 2 days, and always get excited about watching young talent and seeing how they develop, how they deal with the day in and day out of county cricket. And I couldn't be more impressed with Thane, with Charlie Allison, who has had some really good starts this year in the county championship, made a couple of 40s, and I think he made an 80 as well, but would like to see him kick on and make those big scores. And also Luke Benkenstein as well, who I would say would be more apparent in Essex's white ball cricket. But all three of them were in that same England under-19 team of a couple of years back. I'm thrilled to getting the opportunity to perform in the first team in the county championship.
Well, it's important for counties, isn't it, to regenerate. And you know, these two teams, Essex and Surrey, have been the standout sides in the county championship since, what were we going to say, 2018, 2017, 18, best part of a decade. And actually, I was running through the ages of Surrey's team yesterday. There's a couple of relative youngsters, but actually getting slightly long in the tooth, that bowling attack especially, the top order, the opening batters are. So a few players in their prime, you'd say, Pope, Lawrence, Smith in their prime, but you know, England call-ups have affected that, but Foakes is getting on now. And Essex, it seems to me, has started their regeneration perhaps a little bit earlier than Surrey have. And there are fine young players coming through at Surrey. There's Ralphie Albert, Jimmy White's grandson.
I watched a little bit of him on the streams, and I very much like him. And there's another point to that, was that I realised that Surrey have had a method that has worked for a long period of time. That's why they've been successful over the last decade. Was it 5 and 9, 5 county championships in 9 years? Is that right?
Well, it's 4. Is it 4? 18, 23, 22, 3, 4.
But they've had a method.
Yep.
And it has been primarily to stack with seam bowling options and have the occasional spin of jacks or...
Or as it was yesterday, Dan Lawrence.
Very much so, as the over concludes, 198 for 3. And I always maintain that whatever the level of cricket, but whether it's long-form cricket, that it is a brave move to go in without a first frontline spinner. And having watched Ralphie Albert, and yes, he's young, and he's inexperienced, and the only way to get experience is by playing, there was a lot to like about him. You know, I did enjoy the sort of retro run-up. He was almost Underwood-like in its length.
Yeah.
But he gives it a rip, and he's a proper spinner, and I'd like to see him get more opportunities. Of course, spin bowlers get fewer opportunities at this time of year, but given the conditions and the sunshine we've had, maybe it is a chance for spinners to get some early season action, or more of it anyway.
Well, actually, the way the pitches are playing in April, I made this point yesterday. Essex's 409 was the lowest first innings total in the county championship Division 1, which is ridiculous, isn't it? But actually, April pitches have provided a lot of runs, and spinners then can be necessary to give your seamers a bit of a break. Now, Surrey are fortunate in that they have 5, and most of them can bat really proficiently. We may well see quite a few of them later today. You know, Tom Laws has got his highest score this season, 83. Sean Abbott, we know, can hold about 200 up for Surrey. Not yet a bonus point. Just a reminder, bonus points for batting start at 250. It always seems to be quite a lot. When I first started watching, it was 150 for 1 point.
I don't think Leicestershire would have got a point in 20 years ago, had that been the case.
Well, poor old Gloucestershire. I mean, they ended up on 0 points after 2 games, 3 after 3, didn't they? Because they couldn't get a batting point, and their bowling points were taken off by their slow over rate.
I agree about Laws, though, but I just going back to spin bowlers, and you go back to this time last year, we had a wonderful April, weather-wise, and even though that's unusual for this time of year, usually your 75-mile-an-hour dobbers are cashing in at this period of time with softish surfaces, slow surfaces, and the ability to move the ball and nip it off the seam. And the trends do change a little bit, and you have to adjust accordingly given the conditions that you're going to be facing. Shouts of catch. The only people who are going to catch that are the pigeons that have been flowing away from the square leg region. So Lawrence with a boundary, edging closer to 50. It's 204 for 3.
Started on 192.
Old and young enjoying. Thane starts again. I tell you what, we've been blessed as well, not just with the weather, but the attendance over the last 2 days. 5,500 people were inside the Oval for the first day's play, 4,500 yesterday, and you can understand it being a little lower on a Saturday with a variety of things to do in your weekend. But that's hugely encouraging.
Well, I tell you what, there's an opportunity to make history if you are in the vicinity or even, a little bit further away. Transport links in London are very good, and I will explain more.
Now the strike's off.
Exactly. Now the strike is off. So I believe the sort of recent record, 21st century record, is about 14,800, 14,900 for a full game. Surrey against Essex last year. We've gone well past 10,000, less than 11. We're about 10 and a bit, 10.4, with 2 days to go. So 4,500 today would get it up to that record amount with a day to go. And what a beautiful day to do it, a Sunday. A beautiful sunny Sunday. League cricket hasn't started yet. I suppose some people might be playing a bit of a friendly.
Yeah, maybe.
Sundays are I saw a group of youngsters yesterday. By youngsters, they were probably about 30. I've reached that age. Mid-20s, 30. And 3 men, 3 women who were just hanging out on a Saturday. And I think the thinking was, when I sort of said to them, what attracted you to come here today? So, well, we might have sat in the common with an esky and nattered there. But then we thought, we can go and sit in the sun at the Oval, and some people will potter along, entertaining us in the background, and we can still have the same chats. And there are bars and there are restaurants, and why wouldn't you do that?
Well, I couldn't agree more. It's been a on-running theme about the ways of attracting those at a loose end down to the county ground, wherever the county grounds will be. Surrey have obviously done it very well, and they've been proactive in encouraging that. Things like the work from home from the Oval. Great supersonically quick Wi-Fi. I don't know how quick Wi-Fi can get. I'm sure it can get quicker.
It'll be so quick soon that it'll tell you what you want before you actually know it.
You just need to think, and it'll be there.
Yeah.
But it's a sort of different version than the pub garden.
Exactly.
Actually just coming down here, you've got plenty of seating. No worries getting a seat.
You can choose whereabouts you want to be. You can move around in the sun or out of the sun, depending on your predilection.
The other thing I will say is that, yes, there are plenty of events on in and around the capital, especially today. Hammered away, really forcefully, and that takes Dan Lawrence to his half century. Run rate has been upped, albeit from some fairly easy-paced short bowling from Thane, and Lawrence to 52, and Surrey at the end of the 76th to 209 for 3.
Well, bowlers have discovered the painful way this season at the Oval that the short ball isn't going to work on these slow pitches. I applaud him for giving it a go.
Yes.
Every now and then you've got to test it out and see how it's going, but I'm afraid a 76 overall ball isn't going to get up much beyond hip height, and that to a short side is exactly what Dan Lawrence is looking at. There is a deep square, but he's actually gone a little bit straighter now. But yeah, it's been a fine knock.
His 38th half century. He'll be looking to kick on as well. Harmer continues.
Yep. Now, the other thing we may get later today, in fact, I think I might be starting to hear it, is the mega church. So every Sunday here at the Oval, there's a church. Can you hear it?
I can. Just in the
burbling
distance.
in the distance. Down the bottom floor of the stand that we're in at the Vauxhall end, JM Finn stand. Church comes in every Sunday. It gets quite raucous.
Is it one of those like gospel churches?
It is a bit, yeah.
God,
Oh, yeah. You'll be
so
down there.
there.
Yeah. And hopefully they're all counted in the attendance figures. They should be.
As a way of nudging the figures up.
Absolutely. Well, they're here.
Leading edge, and it's just going to fall short. Change of angle from Harmer to Dan Lawrence, coming round the wicket.
I like this. you might as well give it a go, because there's every chance he's got this over and one more.
As we just have a look at wonderful pull shot from Dan Lawrence the previous over. Yeah, I was going to say about another route to get inside the Oval today to boost those figures, that if you are pounding the streets of London today in the London Marathon, good luck to everybody who's, well, probably doing it right now. Might be around the Cutty Sark or on the Mall. In fact, our producer from the first 2 days, Rob Reeve, is doing the London Marathon.
Is he running it?
He is. Good luck to him. He's raising money for prostate cancer for the Bob Willis Fund. And apparently he's just past the 15-kilometre mark. Now, you see, it's interesting because usually they do mile markers. So that now means I have to convert 15k into miles to see whereabouts he could be.
I think I can help you.
That said, if you come down to the Oval and show your medal, you get in free.
I hope they're still counted as attendant.
I have no doubt. I have no doubt they will. Got to be quick. And batters in the middle are, even despite a throw that seemed to get stuck in the palm from extra cover. 212 for 3 is the score, with 3 overs remaining until the new ball.
I didn't know that little detail. So you get in. I mean, it's doubtful, I guess, that the runners are currently listening to us, but you never know.
Pass the message on.
But exactly, if you are there to support any of these runners, and they can come here, they can be entirely rehydrated when they arrive, because there are concessions open that will provide them with all manner of beverages.
I've heard lager is an excellent.
Terrific. Well, it's mostly water.
Well,
mostly.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. After you've run 26 miles.
Good enough for Beefy.
If Beefy has run 26 miles in his life, I'd be surprised. Where is 15 kilometres then?
So, well, I don't know precisely what it would be on the course, but if you know the mile markers, it's about 9.2 miles in, coming up to the 10-mile mark.
Right.
Do you know where that is?
No.
Right. I mean, he's done very well, because I mean, I don't know when they.
I don't know the route, if I'm honest. I know they go down the Cutty Sark.
Yes.
That's sort of Isle of Dogs way, isn't it?
It's sort of south of the river, just.
Yes.
And then they've got to cross over. They've got to go round Docklands and go along the embankment. No. 9.3 miles, and he's around Canary Wharf.
Good on you, Rob Reeve.
I mean,
there's quite a few cobbles around there.
It's only 17 miles to go. Yeah, 17 miles to go.
If he's struggling, the DLR goes.
Yeah. Well, actually, the very first Olympic marathon was blighted by that, wasn't it? Didn't somebody
the DLR?
Not the DLR. Someone got a lift.
Ah.
It was an American.
I think that's just sensible.
Well, as I mentioned yesterday to, I think it was Athers, I'm not a marathon runner because I know what happened. I know the fate of the original marathon runner, Pheidippides. Yes.
He just flopped at the end of it, didn't
he? He was no more. No. It's a cautionary tale.
What did he say? With one master or something like that, and then flopped over dead.
The Persians are here. Yeah. He got the message out just in time.
Just the one slip for Thane. And we're just in a little holding pattern at the moment. Harmer, the one who you'd think is most likely.
He's got one over, really, hasn't he? If he takes a wicket, he might stay on, but otherwise.
It's all just building to this second new ball.
Yeah.
Until we see Cook, until we see Porter. And Snater as well, who I think did a super job. Again, very bustly type of bowler, skiddy type of bowler, but bowled excellent channels and did not allow Surrey to get away.
I would say, and look, it's hard for me to say because many people will know I'm slightly biased in these matters, but we're balanced today because we've got Nasser Hussain in, so he's going to represent the other side. But I do think that Essex actually have bowled better and more consistently. Their seamers, I think, without a doubt, have bashed out a line and length really well. It's been tough to get them away.
Well, I'm fully neutral in this, and I think Essex have bowled better. I thought Surrey were very loose, a little lethargic in the first session of the first day. Maiden over, bowled by Noah Thane. Nicely done by the youngster, 212 for 3. But yeah, I thought they wasted the new ball a little bit, did Surrey. I thought Jordan Clark was the only one who showed in that first session how to bowl on this particular surface. And they improved dramatically in sessions 2 and 3, but I've got to say, Elgar and Walter, who put on a fabulous first wicket partnership for Essex in the first period of the day, were set then.
Yeah.
And then you're scrambling back a little bit, trying to chase it.
Whereas Essex with the new ball, they were on it, weren't they? I mean, Surrey just could not get them away, and they've got some batters who like to get on with it.
2 overs to go until that new ball is available.
Oh, Simon, down, Chaz. Nice.
Short leg has been moved out.
Lovely that, Simon.
Well, those mid-wickets remain. And there is a deep square just in front of square for that Lawrence sweep. Just chopping and changing his paces a little bit. He's a very canny operator, is Simon Harmer. He's been doing it for a long, long time.
Well, there was a period, wasn't there? There was a brief moment when all the talk was, could he play for England? He'd qualified,
Yes,
he was
that's
available.
right. That's right.
And then South Africa snapped him up. And he played a Test series here, didn't he, in 2022, the first Bazball series.
That's right.
He played at Old Trafford, I think. They dropped Marco Jansen for him.
Stout. Lovely boy.
But I mean, he's a prolific wicket taker for Essex. He's part of what makes them such a difficult side, what made them so good for the last 9 years. But Cook, Porter, Harmer have been pretty much ever present for the last 5 or 6, and they give you nothing.
Well, I would argue there's fewer sterner tests in county cricket than those 3. That axis of 2 seam bowlers who bowl fabulous channels close to the wicket, do a little bit with the ball at lively pace. And a proper off spinner. Another tidy over. Just 1 conceded from Simon Harmer, 213 for 3. So Noah Thane will bowl the final over until the new ball becomes due. I have absolutely no doubt, Daniel, that
No. Well,
it'll
I mean,
be in its wrapper in the pocket of either Jack Shentry or Martin Saggers, the 2 umpires.
well, whatever happens now, because if Noah Thane makes the breakthrough, then it's yes, please, give me that ball. And if he doesn't, it's, we've not made a breakthrough in the first 8 overs, they've scored 21 runs, you know. So, yes, that's going to happen. And then the day feels like it's going to start proper, doesn't it?
Agreed. Agreed. No real chances as yet to speak of. Maybe that leading edge off the bat of Lawrence. Nicely fielded at mid-wicket. But well run as well. I always say this, there are sort of pertinent moments within each day and each session. You know, what happens, you know, you take the new ball, we're expecting Cook and we're expecting Porter, but, you know, what is Shane Snater going to do with it? Is he going to extract? Is he going to keep a couple of kept low, a couple of spat? I'm not saying the top's gone from the surface at all, but there's been baking under the sun for 2 days now, and there's a few cracks starting to emerge in the oval pitch.
Well, he's going to get a relatively early bite at that cherry, isn't he? Because we saw yesterday they started with Cook and Porter, but Cook only bowled few overs from the pavilion end. Porter continued, bowled 6, I think, in that spell. And then Cook replaced him. Snater had replaced Cook from the pavilion end. So they'll rotate those 3 while the ball is still plentifully hard.
Which is what I thought Surrey should have done right from the off on day 1, where Fisher was actually second change. He should be taking that new ball.
He was the 5th bowler used, I think, wasn't
third
he?
change.
Yeah, I think.
And it's a small gripe of mine, but I think if you are on the fringes of England and possibly being talked about England selection...
Well, he's in the squad, wasn't he? Brought into the squad.
Well, absolutely. You should be taking the new ball. Now, if you're alongside Gus Atkinson, who's also more than in the conversation, most likely to be part of that first test squad, then by all means, if you want to bowl at the same end, that's fine, but have 2 or 3 overs whilst batters are not quite seeing it or moving their feet. Have 2 or 3 overs, have a blast, and then come back from the end that perhaps Atkinson's bowling. But I was staggered that Tom Law's got the new ball, and you've got a guy who's hoping for a call for England selection, not taking it.
And when he did come in, he got quite prodigious booming in-swing to the left-handers from round the wicket, didn't he? His first over. He went for a little bit, but...
I thought his second spell was far better.
Yeah.
But it really did surprise me that he was used in that manner. Another over, another single from it, and now, as Daniel says, the game can perhaps start properly, or the day at least, at 214 for 3. We've had a couple of boundaries hit by Dan Lawrence, in fact 3, as he's made his 38th 50, Daniel.
Yeah, and he's played really, really well. He's got 100 already this season for Surrey, and particularly good down the ground. He often finds that he's strongest on the leg side. That was a whip away through square leg, but also, look, he can access the offside as well with that cut, and he was been very severe the moment Simon Harmer dropped short. And on the sweep, he's got shots all round the ground. Don't bowl short to him to a short side with an old ball. That Noah Thane discovered. But yes, he's one of a number of Surrey players to notch 100 already this season. Dom Sibley and Rory Burns are the only ones in the top 6 that haven't, but Sibley's on 79. And here we go. Jamie Porter is going to take the new ball from the Vauxhall end, as he did yesterday. And this is going to be a key moment in the game. For Essex, they'll be thinking if we can prize out 2 or 3 in the next hour, then we're on here. Because the way that they can make this game move, forget the follow-on. I very much doubt that even if they were able to bowl Surrey out in 46 runs, that they would take it. But they would love a lead of around 120 and try to get over 300 ahead by the end of the day. Bat on into tomorrow and then have 80 overs at Surrey on a last day pitch. That's going to be their plan, you'd think.
It's Porter with 2 slips.
Conversely, for Surrey, their plan is very simple. It's bat the day. Look, if they find that towards the back end of the day against tiring bowlers, with the sort of batting they got down the order, the likes of Abbott, Atkinson, Laws, Jordan Clark, that they're getting ahead of the run rate, then they may think about a declaration. But essentially for them, it's bat today and try and put pressure on Essex from tomorrow. Those are the 2 scenarios for a win that we're looking at.
Bat today, but actually get a little bit of a shuffle on.
Yeah. Probably not in the next hour, though.
Just stifled. And we did see that dart back a little bit. He's one of those classic wobble seam bowlers, is Jamie Porter. Hits that nagging length. So consistent, but can move it both sides, both ways.
He's a mesmerising cricketer to watch because he never gets talked about in England conversations, except by Essex fans.
He was around the squads at one point.
But you always felt that his pace was going to count against him. And he's got an extraordinary approach to the wicket. It's not a natural, free-flowing, athletic, graceful approach to the wicket, as he oversteps on this occasion. So 4 will be added to the total. Just a reminder, in the county championship, 2 runs for a no ball. Give wasn't that when you were playing, was it?
2 for a no ball.
Yeah.
Don't know. Didn't bowl.
Didn't bowl one, no.
No, I think it was actually.
Really?
Yeah, I think it was. But it was. I think it happened during my brief time as a player. But I think I know that it was one of just yet another thing for bowlers to chunter about. Didn't take much.
Oh, the one that Stephen Finn can't bear. I bet you feel similarly about this.
Be a couple. Little tinny sound off the bat. It wasn't quite middled, but Sibley into the 80s now.
If you want to get Stephen Finn off his long run, and to be honest, it isn't that difficult because he's a grizzled old fast bowler with a lot to moan about. But the no ball for the above head height wide drives him mad.
I'm with him on that, actually.
Yeah, I am actually.
Yeah.
It's just a wide, isn't
It's
it?
just a wide. Crackers. But let's not tread that path so early in the day.
Vinny, if you're listening, happy Sunday.
Well worth reminding as well, as Sibley neatly tucks one off the hip. About those bonus points, Daniel mentioned it earlier. From a bowling perspective, it's all within the first 110 overs, but it's 3, 6 and 9. That's where you get your bowling bonus points. So Essex as well. We've only got 30 overs to try and get another one, or what they will hope another 2. And as for Surrey, our first batting bonus point will come at 250, and every subsequent 50 runs until 450, so a maximum of 5. That seems a little...
I think that's out of the question.
I think so, but I think the 350, yeah, I think so.
is possible. I mean, it's nudged up to near 5 and over now.
Way out of the crease is Lawrence.
I beg your pardon, about 4.3. But that's why I say at the start of the day, so much of the narrative flow of today will depend on whether Dan Lawrence can stay in or not. Because if Foakes comes in, a wicket falls to the new ball, then Surrey will be careful again, because they will... End will be open, new ball will be there, the spectre of being bundled out will loom. If Lawrence stays, not so much.
Much like the cricket, we've been holding things together until Hussain comes in for his first day. No! We've made a substitution. That's a hot topic. Atherton out, Hussain in. After the break at 2:22 for 3 will be Cameron Ponsonby with Nasser Hussain.
Two for 3. Surrey going well. New ball taken by Essex, and you feel they need to strike with this new ball, because that Surrey batting lineup is not only very good but very long. Lot of batters and all-rounders and bowlers who can bat to come. The crowd is building up nicely. And the award-winning Cameron Ponsonby next to me. Cam, what have you made of the first 2 days? I've been watching from Chelmsford. It looks a pretty flat pitch, but still all results possible.
Firstly, thank you, and a wonderful impression, award-winning impression to begin.
Well, we are in the
Start
Richie
things off.
Benno commentary box, so...
I think yesterday was a really high-quality day of cricket, and we're getting to that point now. We need the match to hit fast forward a little bit.
Now he's a long way across there, as he tends to go with that front pad. So a half an appeal from Cook and those behind the stumps, but it's just given as leg byes.
We saw this in the previous over with Dan Lawrence walking a long way across his stumps and outside the crease. That's tracking down leg side even. We're just over 50% of the way through this game now. We're a long way behind 50% of the wickets. So Essex needs some joy, and soon.
I was asked the other day, actually, what would be one thing I'd change about the county championship? And I think the points system I would change. You think about football where it's 3 points for a win and 1 point. You're smiling at me already. I'm concerned. Have you been waffling about this for a while now?
I'm incredibly excited. We're about to end on exactly the same page.
Right, is it? Because it's 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw in football. In the county championship, it's what, 18, 16 and 8. And I'd have it 18 and 6. I think you need to get more for a win. And that would mean the old Shane Warne comment of you got to risk losing to win would become more appropriate. I think sides like will be thinking, oh, well, we get 8 points anyway. We get 8 points for a draw. Let's just hang in there, get draw, and see what happens later in the season. You've been banging on about this, have you?
Well, I can't say how happy I am for you to have brought this up. So I went and did the maths over the last couple of seasons. In both Div 1 and Div 2, if you had 3 points for a win and 1 point for a draw.
Oh, you've gone the completely full football way.
Sure.
Right.
And then the idea was that you keep your bonus points as your goal difference, basically.
Right, okay.
And the tables are almost identical across the whole, across the last 6 examples. So 3 seasons of Div 1, 3 seasons of Div 2. There's only one change of note where I think in like 24 Warwickshire get relegated rather than finishing 7th. And there must be a change of the way the game might be approached, because as you said, rather than it being 16, a 2-to-1 ratio for a win to a draw, it's 3-to-1.
So, like, say Essex, it may not happen. Surrey this morning in the huddle would have said we're going to bat most of the day, bat past and make it a 3 innings game. But say Essex do bowl Surrey out and it's parity on first innings. Then you get into that position of, shall we risk it when Surrey bat again? Will they be chasing? Will they chase it down? We have Harmer. I think if there was more for the win, then you would risk it. Too many draws. Anyway, that's the ECB to decide. At the moment, the system is as it is, and someone has to find a way of taking 20 wickets on a flat surface. 227 for 3.
Am I right in saying not too long ago it was 5 points for a draw instead of 8?
Yeah, it's probably gone full circle, because if you remember, then people used to say, well, you've got to value your wicket and value a draw. You know, the Mike Atherton at Johannesburg situation, batting with Jack Russell and getting a draw, that's be remembered forever, and people were just like, oh, it don't matter, we'll lose the game. So it sort of changed because the powers that be and England as well wanted people to bat long and grind out, even if the game was going nowhere, grind out a score second time round and value getting something out of a result, even if it was a draw. So, but you feel they may have changed it a bit too far in the other direction. As ever with any change, you've got to be careful, as we've seen this year with substitutes. Any playing condition or law changes things a lot. Again, Sibley, a long way across. This time it won't go all the way to a boundary. It would just be a couple of leg byes, unless there was some bat involved. I look at the umpire, and he gives it as runs.
I think there might have just been 2 noises. Well, the umpire agrees, or believes it to be. I don't recall Sibley taking this approach against the first new ball. Kind of coming so far across his stumps and really trying to negate any movement on offer from Porter.
You've seen a lot of Dom Sibley, you've seen a lot of Surrey. If I asked you what would be the one thing, watching his package this morning, it looked like he'd opened up the offside a bit more, but if I asked you the one thing he's changed from when England fans last saw him as an England player, what would that be?
I think he simplified his technique. I remember, if you remember, when him and Burns used to open the batting, both had their very distinctive quirks. I've always found it almost an interesting social experiment because they started having their quirks. I mean, you remember Burns kind of almost triggers his head to like get his dominant eye in focus, and Sibley had his movements with his hands. And so when they started struggling, the clamour from people was to simplify your game. But for them, it was like, no, we're going to be more ourselves. So that meant the quirks got bigger. And eventually, Sibley came back to Surrey and worked with Neil Stewart, his kind of old coach from way back when. And then when he went back to his kind of schoolboy coach, as it were, or junior coach, 229 for 3 after 83, then those quirks did kind of disappear, because going back to his natural game was actually what it was when he was 20 rather than when he was 25. So I think Sibley and Burns got a bad rep, kind of undeservedly, when they're playing for England as being quite ungainly players. And maybe Sibley isn't the most elegant, but I remember thinking Rory Burns, if you took away the moment after he had his kind of trigger with his head or whatever, he was quite an elegant left-hander. I can't promise you he's gonna fly along at a strike rate of 70.
And someone who may well do is Dan Lawrence, who is one of the wristy batters I have seen. Saw him growing up at Chingford and Essex, obviously, another one that's been nicked from Essex by Surrey. Serious talent. Loved watching him bat, especially at this level. Those flicks, we saw a few yesterday. He uses those wrists beautifully.
How old would Dan Lawrence have been when he first came on kind of your radar, as it were, if you were involved in cricket in Essex?
I haven't been that involved, but you hear whispers, you know. My lad plays for a club called Hutton in the Essex League, and you hear whispers of players that are coming through, and he was one you heard whispers about. And a little bit like Sibley's, very leg side dominant, a little bit like, it's a little modern way actually, the closed bat face. You see Wesley have one, and when he came into the test match side, people just bowl that channel to him, and still do now in county cricket, and same with Dan Lawrence and Sibley. You have to open up the offside, which he can, obviously. You don't get the runs that Lawrence has got. And then got a lot of runs for Essex, and then came over here and played on this belter of the pitch at the Oval.
No!
I have maybe an incorrect memory of Wesley's side in the test team, because he got his go against South Africa, I believe it was. I remember him being praised for this kind of Viv Richards-like whip across the line to mid-wicket. And what an amazing shot it was. Then he started missing it, getting hit on the pad. You can't play across the line.
Yeah. Isn't that the way with punditry? Wonderful player until you get out. Probably just the subtle change actually between domestic and international. The biggest change is pressure. You're under the microscope all the time, your technique, analysis, waited all your life to play for your country, and you're under pressure, everyone watching. That's the biggest change. I think the subtle changes in county cricket, you'll probably get 3 balls and over in the area, you know, that uncertainty, whatever your technique may be. Test matches, it's 4, 5 if Jimmy Anderson is bowling, or some of the greats are bowling. Great to see Jimmy bowling well, still getting wickets. Good run. That mid-on was on his heels a little bit. Lawrence will keep the strike. It's 230 for 3. Crowds continue to come in at the Oval. It's a lovely ground this now. It really is. As with Lords, they've added to it. When I used to play here a very long time ago, it was too much of just a wide open space, and to be honest, a little bit like me, a bit run down, and they've done it up beautifully, this ground. Dan Lawrence batting out of his crease against this newish ball. And that means that it comes on to the drive, that fuller length, and he puts it away to the boundary.
Powerful batting from Lawrence, and the 100 partnership between this pair as well. It's been a steady rate, 189 deliveries. So just under 3 and over that'll be, or just over even. Lawrence and Sibley looking set fair.
Nice of you to pop in, by the way, Cam. Everyone else was here at like 9:30 doing their prep, and your first com stint was 11:39. You strolled in a black t-shirt, 11:29. Giving it the big one. You've changed since you won that award. Kept slightly low. We've seen that. I say it's a flat pitch, but even on day one when Paul Walter was batting, tall Paul had to just go down to a couple that grubbed.
I don't know how much to fight back against these accusations. I felt tricked on day one. On day one I got here at, I was in at 9 because I had to do something else. Then I haven't met Ian Ward too many times. And first constant, he was like, bloody hell, nice of you to turn up, mate. And I was going, how do I do this?
Edged and taken. No, he's hit it into the ground. Toe end of the bat.
That was a bizarre kick off the surface. I think Lawrence's toe ended that into the floor, and then it skipped on into the hands of second slip. Crucially on the bounce.
Yeah, right off the toe end of the bat, which meant it just landed just behind him. We can see from this replay. No! Fully forward again there. Let's have a look again. Oh yeah, toe end onto the ground. .234 for 3.
The peculiar part of this bit of the game is that despite the fact that Essex, I guess they're still ahead because a couple of wickets, the game very quickly can shift in their favour. But in terms of time, if their route to victory is ever narrowing, because not only do they need to take 17 more Surrey wickets in the next day and 3 quarters, and they've got to have a bat as well. I don't know if I'm just being I don't know if it's too optimistic a Surrey viewpoint to go, can they press on and try and get a bit of a lead? I'm trying to hypothesise routes to victory for either side.
Well, my old coach and captain at Essex, when he was captain, Keith Fletcher, used to have a saying in games like this. which was you only have to bowl a side out cheaply once to win the game. You used to sense in the Essex dressing room, if it was a flat pitch, and remember we had 3-day games as well back then, and Fletch used to go in and it was parity on first innings and say, right, we just have to bowl sides out cheaply once to win this game. So just to give you that belief, and it's relative. You bowl the side out for 200 second time round, you know, so it is possible. But will it deteriorate the pitch enough to give the bowlers something? That's the concern. So you have games, and sometimes that third innings becomes tricky. We've seen that in Test match cricket. If it's 400, plays 430, the side batting in the third innings wonders, right, what should we do? Going back to that point we made about the bonus points and the points for a draw and a win, what should we do? Do we kick on and set a target? Do we just bat out time? But you do need the pitch to start misbehaving on day 3, late day 4.
The pattern of play we've seen at the Oval over the last few years, it's almost got better for batting as the match has gone on. The blueprint for victory has been win the toss, bowl, and ideally be batting by the end of that same day. We've seen a few games, well, Surrey I think without a win here in their last 5 matches I think it is, which given how dominant they've been over the past 4 years isn't a significant period.
Clipped fine, and fine leg can't quite get there. More runs on the leg side for Sibley. He's very strong there.
Oh, Cook just drifted a touch. And with that big trigger movement of Sibley's coming across the stumps, he's able to help it on its way.
Moves into the 90s, Dom Sibley. 91 not out. The problem is, talking about the pitch and deteriorating, you say it gets better. Surrey don't play a spinner, and so they leave grass on it rightly. If it is flat, and it has been flat this season and the last few seasons, you have to leave grass on it day 1, but that means by day 4, even with the sunny weather, it's not been hot. Doesn't mean it's going to deteriorate that much. Whereas if Test matches here, you leave it, you know, white and take the grass off, it may turn day 4 and the extra day. Just remember that, day 5, it can spin 238 for 3.
How are you as a pitch reader?
Terrible.
Was anyone good?
Brisbane just springs to mind. Terrible. Even now, it's the worst. Like you turn up in the morning early, as I do, as opposed to you. Rock up and you're on the Comrotor. You're doing the pitch, and I'm like, go and see the groundsman. Always says it's flat. It's a good pitch. Go and see the locals. Always ask the locals what do you think it will do. It's not an exact science. Pitches.
I think Ollie Pope's the only person I've ever heard kind of back himself in that regard. I remember there was I think it was the 4th test, maybe Ranchi, the 2024 England tour of India, and it was kind of split down the middle. If you imagine, like, for an A4 piece of paper, portrait-wise, there's a big line down the middle. And England basically thought it was going to play completely differently depending on which end you were bowling from. And I found it very refreshing, actually. Ollie Pope was like, I think I'm quite good at reading pitches. And I was like, brilliant. There we go. I've never heard anyone say that.
That's a big call. You get the stats now as well. The analysis, and the analyst will come with the stats on the pitches and first innings, second innings, day 1, day 2. You'll get analysis from Hawkeye. You know, bowlers will know. And you have to talk to Stuart Broad now. In the old days, it used to be a gut feel. What length do you have to bowl at the Oval compared to what length you have to bowl at Chelmsford? Talking about this particular game. So now you'll get that the night before on on your phone even, the lengths to hit top of off. That's what bowlers will be looking for from their analyst and Hawkeye and various other bits of data. What length do I have to bowl on this surface to hit top of off?
I found it interesting from a purely county championship perspective that Surrey have had this blueprint of kind of 4, often 5 seamers, no spinner, and that's their route to victory, and it's worked for them well. They've won 3 of the last 4 titles. To the extent that I think Warwickshire now kind of almost following a similar pattern. Their bowling stocks are remarkable. They've kind of rotating Keith Barker in and out when they want. They've got Michael Booth, Nathan Gilchrist. Chase Simmons hasn't had a game yet. But just at a time when kind of potentially for Surrey it's not working quite as well, their impact has potentially had an impact on other teams in the country. Have gone like, oh, that seemed to work for them, let's follow suit. And now you just wonder with Surrey whether they will continue with this strategy of packing the side of seamers, or the emergence of Ralphie Albert gives them an opportunity to go, actually we can take a bit more grass off and bring a spinner into play.
Well, we will see as this game progresses, because it's early in the season, but there's a lot of cricket being played, and both these sides are desperate for a win, really. Essex have won 1 out of 3, so if they don't win 1 win out of 4... And Surrey obviously looking for their first win of the season, 238 for 3.
We had a very fun passage of cricket here a couple of weeks ago against Leicestershire, where the combination of Josh Hull bowling and his bowling left arm round and Ajaz Patel being a left arm spinner. And on the final day, Ajaz Patel was bowling left arm over to right-handed batter, and he was dropping it into Josh Hull's rough. He's his big size 15s, I believe. Or I said size 12s at the time, and someone commented, was apparently it's 15. He's a big boy. Had left, but because I didn't realise this, if the ball didn't spin from the rough and just went down the leg side, even though it wasn't intentionally negative bowling, the new playing conditions are such that, or the playing conditions are such that, it was still wided. So Ajaz Patel was bowling these infinite overs, where if it landed in the rough and didn't spin, the umps would say, you need to have another go at that one. And when it did spin, like, that one's allowed. And it was a bizarre passage of play, but I enjoyed it greatly.
Snater into the attack at the pavilion end. Still just those 2 slips there. It's a bit one-paced attack, isn't it? That's the only thing I'd say. They're all similar. Right arm, medium fast. Once you get in on a good surface, if everyone bowls the same, you can book him for bed and breakfast. And Sibley doesn't strike me as someone who gives his wicket away. You're going to have to get him out. Lawrence maybe just will flick one in the air somewhere. We saw him getting a leading edge off Harmer earlier, trying to work to leg.
I think Essex do have Zumaxa on their books, who brings a little bit more pace. Played in the last game.
Yeah, it was last man out, wasn't he, against Warwickshire, tried to scoop. I was watching that at home, and he played really well on a pitch that everyone was struggling. He came in and with Harmer was playing really well and was getting Essex closer in a low-scoring game. And he had to, because it got down to number 11, his last wicket, and he played a little scoop. Bo Webster taken, and Essex trudged off without a win. Lawrence, not only taking guard but just letting the umpires know that he's batting way out of his crease.
No!
88 overs gone, 239 for 3.
So the first hour has been and gone on this third day, and 47 runs have been added today without the loss of a wicket. Sibley and Lawrence, part of an unbroken partnership of 105 after the 105 partnership between Sibley and Pope. So it's been tough going for Essex since they made those 2 early breakthroughs. Porter's going to continue. And Essex have followed a very similar pattern with this second new ball. From the first new ball, 3 overs from Cook at the pavilion end. Off he comes. Snater replaces him. I think Porter has probably got another couple in this spell before we might see Cook replace him at the Vauxhall end. Yaz Rana is alongside me. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Dan. I think the short opening spell for Cook allows them to just use those 3 for longer.
Yeah.
Cook almost splits his opening spell into 2.
But for Surrey, it's an interesting position they find themselves in now. 170 runs in deficit. They've still got another 22 overs to try to accrue batting points, but 350, which may have been their target, that would give them 3, would require them just to get going a little bit quicker than they have been doing. But at the same time, they're mindful of the threat of this second new ball, so they're in a bit of a balancing act here. Essex are bowling, as they pretty much have done throughout this innings, almost for the mistake. It's been very disciplined from Porter and Cook. They've just bashed out a length just outside the off stump, drawing batters forward. Neither of them quite have the pace to chuck in the short ball. The pitch doesn't really have that. We've seen throughout this match and this season so far at the Oval that there's not a lot of reward in banging it in short. But especially you won't see that from Cook and Porter. So it's a sort of waiting game. And there are a few batters who are more suited to a waiting game than one D. Sibley.
We've seen a few bumpers from Noah Thane, who's probably the quickest of the Essex quicks.
Still about 80 miles an hour, isn't it? And look, I think when you get to late May, June, July, you might get a bit more joy with that ball. But April pitches, they can be a bit slow, they'd be a bit cold as well. There's a short ball, but just left alone by Sibley. What they will be hoping for, Essex, is a bit of uneven bounce, and if there are 2 bowlers on the county circuit who are going to benefit from the ball just maybe starting to go a bit up and down, it's Cook and Porter, because they're pretty much relentless with their lines and lengths. And also they're going to be waiting for when Surrey want to pull the trigger and actually get a move on, because that then will bring those slips into play. End of the over, maiden over. The 5th over of Porter's spell. Surrey 239 for 3.
We saw some signs of uneven bounce yesterday. The odd ball popping off a length from the Vauxhall end, and a couple of deliveries shooting low, but balls that were well outside the line of the right-handers off stump. I think we're currently in the position in the game, Dan, where I think we're occasionally guilty of being a little bit greedy ourselves when we're throwing the game forward.
Oh, do you think we're speculating too far ahead?
Not at all, but more the nature of our speculation is sometimes a little bit greedy. We sometimes think in positions like, well, if Surrey score 4.5s from now until the end of the day, they'll be ahead by 150 to 200. And Surrey are still 170 behind in this game, and Essex with this new ball. There's a lot of cricket to go before Surrey might look to put their foot on the gas, and that's an excellent delivery from Snater.
He bowled really well yesterday. You're absolutely right. At the moment, what Surrey are looking to do is cement a position of calm. And that had taken the edge. Just got to look at that. That takes the edge, and then another wicket falls, and suddenly Essex are in a position to force the door open. Surrey don't want to allow that to happen. But by the same token, both these sides, I know it's early days in the Championship, but they're both looking for a win. It's a truism. Every team is looking for a win, of course, but these are the two standout sides of the last decade in county championship cricket. Their ambitions are to win the championship. They're not to stay in Division 1. And yes, they're both pragmatic enough to know that if you're in a game where forcing a victory is so unlikely, they'll settle for the draw. But also as games tick by and teams like Sussex, for example, are impressing at the top of the table, and Warwickshire, they will be mindful of not wanting to fall too far behind. And Essex have had a couple of reverses, so for them, I mean, you might argue steadying the ship. When teams come to the Oval, a lot of the time it is with the intention of avoiding defeat because they've been so dominant in the county championship in the last 4 or 5 years. But sometimes that's been to the detriment of teams. We saw it with Hampshire last year, who passed up a really good opportunity to force a win, and they very nearly paid for it at the back end of the season.
That's true, but Surrey also now, they've gone 5 games without a win here at the Kia Oval in the Championship. Haven't won here since beating Yorkshire nearly a year ago in mid-May 2025.
Yep. But at the moment, none of those things are on the mind of the batters. What they're thinking of is get overs in the bowler's legs and get that ball that bit softer. And so you can imagine this session really is one where there's no major onus on the Surrey batters to get a wriggle on. Cameron Ponsonby crunched various numbers, didn't he, on bonus points and what difference they would make to the county championship table. And we can sometimes get a bit fixated on, desperate to get that third batting bonus point. Well, actually, the truth of the matter is that it's wins and draws that win you the county championship, and the odd extra batting bonus point makes no difference to the table. Very disappointingly, because he established, didn't he? I think the biggest difference is we're down the bottom of the table, not the top, every season. And even then, it was only once or twice, wasn't it, where the position of the 8th team would have swapped with the 9th team.
Yeah, one thing I do like about bonus points is the relegation battle when you get to the last couple of weeks of the season and you've got about 5 teams within 12 points of each other.
The Durham, Hampshire stuff last year,
Exactly.
That's where bonus points, you think, if we've got an extra 5 runs in that game. And also, look, it's fun for us because it gives us a game within a game. We're talking here about Surrey's bonus point. Also Essex. For Essex to get a second bowling point, they've got to take 3 wickets in 20 overs. So far, they've taken 3 wickets in 90 overs.
I mean, for Surrey to get their second one, they would need to score 61 in 20 overs, so slightly quicker than they're currently going. Sam Cook on from the Vauxhall end.
Exactly as happened in the first innings. His first ball has been tickled away fine. It's going to make it down to the boundary for 4, just erring slightly on the pads, and Sibley moves within one more of those little nurdles to 3 figures. He and Burns, the only 2 Surrey batters yet to get 100 in the top 6.
Been fascinated by the lines of the delivery that Sibley's been able to flick for 4 down to fine leg.
I think middle and off is really
That's middle and off.
pushing up. Yeah.
There was a very tight LBW call in Sam Cook's previous spell that instinctively I thought was going down leg stump. But actually, looking at the replay, Sibley gets so far across his stumps that you think that was actually pretty close. The balls that he flicks through, not just deep fine leg, but also flicks through mid-wicket, are often middle and off stump.
It is a strength. It's also, obviously, a lot of the time, batter's strength is his weakness. You see that little trigger movement out to off stump, and as you say, he's just taken that off middle and off. But one of the features of this innings has been his driving through the covers and straight down the ground. He's become a less one-dimensional player over the last few years. It's now the largest partnership of the innings. 109 these two have put on. Just the 13 wickets have fallen in 6.5 sessions. And it's a pattern that's been repeated across the country. Runs galore in April.
Yeah, you made the point earlier that Essex's 409 in their first innings was the lowest first innings total by any Division 1 side this round.
Absurd, isn't it?
And actually, the games are relatively similarly poised at the moment, with the exception of the fixture at Trent Bridge. Sussex versus Yorkshire. Yorkshire 259 for 3 in response to Sussex's 502. Leicestershire 269 for 2 in response to Glamorgan's 440 at Cardiff.
Oh, now then. That has moved away. And it was tempted to have a little nibble at that, Sibley. It went through in a kind of looping way through to the keeper, Pepper. But Sibley's just come to have a look at the pitch there with some suspicion. And that, I mean, look, he's nowhere near that because it's gone like a leg break. And it's wide enough, not really to trouble the batters, except insofar as it puts doubt in their mind.
Real puff of dust as that ball hit the pitch.
Simon Harmer, will he get excited by that? I mean, it is just possible, isn't it? We're getting to that stage of the summer. 91 overs gone in Surrey's innings at 243 for 3. Essex, am I allowed to say youngsters enjoying the sunshine? They're young enough. Well, there's one that definitely is. And a contrast. Our cameras will find you wherever you are. Quick single from Lawrence gets Sibley back on strike on 96. The Surrey edge closer to that batting point. The lesser spotted follow-on today. Warwickshire imposing it against Nottinghamshire, which slightly surprised me because they had a significant enough lead, you would have thought, to be able there to, say, go back out, bat till tea, set Notts 450 and bowl them out on a pitch that they will hope would get worse. We might be seeing some signs of it here. Now that's been squeezed away for another run. There is a fielder out there.
Yeah, I was surprised by that as well, especially because they were out in the field for more than 80 overs. But I guess if you look at the makeup of that Warwickshire attack, they've got 6 seamers in the 11. They're quite a strange team at the moment, and they have loads of seam bowlers in the 11, which they're able to do because they have so many all-rounders in the
Ed
11.
Barnard being one of the more unsung characters on the county circuit. Got 100 in that game.
165.
Yeah. Chris Foakes, of course.
Yeah, 64 from number 8. Michael Booth, 70 from number 10.
I just wonder, though, you made the point during the last over, you saw that little puff of dust. And what you don't see a great deal of in early April is a pitch drying to the point of dust. But actually we have had warm sunshine earlier in April. It's been dry, but it's been pretty cool. And there's been a bit of dew about. It's been that sort of cold feeling. But the last few days have been warm enough, certainly to bring in the crowds in their shirt sleeves. I wonder if it's doing its magic on the pitch.
Say that over the last few years, though, Dan, spin hasn't really had a huge role, even on days 3 and 4 here. The Kia
No.
Oval.
Well, Surrey haven't had one, so one side's been kind of out of the equation. But that's why I think watching Simon Harmer later today could be interesting. Because you get the feeling he might have quite a lengthy spell in him. The Essex bowlers are now into their 92nd over in this innings. They'll certainly not yet be flagging, but if you get to an hour after lunch and you've still only picked up a wicket, or maybe 2, it starts to get a bit tricky coming back for your 4th spell and your 5th spell. And in Simon Harmer, they've got a champion bowler who can hold up an end. You see some people have brought their scorebooks in. Well, scorebooks, that's a scorecard, isn't it? But there's 2 bits of paper going on there.
Is that a DIY?
Oh, now then. That's done a bit. We've just seen in the last couple of overs, the ball just misbehave ever so slightly, as it should do by now. End of the over, Surrey 245 for 3.
They bowled well with the new ball here, Essex.
They did yesterday, didn't they? Bowled really well. I mean, Surrey are a naturally quite a pugnacious side, and you see there, that's done. Lawrence all ends up.
Yeah, Snater slightly wide of the crease, angled in, and the ball just holding its line. Yeah, if you compare both new ball spells from the 2 sides with their first and second new balls each, Essex have definitely beaten the bat more than the Surrey bowling attack were able to.
These 2, though, Lawrence and Sibley, have so far negotiated 20 overs today. 8 with the old ball, 12 with the new.
It's quite interesting when you look at the scores in Division 1 in particular. You could be forgiven for maybe wondering, are they using a kookaburra? Have a look at that beauty from Snater again. And looking at the scorecards at the moment, it does sort of feel like it's the point of difference bowlers who are making the difference. If you look at that game at Trent Bridge, Josh Tongue 5 for 124, going at 4.6 runs per over. But the most important thing is the 5 wickets he took. Then for Warwickshire, Michael Booth 4 for 71, and he's quicker than your normal county seamer.
And that's been tucked away. It'll just be the single, I think. No, he's coming back for a second, which takes Sibley to 99. Also edges Surrey that bit closer to their first batting point. Well, yes, I mean, pace, we were talking about this yesterday. Michael Holding, back in 1976, 50 years ago, on a flat deck. His sheer pace, sometimes you can take the pitch out of the equation. Essex don't have that, but they do have unerring accuracy. Sibley thought about a run there, wasn't there. So Essex's method is different here. It is really patience, and it's waiting for the mistake. That's why there is something, look, it's very absorbing. It's connoisseur cricket. You've got a man with possibly the fiercest concentration on the county circuit in Dom Sibley. We watched his 100, an exercise in denial, and at times brilliant. And an Essex attack that has a method and is not going to veer away from that method.
Yeah, patient batting, but also patient bowlers. Cook and Porter genuinely have quite an uncomplicated method, looking to pitch the ball around about 4th stump, predominantly using the wobble seam.
Surrey will be thinking, how many more overs has Cook got in him in this spell? Because apart from a couple of overs break, it's been fairly continuous. Oh, beats the bat. That was so close to the edge. A slightly nervous Sibley perhaps on 99.
actually look at the line of this delivery, Sibley looking to defend the ball. It's actually quite a long way away from the stumps. Bit of away movement.
It's the angle, isn't it? It's sort of drawn the stroke. He takes that trigger movement that takes him outside off stump. Sometimes you sort of think, well, the idea of that is so that you're better placed to leave. But instinct, it's coming into you. It's come back off the seam. So terrific bowling from Cook in that over. Just the 2 runs from it. Sibley remains becalmed on 99, 247 for 3.
Really skillful bowling from Cook. Attacking the outside edge, one delivery, the inside edge, the following ball. This time, just beating Sibley's inside edge, hitting him on the back leg.
That's where the trigger movement's helped him, because he's got outside the line. So the LBW's out the equation.
I was going to say, after the previous ball that Sibley played as a delivery well outside off stump, plays and misses, I wonder if that's actually quite a good line to bowl against Sibley, because he is so strong straight. And I know that we've talked both today and yesterday about how Sibley's expanded his offside game. It is all relatively speaking, though. It's in comparison to a time where he was at
Very
times almost
one-dimensional.
shotless
Yeah.
through the offside.
No.
He's not someone who gets bowled or LBW a huge amount.
No, it is sort of caught in the slips, isn't it, that you tend to find, or even occasionally caught at that short mid-wicket, which is placed for the little whip.
And with that trigger movement that you describe, he actually quite often, with balls that are outside off stump, just defends. He gets across and just defends it. So I wonder if actually the line that creates the most indecision with Sibley is actually quite a long way outside off stump.
That's been nicely worked away by Lawrence. Shouldn't have brought him a boundary, but it has. As Cook's got himself into a bit of a tangle there, and it's brought up the Surrey 250. Their first batting bonus point. They have another 16.5 overs to add to that.
Misfield by Cook, but lovely shot from Lawrence.
Great off the hip, isn't he?
Yeah, especially when he walks across his stumps to whip the ball through the leg side from something that starts outside off.
No!
So the bonus point count now is 4 to Essex, 3 to Surrey. Essex picked up 3 batting bonus points in their innings. We'll take another look at that lovely shot. I mean, he's taken that ball from 4th, almost 5th stump, and somehow found a way to send it to deep forward square leg. And as a bowler, you're thinking, I don't quite know how that ball got there. Oh, and again, the ball is beating the bat with a certain regularity at the moment. Lacquer's come off. It's responding a bit on the pitch, and both batters are coming and doing a bit of gardening. They're both responding with some suspicion to the surface, which so far has yielded 660 runs for 13 wickets. So, but pitches are allowed, and some might argue are supposed to change their nature, and that's gone like a leg break.
Yeah, similar to the delivery that beat the bat in the previous over from Snater.
Oh, yeah.
That's been worked away nicely. Took some opportunity to reprieve himself here, which he has done.
Yes.
Kept it to 1. It's got Sibley on strike with 1 ball left in this over on 99.
I think Snater's finding a bit of joy at the moment, just varying his angle of release. And a couple of times where he's gone a little bit wider at the crease, he's got the ball to angle into the right-hander and just get the ball to hold its line, beating the outside edge. Now bowling to Sibley on 99.
Well left by Sibley. End of the over, 5 from it. 252 for 3. You just get the feeling that this is the time where if Essex are going to put real pressure on Surrey's innings here, it's now they need to get some quick wickets, you feel. The ball is still hard. It's doing stuff off the pitch, but the reason why I suggest there might be a little bit of urgency is that we're in the 90. Well, I've had 94 overs. The seamers have bowled 22, 21, 19 and 15 overs, which is a fair bit. Got a sort of another spell in them each before you start hitting that red zone on the workloads.
I think that's why Surrey won't be in a huge rush at the moment. They know that if they get through the next 15 or so overs without too much alarm, run scoring opportunities will present themselves through the day as the Essex bowlers tire.
Cook's continuing. You sort of think that this might well be his last over of this spell. He bowled 3 from the pavilion end. I think this is his 3rd, possibly 4th now from the Vauxhall end.
Yeah, comparing what's happening here to the game at Trent Bridge, the way in which Warwickshire have their seamers out, they have 6 seamers and they can share the workload between them. Essex 4 plus Simon Harmer, but it's the main 3 of Porter, Cook and Snater who do the bulk of the bowling. So Cook here into his 22nd over out of 95. Porter's done 22.
Snater 19.
Whereas over at Trent Bridge, no one bowled more than Chris Foakes 16.1. Which was a slightly shorter innings, but not miles off where we are now.
But 8 bowlers used, I think, in the end, weren't there? Yates and Bo Webster, even Dan Mosley got an over. Surrey quite definitely remaining watchful. For them, their thinking is as follows. Get through this session, try to pile on those workloads on the Essex bowlers and hope that they can cash in with what is a very aggressive lower middle order towards the back end of the day. Essex desperate for a breakthrough with this new ball.
Yeah, you talk about Surrey's batting depth. Gus Atkinson carded to come in at number 10.
Man with a Test century.
And a man
we're contractually obliged to say that. It's exactly the same as Adil Rashid. You know he's got 12 first-class hundreds. You're contractually obliged when you describe
10.
Gus.
Adil Rashid's 10.
Sorry, 10. There you go.
Yeah.
You have to say Gus Atkinson. He's got a Test century.
I was going to say your contract might be different to mine.
Again, just a little bit of nip back, but Lawrence is being exaggeratedly watchful. Dan Lawrence is a naturally aggressive player, but he knows the significance of this Cook spell. He'll be hoping that there's one more ball of this Cook spell before he's off. And he looks determined to see it out.
Yeah, but again, notice how low that hit the bat for Lawrence. A length delivery, no fuller than that.
There are signs that the pitch is starting to assist the bowlers. So another maiden over is negotiated. 252 for 3. It's time for a change in the comm box. Will Nasser Hussain bring the wicket or a Sibley 100? He'll be joined by Charles Dagnall.
Perfect conditions at the Oval for watching cricket. Hazy sunshine, high teens in temperature, and Dom Sibley on strike on 99. An extra man goes on the leg side just behind square, maybe trying to bowl straight. Hide it outside the off stump, work him across his crease, and then maybe one. Just targeting that front pad. He hasn't missed many
Something and nothing, Nas, but what I do like is these just being aware. And no gifts, the ring field, if you like. There's no easy single to get you there. Just Nasser, who's bowled a very consistent line and length throughout this first innings. Probing areas, but there's no gift.
Yeah, mid-off and mid-on, the key. Lawrence has hit mid-on a couple of times and taken singles, but you can see there mid-on is in a lot tighter. And the bowler being aware, just hiding it on about fifth stump.
Wait.
As we await the three figures from Sibley, just pause for thought about where this game is going. The run rate hasn't changed a great deal over the course of the entirety of this innings, so 2.63, if that is to continue. And Surrey will get to sort of parity around about 50 overs time.
Oh, just fiddled outside off stump. However many hundreds you've got, and Sibley has many. Nervous 90s, the nervous 99. You just play at things. That was a pretty good seed, to be honest. Every now and then, out of nowhere, one just nibbles.
And just holding its line. And you think about the deliveries previous to that, where it was probably a foot outside of off stump, and then Sibley gets one to a little bit closer to him to feel for.
Opens the face and gets it behind square, takes the single and goes to his 27th first-class century. A man who just loves batting. And loves batting at the Oval. That's his 7th first-class century on this famous old ground. Well played, Dom Sibley.
Yeah, he's been made to work hard, and the patience has been tested. One thing we do know about Dom Sibley, he's got plenty of it. 281 balls for his three figures. Essex have bowled very tidily at him and given him very little. And it takes a great deal of mental strength to keep your composure and keep your wits about you. And Sibley has done just that. And very well played.
Yeah, and England obviously may be looking for an opener. I noticed that Crawley, last time I looked, was 35 not out playing for Kent. He's had a very quiet start to the season. And Sibley maybe just with a nudge to the England selectors. There is an opener here at the Oval. Oh, now, if he'd picked that up, there was a chance.
Brave. Because that was connected with pretty cleanly as well. Nudged into the onside, and I agree with you. A clean collection. And he was in danger. I don't know if you saw Zach Crawley, who's obviously, he's desperate for runs. Absolutely desperate for runs. And his first innings dismissal.
I did. He didn't look pleased with the decision.
He did not.
There was a few on social media working out if it was LBW or caught behind. It was caught behind, and he wasn't thrilled. When you're looking for runs, those things, believe me, tend to happen. That's a good line.
That's been the nature of this pitch. Nasser has, Essex have put plenty in the right area. We've seen a couple lift. We saw that's going through nicely.
You're making it sound like a minefield now, Daggers. Is there enough for Surrey? I think Surrey, unless Essex do something remarkable this afternoon, but say Surrey bat past Essex, they've got to find a way of getting 10 wickets on predominantly going to be the last day tomorrow. Is there enough in this pitch? Because they've struggled this season, Surrey, to take 20 wickets.
Edge.
Oh, edged. Now he waits, he looks. Everyone's convinced, apart from the umpire. A good stand from Lawrence. Essex can't believe it.
Well, immediately there was a noise. Now, whether he's been turned around and it hit him on the back hip, but it sounded glovey or woody to me. Take a look a little closer. Essex convinced. Difficult to tell.
Sam Cook absolutely convinced. He didn't even turn around until he had to right at the end. Look, he just sort of walked, ran towards his slip cord and got you.
But it goes back a little bit to what we were talking about moments ago, is that if this is the run rate that continues, and we do know what Surrey have in the locker room, they bat very, very deep, and there's some hard hitters. You know, you still got Laws and Abbott and Foakes, Atkinson still to come, so they can press on a little bit more swiftly than they have done so far. But that said, if this run rate continues, then you're going to get to parity, and there's 20 overs left in the day, and that's only with the scores level.
Charge from Dan Lawrence. Obviously cricketers that know each other well, Lawrence and Cook. Lawrence played for Essex for a long time. He'll be desperate to get 100 against his old side. Got some wickets, didn't he, in that first innings, was on a hat-trick. So he's having a good game.
Well, you take that forward about whether Surrey can take 10 wickets, and one of the aspects of that Essex innings was the Surrey attack was very samey. You know, 5 right-arm seamers, and the only spin was that of Dan Lawrence. And given their performances in the first 2 matches of the season, I don't know how high the confidence would be.
Now, as he gloved that one, immediately given out. Now that definitely bounced. So Sibley gets to 100 and straight after falls to an absolute beauty from Sam Cook.
Well, I mentioned about that lift and that carry, and Sam Cook, who might have felt a little aggrieved that he didn't see the back of Lawrence, he's now seen off Dom Sibley. Nothing else that could have hit other than the glove, and he's deserved that. He has really toiled well, and Dom Sibley, as soon as he makes 3 figures, he has to depart. 101 he made from 283 balls, and Surrey 255 for 4. CB on this ground.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
2 ex-Essex cricketers in the middle playing for Surrey, Dan Lawrence and Ben Foakes. And just in the last couple of overs on a flat pitch, it has just nibbled a bit. Foakes won't be on strike. It was the last ball of the over from Sam Cook. He thought he had Lawrence out with a regulation nick, and then he did get Sibley out with one that bounced and flicked the glove, bottom hand glove. Excellent cricketer. Ben Foakes, one of the best in the world with the gloves. We know that's well documented, but also very useful with the bat. Update, I was talking about openers and Zach Crawley, he's just gone. Just got out for 31.
I'm sure he'll be thrilled that you mentioned it.
Yeah, I know it's one of those curse of the commentators, but usually you're at the same ground, but
Yeah.
at a different ground.
Actually, that's a special effort.
That is 78 for 4, Kent, having been bowled out for 196. Worcester in a very strong position.
Yeah.
Worcestershire, I should say.
Yeah, when a curse can travel from the Oval to New Road, that's a very special effort.
I'm pleased with that.
What I will say is that you're saying about a minefield, but it has offered something. You know, when we turned up on the first day, it was very, very green, almost looking like the outfield. Now we know, given that the match that was played against Leicestershire here in the 4-day game, it was a similar colour, and you would never have imagined the runs scored on that kind of surface. But there has been enough to interest the seam bowlers, and the fact is that because it's April, the surface is a little more sluggish than it would be in May or June.
I think the interesting thing comes if it is parity on first innings, because then it's over to you. Essex, what do you do? You know Surrey, it's playing into Surrey's hands. They know they got a pitch that generally gets better and better. It's half the reason they bowl first. All counties bowl first here, but Surrey in particular. So go on, are you going to set something on a flat oval pitch when we've got a very long batting lineup, and we know you need a win and we need a win? So the game, if it's parity, will be over to you, Essex. But that's still a way away.
Little too early in the season for, you know, it's prevalent towards the back end of a season when there is promotion and relegation at stake, where you know, if you are in desperate need of a win, then you might be inclined to take the offer of 240 and 40 overs or whatever it may be. I think in the early part of the season there's a little bit more conservatism about these sort of things.
Again, just doing a little bit. We saw this on day one where it didn't do a lot to start with. You could argue Surrey got their new ball bowling and choice of bowling wrong, but just before tea actually it was on day one, it did it slightly quicker and swung a bit more, and Essex lost 4 wickets for around about 70 runs. So you just got to hang in there as a bowler on surfaces like this. I enjoyed your chat earlier telling everyone that it's free entry for runners of the marathon. Do you think they're running the marathon with a little telly on and carrying it around for 26 miles?
Well, now you're here. Now you're here. Maybe
There
an
are.
earpiece or something like that. They might not actually be watching, but the dulcet tones of Hussain, that'll spur you towards the finish line, won't it?
Yeah. So if you are running the marathon with your telly, do pop down to the Oval.
You
It's
make
free
it-
entry.
You make it sound as though they're carrying a 38 inch.
That's what I mean. I was sitting next door and you saying if you're running the marathon, it's free entry later, as long as you turn up with your medal. I'm like, that is the last thing on their mind right now.
You know, you can watch it on your device now and ask you if you got one of those phones. It's not one of those flip numbers.
You told me someone finished it in under 2 hours. 1 hour, 59 and 30 seconds, which is slightly less than the Dom Sibley 100. This was a marathon of an innings as well. Saw some of these highlights this morning from yesterday's play, where he was very strong through that offside. A little bit more leg side today. As Essex bowled a bit straighter and he worked to leg, as you can see there.
It was a conversation that we were having yesterday about the Sibley when he was in England colours and now coming back to Surrey and churning out the runs he has. But it was a noticeable aspect of his play yesterday, was his playing through the offside. Anything sort of middle and leg, he's going to work to the leg side. That's his natural game. But it was noticeable how he played down the ground, how he hit through the extra cover region, how much more of the bat you got to see, and how hard he's worked on that. 1 hour 59:30. Running at 13 miles an hour for 2 hours. He could have been at the Oval. Because if you show your medal, you get in. He could have just run from the finish line. He'd have been here in 25 minutes.
Well, I came in this morning on Greater Anglia. It was packed full of supporters, some great causes, a lot of banners on the train for whoever they were following and supporting. Great atmosphere. Close again, just he shuffled across. It was a big inside edge.
Just angling down, but there's still the areas that Sam Cook hits on here, and those wobble seam bowls mentioned. Porter, I'd like to see Porter get another little burst.
Bowled well yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah.
Good control. Essex have had good control. Tell us about Sam Cook. Well, you may have debated him yesterday, but we've talked a lot about Sibley. Sam obviously played that one game against Zimbabwe at Trent Bridge, and he felt he let himself down a bit, which can happen. The pressures of Test match playing international cricket. Do you think he's got a chance of being picked again? Should he be picked again?
I think there is a lot of pros and cons, if you like, that you can argue with yourself over. And I'm doing that. I was thinking about it last night on the tube back to the station. And I look at his control. He gets close to the stumps and he asks questions pretty much every single ball. There's very, very few loose deliveries. And I think you have to take it. And I don't care about the opposition, it being Zimbabwe or a lesser test nation, if you want, or a lesser successful test nation. I don't care who you are. If you're on debut for England, and it was a pretty benign Trent Bridge surface as well, that you're going to be nervous. Perhaps we'll come back to it.
257 for 4. Three wickets fell yesterday in this Surrey innings. Burns, Smith and Pope, and we've had one in the hour and 50 odd minutes we've had today. And Sibley just going in the last couple of overs, having got to yet another 100. One slip now. Man goes out leg side, short mid wicket comes in. Harmer, I think it is, that's moved out the slip cordon.
We were just talking about Sam Cook before the break. And so I think you can be forgiven. We've talked about on numerous occasions, batters need a run in the side, to get used to being an England international, the environment and the sort of pace of it and the quality. And I don't think that's afforded to bowlers as much. It's come and show me what you've got. Oh, you've not got many wickets, or you've not performed well, and thanks very much, we've seen enough. Now, I would say yes. You talk about his pace. Is he quick enough for international cricket? And that is something that has been debated a long time, I think. But then you look at the Ashes of the winter, and you were there. And from watching from back home, it was crying out. England were crying out for a Sam Cook type of bowler in that attack.
No.
Do you discard a player after one test? No, I don't think you do.
No, you
And I
shouldn't.
think
It goes back to the old 80s and 90s, and this was the worst place. You got brought in for the Oval for the last test of the summer. And you played your one test, and that was it. The one test wonder club. And that you should definitely move away from those days. I guess the problem, your comparison to a batter. As a batter, you nick off and you don't see much of them. As a bowler, if you're having a bad test, you're there all the time on show, and people make a judgment on you. Wristy little flick through mid-on for 4 for Dan Lawrence. Mid-on was very wide, and he found the gap straighter.
Nothing more than a punch, really. You see that slightly closed face still of Dan Lawrence. That will never change. He's part of his technique. He's a very wristy, bottom-handed player. The timing is so good, though, off the bat of Lawrence. Yeah, I agree with you that, of course, it's a couple of deliveries, and that can be the end of your test as a batter. But I still think that you know, as a bowler, understanding, you know, the test match lengths on that particular surface. You're playing at Trent Bridge, where you don't play all of your cricket. And yes, I know you've been playing there before, but I just don't think you should be discarded or thrown out of the conversation.
Absolutely. Down the pitch. That man had been brought up on the leg side. It wouldn't really have made much difference, because Lawrence has just flicked it all the way for 6. What a shot that is. 267 for 4.
Wow. Right across to the offside. And again, that bottom hand was the ball before. And just launching it into the short side. But I just wonder if that is a switch flicked by Lawrence and Surrey, perhaps.
Yeah, also a change in the field. We mentioned Harmer went out to mid-wicket and the man went out. And then the man was brought up simply because to keep Foakes on strike for the next over before lunch, we may get 2, probably just the last over from Sam Cook. So they wanted Foakes on strike for the last over. And Dan Lawrence took advantage of the field change.
Oh.
And that's why they want Foakes on strike for this. It could be 2 overs to go, but they want him to play the bulk of the deliveries.
But Cook, that is the bread and butter of Sam Cook, and he doesn't leave that area a great deal. And he's a genuine seam bowler. Not a great swinger of the ball, but he'll hit that area, bang it on that seam, and it's going to go one way or another. And sometimes you might not know which way. Matters not when you're asking the question of the batter.
That'll be at least a couple. Simply because the outfield in that square is so quick, it will be 2.
Would he be in your conversation?
Sam Cook? Yeah, definitely. For the point you say, actually, one game, you should never judge a cricketer on one game. Absolutely not. He's done it for a number of years. He would be in the conversation. It's odd, actually, for England, who had such a difficult and such a poor winter. There are not that many places up for grabs. We've discussed the opener's role. Obviously, the spin option will be another. I would go with Jamie Smith as the keeper batter. I said that before a ball went down this summer. It's not after the event because he's got some runs. You always have to go back as a pundit to what you said 6-9 months ago. Did you think Jamie Smith was a good cricketer? Yeah. He's had a bad Ashes, haven't we all at some stage in our career? So Jamie Smith is a very good cricketer. Ben Duckett, did you say 9 months ago he was a really good player at the top of the order? Yup. So he should still be a good player. Did he have a difficult Ashes? Yup. So, but there may be a control bowler. Your point about in Australia, they lacked a control bowler. It looked like they picked a side for a previous Ashes series when it was flat and the Kookaburra ball did nothing, and you needed pace and hostility, when actually you needed skill and accuracy, and they lacked that at times.
And you only needed to actually, just to hark back to that, but you only needed to look at the makeup of the Australian attack and how successful Michael Nasser was, Scott Boland. These are not express bowlers, they are channel bowlers, they are control bowlers. So just having one and allowing the others to rotate.
Talking of England selection, hope you got your thinking cap on, Daggers, because we, or you actually, will be picking your England Women's T20 World Cup squad.
Have you absolved yourself of any kind of selection?
I'm in charge.
Oh, okay.
You are basically Lydia Greenway. You are our national selector. I know you get on very well with Lids. So we will ask you at tea time to name your squad for the England Women's T20 World Cup, which starts, England start June the 12th at Edgbaston against Sri Lanka.
Thinking cap firmly placed. I left it around here somewhere.
Well, we'll get another over in. 1 minute to go to 1 o'clock. It's 270 for 4. What do they chat about? All things Surrey or all things England or everything? Surrey,
No, no, no.
Just talked about that little bit of extra lift. One rising, not overtly, but just enough. Still that same movement is around.
good running. A batter that's just come in, wanted to get up the other end just before lunch. Liking the old Essex jumpers, gone retro. Yeah, the sort of jumpers I used to wear, baggy. Horse blanket sort of jumpers we used to call it. They used to get really stinky when they got wet, and it often got wet at Chelmsford. Gone full circle with the Essex jumpers and the Essex badge.
I don't know whether it's because we're a certain age, but the old cable knit.
Yeah. Good to see.
Just seems proper.
Yeah.
Although I have to say, I think maybe one of the either dressing room attendants or maybe a veteran player needs to speak to young Noah Thane, because I've got a feeling he's put his jumper in on a hot wash.
Basic error, that.
Yeah, I've never seen a creased cable knit before.
Oh, snatey.
Pepper up to the stumps simply because of that Dan Lawrence charge and flick. The man out there now as well. I'd be surprised with 2 balls to go to lunch if Lawrence did that. Maybe just to keep him in his crease, to bring LBW into play. We talk about the Ashes, and this is what they did in Australia, didn't they, with Carey coming up to the stumps to medium fast bowlers. England like to charge just to keep him in the crease. Carey put on a masterclass.
No!
I really like it as a tactic anyway, though, Nas. We saw that Dan Lawrence was probably a foot and a half outside of the crease, and then striding anyway from there. Just that little bit more tentative, and it also, as I'm sure as you'll know, as a batter, you feel that bit more crowded, which is a different aspect. And for a bowler like Snater, who's a skiddy, shuffly bowler.
Last ball before lunch. Leave from Dan Lawrence. He'll just wait until the umpire calls over, and then he'll walk off towards the dressing rooms. A good morning for Surrey. But having said that, I think Essex excellent again. Their seamers kept control. There's not much in the pitch. There was a little bit. Essex bowled well, but it shows how hard it is to get wickets. They only got one in that session. Dan Lawrence 20 away from 100 against his old side. Ben Foakes has just arrived at the crease. 271 for 4 at lunch, Surrey. Three wickets fell yesterday. Burns, Smith and Pope. Sibley went to his 27th first-class 100 before he was out. Caught Pepper, bowled Cook for 101. Foakes has 4 and Lawrence is 20 away from 100.
As for the Essex bowlers, a lot of toil, a lot of sweat, and a lot of churning out of overs, and all of them pretty good. That what they've not done is allow Surrey to get away. Sam Cook has got the only wicket to fall this morning. His 1 wicket to add to Porter's 2 and Snater's 1, but overall only 4 wickets taken, but they have bowled a very consistent and disciplined line and length.
So the match summary. Surrey having won the toss, as sides do here, bowling first. Essex 409 all out. Walter with 100, Elgar 92. And in reply, Surrey 271 for 4. Sibley with that 100 just before lunch today. Lawrence 80 not out. Porter 2 for, and Cook with the wicket this morning. So Surrey trail by 138 runs. Right, we're going to take a break. In the luncheon interval, we are going to have a listen to a chat between 2 very, very fine England cricketers, Alex Stewart and Michael Atherton. 2 great friends who talk all things Surrey, all things wicket keeping, and all things England cricket as well. Should be a fascinating listen.
Remember, daggers on my count is actually to the bumper, not to you at this point. seconds. 15. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And cue Jaggers.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval on this, the third day of the Rothesay County Championship match between Surrey and Essex. And while the crowd have a little perambulation over the outfield, we can tell you that it is lunch as Surrey trail by 138 runs. They've reached 271 for 4. Dom Sibley made 3 figures before he was nicked off by Sam Cook, but Dan Lawrence still there on 80 not out. He's just been joined by Ben Foakes. So play will get back underway in around about 33 minutes time or so, which gives us a perfect opportunity to have a listen to a conversation that took place yesterday between two former Great England captains. Michael Atherton caught up with Alex Stewart, who is back in his role as Director of Cricket here at Surrey County Cricket Club. Lots of topics were covered, from the county to the international scene, but they had a conversation yesterday on the balcony, and this is how it played out.
It's day 2 of the Championship game here. Surrey against Essex. We're in the JM Finn stand, 1845 Terrace. They told me we were going to do this in your office initially, which I imagine to be utterly immaculate, with not a piece of paper out of place. Is that how it is?
You know me too well. But if you'd asked to have the interview 2 weeks ago, it would have been a definite no, because for some reason, while I was not here full time last year, it turned into a warehouse, effectively. But my OCD or whatever kicked in, and it's now pretty good, but still not immaculate.
You are back full time. What does a day at the Oval look like for Alex Stewart in the position you're in? Because you're not the head coach, obviously, but you are the Director of Cricket here. You have a very hands-on role. What does a day look like for you in Championship
varies
cricket?
With match day, it's very much, it is the head coach, Gareth Batty, who's done a brilliant job since coming in. That he runs it, and that's how it needs to be. So leading into it, we'll have spoken about the squad, and then the squad is the easy bit. And then when it comes to the final 11, it will be the captain and coach that discuss. If there is any slight disagreement, not that there really is, then I will come back in. But we'll have spoken beforehand what the intended 11 may be, but that's it. Gareth will always give the speech, unless a captain does or another player. And then I'm in the background, believe it or not, supporting. And then we've got Nick Pothers, who's come in as fielding and keeping consultant. So again, when he is here, it's important that he keeps that role. Doesn't do every day. He'll do the day before the first 4-day game and the day of, and then I'll come out pre-match and help Ben Foakes or whoever the keeper may be. Otherwise, I sit very much in my office. I'm not in and around the dressing room being a pain in the bum.
Right.
Others may disagree, but otherwise I'll be up in my office, and that's where you sort of have to do, as I call it, laptop work, preparation, looking ahead, etc.
I know you were at Radlett the other day, where your second 11 were playing Middlesex, which is my local club. So how do you balance your time between first 11, second 11, who are obviously pushing to get into that first 11, but also then the level below that, the pipeline that's coming through?
Yeah, so I will try and see one, so definitely home games or ones that are easily accessible, at least one day of a 3 or 4 day second team game, so that I've got eyes on the players. It's always good for the second 11 coaches to report back to myself or Gareth Batty, but if I've seen them myself, then you have first-hand knowledge. And also it's good that the players understand that whether it's myself, first team, are taking note of performances, attitudes, approach from the second team. And then academy pathway is Chris Taylor, former Gloucester player. He's been academy pathway director for, 4 years, I think. So we will speak, whether it's every day, but certainly regularly. Again, what players are coming through, who has performed well. And I've always worked on a 3-year cycle. So it's very much who is coming through, who may be dropping off, and can we promote from within, because that's always the first place we look, and if not, we will go outside.
Spoke to your old fella the other day, Mickey, who was in good nick, I thought, and is England's oldest living cricketer now. It's a remarkable link that your family have with this club, almost 80 years now. You came back full time last year because your wife Lynn died after a very long illness. Was that a straightforward decision to come back full time, or was there any part of you that thought, at a significant kind of change moment in your life, that it was time to maybe do something else?
Yeah, I thought long and hard. Listen, if Lynn was still here, I wouldn't have come back, because it was very much the reason why I stepped down was I owed her time. As you'll know, because of cricket, it takes you away from home, and it almost overtakes your life for a lot of or your family time. So I'd said, right, I'm going to spend time, and Lynn's passing happened sooner than we anticipated. And then once you have to come to terms with it, it was, right, what am I going to do? What do I want to do? And also, do they want me back here? Because you never just want to come back just because you've been associated with the club. I'd stayed in the background for a little bit, and then they said, would you like to come back? Will you come? And I said, just give me time. So I'm making sure it is the right decision for me, but also the right decision for the club. And then, yes, I've come back as of sort of 1st of Jan, and getting back into sort of how it was, while also conscious that over a 12-month period things can change.
Yeah.
People can take on a few more responsibilities. But I love the place, and while I still think I can have a positive impact or input, then I'll be here, and once either my enjoyment's gone or I get a tap on the shoulder, but I'll always be a Surrey fan.
The club got pipped to the Championship last year. Other than you not being here full time, what was the difference? Obviously, it had a long run of success in Championship cricket prior to that, and it's been a tremendously successful period for the last decade or so. What was the thing that was just missing last year for you, do you think?
Well, first of all, let's congratulate Nottinghamshire for winning it. So that's the first thing. And then a lot of people say the hardest one to win is the first one, which it was. But then a second one, a third one, and then going for a fourth one, subconsciously, the lads going back to the well, to use a term, was there something fractionally missing? Were we just fractionally down on what levels of performance we'd put in and worked so hard for the 3 previous years? We'll never really know, but that's where we're looking at. And then key moments also, that Notts game, which was covered on Sky, we had moments to win that. Notts got off to a good start, we came back in it. And there are a couple of moments where if we'd grabbed them, I think we'd have won that game, and then it might be different. We might have been 4 on the trot, but it didn't happen. Notts won it, and we'll look back and say why. But it was those key moments, the tough periods when previously we've just nailed them. Was it because, if we're asking yet again the same group, though each time we've won it, I've added to the squad. Was it just asking them too much? We don't know, but let's see how this season plays out.
You didn't win a home game after beating Yorkshire actually in May. I think there were 4 draws and then that defeat to Notts that you mentioned, and we saw a little bit of that yesterday morning, the first day of this Championship game, where Essex got off to a terrific start. You found it quite hard to get 20 wickets here, haven't you?
Yeah, that's been the problem. Listen, the game against Leicester, first game here, and then this one currently after, well, we're only talking 4 sessions. The weather probably hasn't been helpful. It's beautiful blue sky, but also the amount of moisture that we haven't had, rain, etc. So is the square just that little bit drier? That has therefore meant the pitches aren't quite what they were. Is there not quite as much moisture in the grass, in the leaf, as a groundsman may say, and therefore has that just meant there hasn't been quite as much sideways movement as well as pace and bounce. We always want pace and bounce, but with that generally comes some sideways movement, not just swing but a little bit of seam, especially the first 2 sessions of day 1. And also looking slightly deeper, now there are 2, and I think other grounds have had the same, now there are 2 full-time professional setups here, the men and the women, and they've been playing some games. If you're going to sympathise with anyone, it's the ground staff who have to work, I won't say twice as hard, but a lot harder. They therefore have less time preparing pitches because there are other games or other training sessions being put on here. So it's great that the women's game is flourishing, and that is the right thing, and it is going in the right direction. The knock-on effect is the men suffering or the pitches suffering because of the lack of attention perhaps the ground staff can give.
How much of your time is spent trying to identify overseas players? So it's peculiarly difficult now compared to when we played, where you'd have your one overseas player, whether it's Wakar Yunis or whoever, is at the club for all season and many years, and now players come and go for obvious reasons. Is there still value to be had in overseas players in the Championship, or has it got to the point where that's a debate to be had, and obviously it's easier to get quality overseas players in the short form competitions, the Blast and the 100?
Yeah, the job has become harder for everything you've said there. More franchise cricket, not just the IPL. There's now the MLC, then you'll have the CPL, Caribbean Premier League, and then there are other European ones creeping in as well. So to get the top quality is difficult. Also because they're earning such good money either through international cricket or perhaps the IPL. So the attraction of yesteryear coming to play county cricket isn't quite the same. But we still pride ourselves on, if we're going to sign someone, it has to enhance the squad and they've got to be a good person. So someone like a Sean Abbott, I think this is his 4th stint with us. It's like he's almost coming back home. So to answer the other part of your question, I would still keep overseas players in the county championship, but you don't have to sign them.
Yeah.
That is the thing. People say, I'll just stop them. Well, no, still have that availability. And then it's up to each county whether they believe whoever is available will enhance their team, enhance their squad. And if they're available for 8 games, 10 games, or only 2 games, that's down to each individual county.
It was a good day yesterday. We had almost 6,000 people here. Surrey, I looked at the numbers. I think you had close to 80,000 through the gate for Championship cricket for your home games last year, way in advance of any other county. What are Surrey doing in the Championship to get the crowds in that other counties are not doing?
First of all, look, we've had success, so straight away people want to be attracted to or attached to success. So what we've done in the Championship, winning it, has created a little bit of a buzz, if you wish to use that word. Also, we are lucky. Look, we're on the doorstep of the city, so that's jump on the tube, come down here and watch some cricket. But also, we actually try and promote the game. You've seen work from the overlays against work from home. The marathon is this weekend. Anyone, I think, who turns up with their marathon medal can bring themselves and a guest in for free. So we're just trying to think outside the box, really, to make it a place to come. Also, the average age is dropping, certainly on weekends. A lot of people say, county cricket's just watched by retired people, which, is a fact, but we also, our audience is getting younger. And it may be, is it the style of cricket?
Is it a whole club effort? I mean, often I see at clubs that there's the cricket on one side, the commercial on the other. It sounds to me like you've got quite an integrated effort here to push Championship.
There's always going to be the cricket club, Surrey County Cricket Club, and then there's a Kia Oval, which is the conference and events business, which brings in millions. So we shouldn't. That is a success on its own. But I think they can go hand in hand as well. If the team is successful or teams are successful on the field, that must help the commercial side, and vice versa. If it's successful here, our budgets go up, etc. But he's still got to spend the money wisely. But look, at the moment, we're in a good place. This year will be tougher just because when the test match is, and when I think the one day international is the last day of September, 28th of September. But there are other things as well that we do to try and promote the game. And we are big Red Ball fans here, not just myself, I know you are, but as a club, we've gone...
And is that true of your players still? Because obviously the game has changed. You mentioned all the short form competitions around franchise competitions. By and large, do your players still value winning the Championship above other competitions?
Look, we've only won the T20 once, back in 2003, the very first one. That's a bugbear of all of us that we haven't won it. We've got the finals but not won it. But if you're offered, or certainly from our point of view, if you're offered a Championship trophy or another trophy, we'll take the Championship first up, because that is a true test. T20 is vitally important, don't get me wrong, but as a club and as individuals and as a group, the Championship is the benchmark. And therefore we want our players to be multi-format players. At times they will, as their career goes on, they go, no, I'll be a specialist, white ball or whatever. That's fine, they're there to earn money. But we will always promote red ball cricket, certainly while I'm here.
Turn to England. I know you're a very proud Englishman. How much of the Ashes did you watch? What do you make of it?
Frustrating, opportunity thrown away or lost. Because Australia weren't a great side this time. But playing in Australia, as we know, we didn't win over there. It is tough because you're not just playing the team, you're playing the country. And again, it's easy outside looking in. I was there in Perth for the whole Test match of 2 days. You have to get off to a good start in Australia, and losing that Test match made it almost impossible to come back, I would say. We should have won that, or could have won that. You know, people talk about preparation, that's another discussion. But the fact that we were effectively 100 for 1, I think, at lunch on day 2 and then lost it, that almost then set the tone for the rest of the tour.
Were you? I mean, I was quite optimistic about England's chances before going out, and so you said frustrated. I mean, there is an element of England fans who I think feel that the England team had it coming in some ways. Do you buy that?
When I say yes or no, that's what I say. When you're outside, we're all experts, aren't we? Until you're the actual decision makers, with hindsight and everything else, we get it right. All I ever say is, when you've done something good or bad, reflect, and would you do it differently? And the preparation or lack of stood out like a sore thumb to everyone, not just to use Stokes' term, the has-beens or whatever. Common sense said, you are going to a country where a lot of the players had not played before. You're playing at Lilac-Hill, where I had 7 years. It's nothing like playing at, whether it's the Optus Stadium or the Wacker, which is similar pitches. So that was an obvious error, and I'd call it an error, because they will, when they next go back, they have a different lead into the Ashes. So things like that. New Zealand White Ball Series, yes, had been booked in, but what's more important, if I said, well, the people who are watching or listening to this, what was that White Ball Series score? People probably wouldn't remember. What was the Ashes score? People will know. So you just have to balance that up. And also to say, oh, look, the Wacker wasn't available. If you want to play at the Wacker or train at the Wacker, but it's 12 months ago, 18 months previous, you book it in, or you insist that you train there, or else you're not coming. It's pretty simple, again, when we're sat here. So I'm massive on preparation, as you know, whether it's to go out and play or to try and do whatever role you're in. You've got to prepare well. So at least if you fail, you know you couldn't have done things any better. But if you don't prepare well, then fail, it's your fault. You
worked with Richard Gould here when he was CEO. Obviously, he was involved in the review post-Ashes. Does he pick up the phone and pick your brain about that? No, I'm not. Look, I saw Gouldy. He was in Perth, and he was a great chief executive. He's a great person. But no, we haven't had conversations about anything to do with England. So he hasn't asked you whether you're available for Rob Key's job? You're second-hand, mate. No, listen, Gouldy was an excellent chief exec, and Tomo was a good chair here as well, Richard Thompson. But they're across the river now. So no, I haven't spoken to either of them about the Ashes. If they ever want my opinion, I'll give it to them. But everything's been sorted anyway. But we're all England fans, whether we've played or not. We want England to do well, and that's why it's frustrating that we threw away an opportunity because of the quality or lack of absolute high-class quality that Australia had at the start of that summer. Can I talk about the relationship between England and the counties? Because that that is an area that you will be involved in, because presumably there's whether it's a constant communication, but there is communication between England and the counties. I mean, one of the themes to emerge in the last few months is that relationship had become a little fractured and in need of improvement. Would you agree with that? And if so, how had it become fractured? And what does the relationship between counties and England look like in an ideal situation? Like you, I'm big mates with Keysy, with Rob Key, and he rings me and has rung me regularly. So that relationship is a good one. He'll bounce players or thoughts off me and vice versa. So that's fine. But I think if you want to call it a breakdown, is the perhaps lack of communication or lack of questions from England to the counties about players, about their own players, not just their ability, but their characters, characteristics, personality, how they like to be treated, how they like to train, etc. And then also, and again, selection is always an opinion. Yeah. Some left field random selections that have come from nowhere, and then also the perceived comments, or whether they were factual or not, of
county cricket is so far removed from international cricket, we don't really look at what goes on there. It's what we see, the visuals of what are the attributes of someone who's 6'6" or someone who can hit the ball this far or whatever. So that's where you should never devalue county cricket, because this is a breeding ground for Test cricket or
So
international
have you sensed
cricket.
with your players a feeling that it doesn't really matter how many runs, how many wickets we get,
It was.
that it's not going to have any impact upon our chances
No, I think
of
it was
selection?
more, again, the interpretation of the journalist term of Bazball. So you saw people, use Dom Sibley for an example, you know, one of the better opening batters in county cricket, and he's been prolific. You know, last year had an excellent, but it was perceived his style would not suit the Stokes-McCullum way of playing, which is fine because they're the ones who are being judged. So I don't have a problem with that. But people shouldn't start going outside of what they can do to try and get recognised. You always expand your game, but don't go from 0 to 100 straight away. Go through the gears. So yes, we've always spoken about being positive, but I've always said you're positive in defence and attack, not just trying to hit 4s and 6s, read situations of games and that type of thing. And that's where, again, as an oldie, when it's that's how I play, or just hit it further next time when you're caught in an 80-metre boundary, well, you don't hit the ball more than 80 metres too regularly. So have the percentages in your favour in everything you do. And then if that is recognised, I think it joins everyone up a little bit more, instead of, I've seen someone bowl a few balls on YouTube, I like the look of him or whatever. Just show the respect of the to the county game that it deserves and warrants.
I mean, there's always been a little bit of friction between counties and England. I can remember going way back actually to when your dad was in charge, and I'm fairly certain that, you know, the England bowling coach, can't remember who it was, might have been Jeff Arnold or somebody, was sent to Derby to work with Devon Malcolm, and Derby, you know, had their noses put out of joint. So it's not a new thing. There's always been that element. But if I took a player here, for example, who might encapsulate how that friction manifests itself, take Jamie Smith, for example, and I can see this from both sides of the fence. It seems to me that at the moment he's batting 3 for Surrey and not keeping. He likely bat 7 for England and keep. How does that conversation happen then between Surrey and England? Do they ring up and say, we'd quite like Jamie Smith to keep before Test cricket starts this summer?
And we haven't had a conversation. You know, that's the thing, and you have to remember that Jamie Smith was picked for England when he wasn't keeping for Surrey. So nothing has changed.
Yeah.
He was batting 4 for us. So they have chosen to pick him as the keeper and then move him to 7.
But if they rang you and said we'd quite like him to keep, are you just within your rights to say, well, we think Ben Foakes is a better keeper and he's going to keep?
We'll do what is right for us. We want England to be the success. We want all our players to play for England. Again, that's always been the case. But we've got to do what is right for us. And that's what we do. And we also, by the way, believe it's right for Jamie Smith to be batting at 3. And he's banged out, what's he banged out?
Yeah,
almost
averaging almost 100,
runs.
I think.
Yeah, in the first 2.5 games. So we believe that he is a high-quality batsman or batter. And he keeps wicket because he keeps wicket for England. But we're not going to leave out Ben Foakes or take the gloves off Ben Foakes when I've always said he's the best in the world, but he's one of the best keepers about. He bats 6-6, and he is going to be the constant. He is with us because at the minute England aren't going to re-pick him. So he is the constant. So yes, we will help England, but it can't be to the detriment of what we want as counties. And that's always been the case. You know, there'll be people again listening, watching, going, England must come first. But we also have a job to do. You know, that is the thing. So we are doing what we believe is right for Surrey, but we also think we're helping England by Jamie Smith coming back, batting at the correct Jamie Smith tempo, spending a long time in the middle, playing against a new ball on pitches that may do a little bit, so that wherever England then play him, he is in good form. The keeping side will work for hours. If he wants to work for hours here, pre-match training days, he can do that. But actually keeping in our team right now, that's Ben Foakes.
And the health of English cricket more generally. I mean, we talked about, you know, the England players that you produce here, the strong pipeline of talent, the almost 80,000 people that came through the gates here for Championship cricket last year. But that's not necessarily the nationwide situation. You know, I was looking at the numbers. I think Northants last year had maybe 5,000 come through the gate for their home Championship games. So you may have a different view of things from here. But are you broadly optimistic about the state of cricket across the land?
Yes, I am. But one, I'm in the game, like you're in the game, so we're here to promote it, but be honest as well. So yeah, we're always looking to better it. Don't worry about that. But I think it is in a good state, a healthy state. There'll be people, the 100 is now here to stay. As long as those monies that are coming in are invested wisely, and they have to be, then I hope that the future of the game for the next minimum of 20 years just goes up and up and up, because we are duty bound. One, it sounds silly, doesn't it? But to leave the game in a better place when we do walk away from it, in your position, my position, whatever. But we've also got to speak well of it, but make sure they're not just words. The actions have to back it up. So therefore, if money is invested wisely, and I'm not just talking in player salary, by the way, I'm talking whether it's facilities, whether it is bringing it down into grassroots, whether it's club level, can we get more coaches qualified to help the 6, 7, 8-year-olds, and they're making an attractive proposition. So there's enough, or there were detractors, and we had lots here about the 100, but if that is making it more appealing to the youngsters, even with Jude Bellingham investing in Birmingham, what a great story that is. That a multi-million pound footballer loves the game of cricket, is investing his own money into that. That is good headlines, which will that bring some people who just say, I only like football, to go, well, if Jude Bellingham likes cricket, perhaps I may as well. So we've got to use all those things in a real positive way and be proactive, not reactive, but be proactive in pushing it to make it the best sport going that cricket can be.
And there are some challenges around scheduling for the professional players. I think, have differing ideas of what should be played under the 100. I'd like to see some championship cricket, but I understand from your position,
we're only 16 players down.
You'd be putting a third 11 out there.
I'll be signing you up. But
what would an ideal schedule look like from your position here at Surrey, or is that close to impossible now?
Yeah. So look, this is where I do sympathise with. When it's Alan Fordham, whoever at the ECB who has to put the fixture scheduling together to fit, as we keep saying, we're now fitting 4 competitions into what was 3, and our 3 competitions were over 6 months, they're now over 4.5 months really. So I haven't got the answer. We can all sit here and moan. We've got to try and sort it out, but that we'll finish this round of championship cricket before the blast starts. We'll have played 6 games. It's just under half the season done by mid-May. Yeah. But what else can you do? I'd say we disagree on what should happen during the 100. The 50 over is a good competition.
How many are you losing this
16.
year? 16.
Yeah, it's 16. That is
decimates your
yeah,
side.
Yeah. So, and that's not just. Yes, it would affect us massively. But straight away, I think you then devalue the county championship by not having your best domestic players available, let alone your internationals. So the 50 over comp is good. We use the term development, but we want to win it. We want to try and win it. But it does allow us to play some people who aren't regular first team players. And we've always also brought players in from the academy. It's list A, so it's meaningful, and it's big for them. And we get an early look at them, and they can develop against better opposition than just second 11. But how you get it spread, because again I like the T20 in a block so that players can focus just on that competition. Others say, well, if we spread it about, but it just makes it is impossible to give you an answer that is going to satisfy everyone. Bowling loads, all the things that everyone has heard about. If you go from bowling 4 overs to the next week you've got to bowl 30, then come back to 4, the risk of injury goes through the roof. So it's far from straightforward, and sadly I'm not giving you an answer.
Yeah. Finally, after 40 years here, do you still have the same enthusiasm every morning? You woke up this morning in is it still New Malden or somewhere?
That's where I grew up. No. Further out now. It's a longer journey in.
Posh Ashstead
well,
or
if only, yeah.
I mean, you still have that same enthusiasm coming in?
Yeah, I still, because I'm an idiot, I'll either drive home and go through the day's play or look, drive home and what's going to happen. Whether it's a match day, training day, where I've got a meeting to attend, the day I stop enjoying it, I hope is the day I say, that's me done, I'll just come back as a fan.
Good lad.
Thank you.
Thank you.
shot of the ground if you can. Mini card. Hopefully by then the players will be milling about. If we need a little bit of time, we could, if there's a Dan Lawrence package, I'll take it, but only if time. Check. Testing comms. Yes. One minute on the break. Seconds. 15. Back in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So, second session of the third day, Rothesay County Championship match between Surrey and Essex is about to commence, and that is the match situation at the moment. Essex bowled out for 409. Surrey in trouble at one point, 29 for 2, but they've recovered to 271 for 4, thanks in large part to that stolid 100 from Dom Sibley. Out just before lunch, a ball that just started, showed signs of doing a little bit. Sam Cook was really getting the ball to talk before lunch, but he bowled an extended spell with the second new ball. Dan Lawrence was with him at the other end. He's still there, unbeaten on 80. The deficit for Surrey, 138. It was a slow, tough session, but in the midst of that, we saw some of the best of Dan Lawrence as well, as he's made his way to within sight of 3 figures. Beautiful straight down the ground. He's predominantly a leg side player, and you see there that whip through the onside, cutting away through backward point as well. And that was this morning when Simon Harmer just dragged one down a little bit short. He was hard on the sweep. And, well, you cannot bowl short to Dan Lawrence on this deck. Noah Thane getting the treatment there as Lawrence moved pretty serenely to his half century. But once that second new ball was taken, initially didn't do a great deal. The lacquer wore off, and then Sam Cook especially bowled a terrific spell. Shane Snater as well from the pavilion end. I'm Daniel Norcross. Alongside me, Cameron Ponsonby. With the game, you could be forgiven for thinking drifting towards a draw, but I'm not so sure, as we started to see on the third day the pitch showing signs of interest for the quicker bowlers. And for Surrey, I still think they will be thinking we've got a bit more digging in to do to earn the right to be able to go a little bit harder later in the day and perhaps put pressure on Essex. For Essex, if they can have one of those sessions where they go bang, bang, or maybe even bang, 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 you never know, then they could yet end up with a significant lead that in turn would allow them to put Surrey in at some point on the last day and hope that those cracks that we might be seeing, that uneven bounce, might cause the hosts some problems on the final day.
Well, Nasser Hussain was saying earlier, a phrase he'd been taught during his playing career was, in matches like these, he was clinging to the fact that you only have to bowl a team out cheaply once. And as you mentioned, the lead is still 138 for Essex, which is substantial.
Yes, it is.
So
I mean, if they were to bowl Surrey out for another 60 runs, which is not inconceivable, that would give them a lead of approaching 70. But then they would have that slight awkwardness about what tempo they'd want to go at, how much they want to force the pace, because Essex have lost a couple of games this season, and I'm sure they don't feel it's their rightful place, but Essex fans and Essex players have got used to being up there challenging for the title. 4 games in and still no win on the board would not be ideal. It's going to be Noah Thane who's going to start from the Vauxhall end, with Ben Foakes on strike, Dan Lawrence at the non-strikers end. And that happens straight away. So the tempo of Surrey's innings is going to be dictated to a degree by whether or not Lawrence can get himself back in after lunch and kick on, because if he stays around for the whole session, he will go increasingly quickly. Foakes will go at a more measured pace. As a
languid.
Languid, yep. Surrey set themselves up with sort of 2 anchors at the top, 3 aggressive batters from 3 to 5, and then another insurance anchor, if you like, in Foakes at 6. Interesting to see already second slips come out for Dan Lawrence. There's a couple of fielders on the offside boundary, one at deep third or sort of wide deep backward point. There's a square cover and a deep square leg and a long leg, so 4 fielders on the boundary. So we can still, I don't know if you can hear on your back home, just a slight remnants of the church still playing downstairs below us. Little sign of aggression there from Lawrence, first up after lunch, driving at one that wasn't quite there for it.
I remember coming to a championship game here a number of years ago, being perched on the pavilion side of the ground, and there was this singing.
Oh yeah.
Kind of belting across the ground. But every 10 minutes it was someone different.
Sounds like a concert to me.
Incorrect.
Yeah.
It turned out it was the first round of auditions for The Voice.
The Voice?
Or X Factor, one of the two.
I think they did do X Factor auditions here, but they may have well done The Voice as well.
No.
Did you pick out any feature stars?
I couldn't see that. I'd have turned around my chair for a couple of them.
Well, I mean,
then I wouldn't have been able to see the
it's,
cricket.
it's The Voice, isn't it? That's the point of The Voice. It's The Voice. Don't just see him.
I'll tell you what, our producer
Oh, it's Britain's Got
John,
Talent.
it was Britain's Got Talent. So I've lied twice.
Well, it was just...
I tried.
You did, and that's what's the most important thing. Oh, now, see, that's gone through again. It's suddenly from the Vauxhall end. The first 2 days was all about bowling from the pavilion end. That was where the greater carry was happening from. But the Cook spell just before lunch, and now this one here from Noah Thane, that's taken off. And that will give Essex a lot of encouragement.
Well, I think this might have been a slow burn series, but I think we're in for an exciting episode in the next hour because the pitch is just livening up, and we've got Dan Lawrence well placed on 80, and I don't think he's one to back down from a challenge, as it were.
So it's a bit like Succession Series 1 for you.
Yes. Or Britain's Got Talent Series 13.
I've forgotten that one. That's nicely worked away. Another run for Lawrence means he will keep strike. Just the 2 runs off that first over after lunch. Now, another thing to look out for, and this is a bit nerdy, but bonus points. There's another 7 overs for Essex and Surrey to get bonus points. My colleague Cameron Ponsonby thinks they should all be discarded. He thinks that the pleasure that we can derive in the next 7 overs in seeing if Surrey can make it to 300 or Essex can take 2 wickets should be denied the general public in favour of abandoning them altogether and simplifying the county championship.
That's not quite true. I agree. I find them fantastically dull. But
I'm so sorry.
But it's just because I, as someone who kind of has watched and loved cricket for so long, I forget about them on every occasion. So they never really factor too high in my mind. But you are correct. There are things and points to play for over the coming half an hour.
Now, this is intriguing. Jamie Porter, who has bowled with the new ball, both of his new ball spells have been from the Vauxhall end. He's going to use the pavilion end here. And Noah Thane's been given the perhaps slightly more productive at the moment Vauxhall end. And what we've seen from Essex throughout this match has been really quite tremendous discipline, line and length from their bowlers. Now aggression from Lawrence, and he's hit that ball on the up, straight through mid-off. It's a fine, fine shot, but it also suggests that Lawrence does not want to get stuck on the crease. A couple of times before lunch he was stuck on that crease, playing and missing, but here he's advanced out of his crease and whacked it up to mid-off for 4.
It appeared to be almost a premeditated act of aggression. Lawrence has been triggering across his stumps quite, I was going to say predominantly, if that doesn't make sense. It was a bit more of a bigger trigger. He launched it back down the ground.
Driving again, through extra cover this time, all along the ground. And Lawrence has come out after lunch, just slightly bristling here. And part of that, I'm sure, is because before lunch, that half an hour, 45 minutes before lunch, the Essex bowlers were starting to get on top. You can see from that angle there, he's standing noticeably outside his crease. Sam Cook beat his bat on a number of occasions, nearly got him out. He's gone again, thick edge this time. It's going to be 3 boundaries in a row. A second slip would have been in business there. But Foakes, Lawrence rather, is out there. He's on the drive. Quite definitely. Porter getting a pat on the back for keeping it up there. But he's into the 90s now.
Well, it's an exciting episode, Daniel. As that ball beats Paul Walter. It would have been straight to a second slip had there been one. Jamie Porter screamed out in anguish. And Dan Lawrence all of a sudden into the 90s.
Drives again. This time gets a thick inside part of the bat up to mid-on. It's the way Essex have approached this, though. They've sat in, held their lines, held their lengths, and waited for Surrey to make a mistake. While Sibley was there, rock of concentration. There was a sort of stalemate between the two sides, but you just get the feeling now that the dynamic has shifted slightly. Attempter left alone, but 3 boundaries in the over, 285 for 4. Surrey, the deficit 124. Part of that is because it's difficult to force a victory when you bat first here, and a lot of times taken out of the game. Even if you imagined that Surrey were to roll over in a heap, I mean, do something, think something crazy. They're all out in 6 overs. Not going to happen, but imagine. There would be 56 overs left in the day, and even with a lead of 110, at what point would Essex pull out? They're not. You wouldn't have thought give Surrey much of a sniff, so they'd still have to bat well into the 4th day. For the side batting second in this situation, it's a little bit easier to start taking a risks at this stage because The downside is not as big, but the upside can be quite large, because if you can get up to your opponent's total and a bit beyond, then you can put pressure on a side that realistically, if Surrey make it up around Essex's total, it's going to be very difficult for Essex to force victory. Their best chance actually of winning would probably be to get bowled out and hope that the pitch starts to misbehave. But we are speculating a long way out. There's plenty of cricket to be played. 63 overs left today, a further 96 tomorrow.
Well, it's one of those... Ben Jones of CricViz and Nathan Lehman, the former England analyst, wrote a book a few years ago now called Hitting Against the Spin, and one of the points they put forward, which kind of challenged convention, was if a wicket is very good, you probably want to bowl first rather than bat, because your biggest challenge to win that game is to take 20 wickets.
Yeah, so get started.
Exactly. You need as much time to take those 20 wickets as possible.
Oh, that's beautifully played by Foakes off the back foot. A punching drive. Beats the field. There's nobody out there sweeping. And now boundaries are coming from both ends. As Surrey 0 in on 300.
Now, he might just be taking too small a sample size, but that is 4 boundaries in the past over and a half. And it followed on from when Noah Thane got one to rise and lift and beat Dan Lawrence. I just wonder a touch if Surrey are sensing the wicket might be breaking up a little bit and thinking they might not be able to sit in as they previously had. They need to take a risk or two to get the scoreboard ticking.
You're right, it's slightly hard to assess because that delivery was just a little bit short and wide, and Foakes was always going to go after that. But you're absolutely right, it's been Ben Stokes' policy as captain, hasn't it? I mean, he said at the toss, we're going to have a chase.
Lovely.
Which is an odd thing to say in a 2-innings match, but yeah.
Well, it makes complete sense. If you think you've got to take 20 wickets, naturally, if you can take 20 of the first 30 wickets, your job's done. You've eaten your vegetables, and then you can get on with the rest of your meal.
That squirted away for a single. Yes, it defies previous convention of the last sort of 120 years before that, which is, the pitch looks good, sun's out, we'll have a bat. But that was in the days when you expected pitches to break up, perhaps, and your spinners could come into play. And also when you had uncovered wickets. So if it was sunny and lovely, you bat when you can. And then if there might be a little bit of rain to come, then at least you've got your meat in the bank, is that right?
Absolutely.
So you can then, I don't know where the vegetables come in at that point. That one's just popped a touch on Lawrence. End of the over. Surrey 290 for 4. So the crowd enjoying the sunshine and enjoying a little flurry of runs from Surrey. 19 have come in the first 3 overs since the lunch break. Porter's going to continue. The last over, Lawrence advanced a touch at Porter. That's not really going to be Foakes' game, you would think. He plays at a slightly more measured pace.
I've been interested in where Dan Lawrence has been taking guard.
Really?
Facing up the seamers. Yes, because he's been batting a long way out of his crease, which is pretty standard stuff. But he's been marking his guard a long way down the wicket as well. I believe it used to be Jonathan Trott who used to get in trouble for doing that.
No.
Well, Charlie Dagnall's here, and I don't think I've ever heard him come off a longer run than when it was a batter in a Women's T20 World Cup in the West Indies, was warned for walking on the pitch because she'd come dancing down the wicket to take the ball as close to the full as possible, and was given a finger wagging from the umpire. What? You can't do that. It's nicely played by Foakes, just working the ball past the diving short mid-wicket, all along the ground again. Very strong on that side of the ground. It's another boundary for Foakes since lunch. But yes, if we can get daggers onto that subject, it can be very entertaining. He's taken that from outside off stump there, Foakes. Looking to access the shorter side. As you're looking at it on your TV screen, the leg side to the right-hander is not massively, but it is noticeably, appreciably shorter than the offside.
I wonder if that was a kind of mild show of aggression from Foakes. We're talking about, again, still operating a small sample size after lunch. But he has plucked that ball from off stump and
enterprising
dragged
shot,
it over to the leg side, which if he was in a more kind of established mindset, I guess, where he was just looking to stay at the crease, had been blocked right back down towards the umpire.
This has gone fine, but it will be cut off. It isn't a second. Nicely played. Soft hands, angled bat. Brings Lawrence back onto strike.
With Lawrence back on strike, the second slip scampers away, trudges back to mid-wicket. We have a couple more fielders depart to the boundary. Kind of middle overs, one-day field, this.
It is, isn't it? 4 on the boundary. Probably wouldn't get the slip, perhaps, but...
No.
End of the over, 5 from it. 295 for 4. Just 4 more overs for bonus points to be part of the conversation. And at that point, Cameron, you'll then be put out of your bonus point misery.
Wonderful. Well, the best part of it, I'd already forgotten it.
I'm
We've
thinking
dragged it back around.
of nothing else. I'm quivering with the nervous anticipation of a chinchilla on their wedding morning.
Goodness
What
me.
might happen in these next 4 overs.
I knew you were going to say that.
So what has Surrey got to come after this? Well, Jordan Clark, an aggressive, very capable batter at number 7. Tom Laws, who's had a good start to his season with the bat, and he'll also look to get on with it. Sean Abbott, very pugnacious, as they're going to check the ball here. Now, the first ball lasted, I think, the full 80 overs. That's gone through one, and it hasn't gone through the other, and it's supposed to. But what I don't know is whether it's supposed to go through that one and not the other one, or vice versa.
Well, they seem pretty happy. So it didn't go through the right hole, and it did go through the also right one.
It's only 26 overs old. A few years back, the first Bazball year, 2022, that batch of balls, it was around about now that they would definitely go out of shape. Do you remember? They were so soft and they got flattened on one side. And that was the story of 2022. All we could talk about was that batch of balls.
No.
Haven't seen too many ball changes this season so far. They've tended to come, when they have come, really quite late in the piece.
They did really dominate
the narrative.
the day for a while.
Well, there was some amazing number crunching done, and it was so consistent across the country in the test matches that it was something like 28 overs. The ball behaved in exactly the same way as it had done in terms of runs per wicket. But thereafter, it changed completely, and so you saw this rash of hundreds from people batting at 6 and 7. Do you remember Mitchell and Blundell for New Zealand? Johnny Bairstow? Full. Clipped away. Out to deep mid-wicket. It's 4 more for Foakes. Just over pitching Thane on the pads. And Surrey move to within 1 of a second batting bonus point.
I just think this might have snuck through Snater at mid-wicket. It did. So misfield in the ring, as it were. And what should have been a dot has ended up as 4. How are you feeling ahead of the impending bonus point. 1 run to go.
Yes, I fear that once that's done, I mean, there's still the chance that Essex could go bang bang and pick up a second bowling point. Now that has, well, it's either kept a little bit low or Ben Foakes has done what many batters do, to slightly exaggerate the lowness of the bounce. But from this end, we have been seeing a little bit of variable bounce. Yep, that has kept a touch low. Foakes has kept it out.
I wonder, given we're seeing a little bit more of that variable bounce, when Simon Harmer will come back into the equation.
It's odd, isn't it, how little spin has been used, really. Both sides boast a cornucopia of seamers. Surrey have got 5. Essex 4. Frontline seamers in their attack. But yeah, when you've got a bowler like Simon Harmer, I guess the thing is that they had that encouragement before lunch, didn't they, with the second new ball, and I think they wanted to have another burst, see if they could find those spots, especially from the end that Thane's bowling from right now, the Vauxhall end. Whipped away again. This time, no chance for mid-wicket. The 300 comes up. A second batting bonus point for Surrey, and they move ever closer to Essex's first innings score of 409.
Maybe with that variable bounce, Thane's trying to bring the stumps into play as much as possible. He does have 2 slips in play, so it's not... He isn't trying to bowl deliberately straight all the time, but his line's veered on a couple of occasions. And Foakes is, well, cantering along now. 23 off 33.
That's a better ball from Thane. Well kept out by Foakes. End of the over. 8 from it. 303 for 4. So the score now is Essex 4, Surrey 4. There you go. And the deficit 106. So you get to 2:05 on the third day. And it's all square. And in a way, the game sort of is.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you say? It's a fair reflection.
It's a fantastic scoring system.
You don't need bonus points to tell you, do you, Cameron? Now, the crowd. We've seen a really good crowd across the first 2 and a bit days. It's free after tea, by the way. It's free if you've run the London Marathon. If you've just finished the London Marathon and you're thinking what to do with the rest of your day, come down here and soak up the atmosphere, because we could have a record attendance for a 4-day match in the 21st century. The previous record was held for the match between Surrey and Essex last year, which was about 14,700 or so. We'll get you an updated number fairly soon. We had over 10,000 come in on the first 2 days. Feels to me like there's a couple of thousand at least here today, would you say?
I reckon so. This feels bubbling around 2.7 would be my guesstimate for now.
Right, so we could do with an influx.
And
if
it
you're
is
around. You could be part of a record.
And the London Marathon, crucially, it's not just free for you to come in. You get 2 free tickets, I believe.
Oh, right, really?
I think so. Probably
So
should
you
confirm
can bring
that
your
before
personal
broadcasting.
trainer or emergency medic or...
Yeah, I think it's your emergency contact who's looking after you for the day.
Slightly tireder looking delivery, that from Porter, who's into his 25th over. Surrey have approached this innings very much in the manner of a side that just wants to grind their opposition down and hope that they can weary their seam bowlers until it gets that bit easier to bat later on today. So far, they've lost just the 1 wicket today, scored 111 runs. Not at a scintillating pace, but since lunch, 32 runs have been added in 5.5 overs, which suggests a bit of a gear change here.
Lawrence seems to be shuffling back down the gears this over. He's been starved with the strike for the last 2 overs.
A couple of reasons for that might be, just might be, that the first mission for Surrey since lunch has been accomplished.
Oh my God.
Oh, you heard that? Oh my God. Yep, that's kept low. Lawrence surprised by that. Well, firstly, he's on 93, so I think he's entitled to take his time. You see that there. He's keeping low from both ends now. But the other part of it is, and this is why I am such a fan of bonus points, that Surrey and Essex have been locked in a sort of mutual, fatal embrace. Oh, again, beats the bat. Porter's rediscovered his mojo. For the last 8 years, they've been like Moriarty and Sherlock Holmes, grappling at the Reichenbach Falls. That's gone
that seemed
between
in a
bat
lot.
and pad. And with that in mind, there's two sides to the bonus point equation. If you're Surrey, you know that if you just survive the next 13 balls, you can deprive Essex of another point. Who knows how important that could be at the end of the season. Down the wicket comes Lawrence. Ball that stops at him slightly. Gets the single to keep strike at the end of the over. 304 for 4. Lawrence to 94.
It ended up being a quietly eventful over. Darren Lawrence left a couple of deliveries early on. He got a flamingo leave out on one occasion. Was lifting his back leg. I don't think they've run the marathon today. Or if they've done very well.
Yes, I couldn't possibly say. I don't know what one looks like after running a marathon.
Well, I was going to say the clue that they hadn't run it was the big kind of bottle of wine in an ice bag. But maybe that's exactly what you would do if you'd run the marathon.
I tell you, if I'd ever successfully ran a marathon, then that is exactly what I would do. Yes.
So we're saying we have our first 2 marathon runners in. That's the conclusion we've come to.
Probably be a bottle of Prosecco for me this time of day. Right, here we go. We're going to get some leg spin. So it's not going to be Simon Harmer. It's going to be Matt Critchley. I like this move because, look, he's a very fine bowler, Critchley, but there may be an element of forcing a mistake. Lawrence might not be able to resist. The leggy can sometimes, drag one down or loop one up.
Nice catch.
Lands his first ball straight away, exactly where he wants it. A call of 2, but I don't think he's going to get there as the pigeon scatter. Lawrence advances to 95. There are fielders out in the boundary at deep square leg, deep cover. Long off is coming up now for Ben Foakes. As the 50 partnership comes up, that's what the ripple of applause is for, from just 68 balls. Started slowly before lunch, but they've really moved into another gear since. Still no real signs of turn yet for Critchley.
Very nice, Critchy boy.
Now this should be a couple this time, and it will be. Foakes to within a boundary of 3 figures. If you're Critchley here, do you toss one up? The tempter.
Why not?
Oh, it's a different kind of a tempter, but it nearly got the outside edge. Just smiling. Dan Lawrence appreciates that.
It's just skidded on off the surface. Lawrence looking to whip that behind point.
He'll keep strike at the end of the over. Moves to 98. The deficit now exactly 100. 309 for 4. Do you know, Dan Lawrence's unique claim to Test match fame?
I do not.
He is the only man called Daniel to have played Test cricket for England.
Wonderful.
I was cruelly overlooked throughout my career.
Well, you're one of the many Daniels to have not played Test
I am
cricket for
one of the
England.
many Daniels,
And
yes.
Dan Lawrence is the only person in the world who can't say that.
Good point. I shall put that to him. So, Lawrence on 98. Last time Lawrence started an over against Porter, struck him for 3 fours. He's taken guard again, and he's going to stand conspicuously outside his crease. If you were Pepper here, would you be tempted to stand up?
It's a good point, actually, because
Alex Carey would, wouldn't he, I think?
it's been such a consistent strategy for Lawrence throughout, actually. It might be a case that Essex still feel, even with Lawrence outside of his crease, that their best chance of dismissal is caught behind, in which case you want your keeper back to give him the best chance of just taking a simple catch. But you can see there just how advanced he is down the wicket.
Yeah, push.
Now, will he come back for the second? He's coming back for the second. This could be his 100. And it is. Another 100 for Dan Lawrence against his former club, Essex. His 21st first-class 100. It's come from 170 deliveries. And it's been filled with some trademark Lawrence shots. On a slow pitch against some very accurate bowling. Came into bat at the loss of Ollie Pope when Surrey were still a little bit of bother at 134 for 3. But first he was Sibley. And now with Ben Foakes, he's navigating Surrey to safety.
Push again.
Push again, he says. There are 2 there. He's coming back for it. This could be tight. He gets home. Good running from Lawrence. Been a fine knock, Cameron Ponsonby.
He's run well throughout the innings as well. It's the second 2 in a row he's taken down to that backward point region. He's also been pressing mid-on really hard as well for singles throughout. It's his second century of the season. And Ben Foakes got the headlines after his ton at Edgbaston. And all the folk at Surrey were saying Dan Lawrence's century was the show stealer for those there. He batted beautifully well.
The BBC's Mark Church was in raptures about it.
Absolutely.
Thick edge, just bring him the 1 this time. So 43 runs have come since lunch. The scoring rate moving on appreciably. Essex have got 2 balls to pick up the 2 wickets they need for a second bowling point. Surely that can fill you with excitement, Cam.
With Foakes nicks with this one behind, then I'll get myself excited for Jordan Clark's first delivery. I've enjoyed this new point of passion and pride I have.
Yeah, 1.
Well, they're not going to get a wicket off that ball, so barring a very unusual set of circumstances, Essex are going to be confined to 1 bowling point. And Surrey have gone along very nicely since lunch on a pitch that's just starting to show signs of misbehaviour. So I think we are in for a very intriguing couple of, session and 3/4 left today. A wonderful shot to finish the over. A superb flick through the onside. Trademark 4 from Lawrence. He moves to 107. Surrey, 319 for 4.
Surrey's second centurion, and Dan Lawrence. And they've made a little bit more hay post-lunch. Played beautifully, and a popular area for Lawrence to accumulate his runs is through that mid-wicket region. And that is the match situation as it stands. The 90 runs they trail. Here's Matt Critchley. Nasser Hussain alongside me, and they have just picked things up a little.
They have, obviously, with Sibley going and Foakes arriving at the crease, the run rate's gone up. But also Essex have been a bit straight, I'd say, since lunch. Lawrence in particular is very strong through the leg side. And we've both applauded Essex's discipline in this innings, but just since lunch, they bowled both sides of the wicket and on a flat pitch and a very quick outfield. As a captain, that's your worst nightmare.
I thought it was pad first. Stunted appeal. Just shuffling it through a little quicker was Critchley. Looked all bat to me. Maybe the bat onto back pad was the second noise.
Have many turned? Charles, I've obviously been watching last couple of days, but have there been big turn or any signs of turn?
1 or 2 from Harmer, bowling from this Vauxhall end. Bit more air this time from Critchley. But it was more, not sharp, relatively slowish turn. Nothing really to lick his lips about. Maiden over from Critchley, 319 for 4. So just to emphasise what Dagnall Norcross was saying, that now all bonus points cannot, no more bonus points can be achieved since the 110 over mark has passed. So Surrey with their 2 batting bonus points, Essex just the 1. In the moment, Dan Lawrence, fabulous 3 figures from him. A little bit more brisk than Dom Sibley.
Yeah, but not dissimilar. If you looked at a scoring area, they'd be pretty similar. There's the odd drive wide of mid-off, but then there's the bread and butter mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg. They love to clip. He went 3 4s in a row off Porter, quickly got to his 100. And he is someone, actually, in a game that you've got to move it away from a draw somehow. You need batters who score quickly. So Lawrence, for me, is a massive, massive wicket. If he can bat this afternoon, then they will get a lead, and a lead quickly, Surrey. So his job is not done just with 100, simply because of how quickly he scores his runs. And he can go into various gears, can Dan Lawrence.
And this is something we touched upon as Shane Snater from the pavilion end. It induces the edge, but it's just going to evade first slip, although I'm not quite sure it would have carried anyway if there was a second in place. But this is the nature of the Surrey batting lineup, and even in the first game against Warwickshire, the way that they counter-attacked when they were decimated early, the fact that Tom Law's got that 80 and 120 balls, with Foakes with runs and Jamie Smith throughout this season. But you look at that lower middle order and towards the tail, and no problems with acceleration there.
I can tell you, the chat this morning in dressing room, the huddle, would have been just bat normally, bat till tea, and if we can get anywhere near them, then in the last session we will look to kick on, get a lead, and maybe have a little do at them this evening. Have a new ball, 8 overs, you know, as an opening bowler, you'd love to have a little 8 over burst at batters that have been in the field for over a day. That will be Surrey's plan. Get a lead and then try and bowl Essex out cheaply second time round.
Jordan Clark, Tom Laws, Sean Abbott, Gus Atkinson. There's still a lot to do before you even think of
Yeah, I think Fisher averages 17 in first-class cricket, so he's not a bad number 11. There is plenty of batting to come.
I remember watching Sean Abbott score one of the quickest centuries in T20 cricket on this ground for Surrey.
Just the other day, actually, we did one of those film room. I don't know if you're watching the test matches, but we do a film room where we go back to previous games and have a look, and we had Tufnell in, myself and Michael Atherton. And we look back on the New Zealand game here, 1999, my first time as captain. And we had Tufnell, Mullally, Giddins, Caddick as our last four. And Tuffers was in absolute tears watching it back. And the point I mentioned that is how the game's changed. Nowadays, the batting down the order is just so much stronger.
Not just the batting, but also it's quite the fielding trio as well. Mullally, Tufnell and Giddins. Two players who would choose the size 12 over sopping it with their hands, and Tufnell.
None of these relay catches that you see now.
Oh, goodness, no. I bet that was good fun.
It was. Tuffers was in good form, actually. We were nearly, we shouldn't laugh at, well, you should. We were so bad. We were just in tears watching it.
Oh, cat's a little low. Smartly taken by Pepper. Concludes the 112th over, 322 for 4. And also from a, I mean, you've talk about captain managing personalities within their sides, and it's your first series against New Zealand, and you've got Giddins, and you've got Tufnell, and you've got Mullally. all three of whom are. I can tell you they're interested in their randomness.
Yeah.
And you've got to try and conjure a bowling attack out of that.
Yeah.
You've set yourself a little challenge there, haven't you?
I wanted Giddins, actually. He swung the ball.
Oh.
Prolific swinger of the ball. I think he got wickets at Lord's, got a fifer, but Duncan Fletcher wanted pace. Wanted Harmison eventually to that 2005 attack that he built.
I was lucky enough to play with Giddo at Warwickshire, and I would argue there was few more skillful bowlers.
Yeah, he was skillful.
It gave the impression of being, you know, a little bit not away with the fairies. That's not Giddo at all. But just didn't care as much as he actually did care, and the skill of swing bowling.
I'll tell you who else. Tufnell. Same with Tufnell. Tufnell plays the fool, but he is no fool, I can tell you. He knows his stuff.
That's the biggest trick he's played. And similarly with Andrew Flintoff. You know, now and again you just think, oh, he's Jack the Lad and all of that. They are switched on characters.
Nice,
Phil Tufnell is a lot smarter than people give him credit for.
As opposed to you play the fool and you just are one.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I know that people like you are difficult to pick up on certain aspects, so you've got to keep it straight. Big grunt. Nicely done at mid-on, stopping what could have been a couple more. He used to keep a little notebook at Giddins of all the wickets that he'd taken and how he'd taken them, keep it in his kit bag. I don't know if he had a bat or pads or anything like that, but he had a notebook. Clubbed across the line. He's got all of it, and that's gone way into the distance. Into the second row of seating. Picked up very easily. Dan Lawrence to 117, and Surrey to 330 for 4. Well, for a long time, the run rate was hovering around about 2.5, 2.6 runs and over. That's just gone to under 3 now with this acceleration by Surrey on this third day of the Rothesay County Championship match against Essex. Both sides could do with victory. It looks as though Surrey are trying to press home a good advantage and a good point here. Been much more proactive, looking for quick singles, latching on to semi-loose deliveries. We were just talking about Ed Giddins before the break, and the word I wanted to use to describe him was that you could be forgiven for thinking he was casual about his cricket, but he wasn't. I remember at the time our head coach was Bob Woolmer up there, so
brilliant coach,
fabulous coach, just wonderful, and especially one-on-one. He was, and you'll have worked with great coaches throughout your career, spoken to many as well subsequently since retiring. I'm not sure how much you got to speak to Bob.
A little bit, but you speak to other people about Bob and speak highly of him.
He used to wind Bob up a lot.
I can imagine.
I'd get into, oh goodness me.
I think that's part of captaincy and coaching, actually. It's so easy just to pick 11 yes men or yes women when you're picking a side because they fit what you're trying to achieve. But I think sometimes difficult characters, sometimes genius. I'm not saying Ed Giddins is a genius, but you think of Lara, who played at Warwickshire and would often be playing the belfry 9 holes in the morning before the day's play or whatever. And go out and smash 501. Quick single, gets home comfortably. Think of Peterson, you think of Botham, think of Warne, think of those geniuses. They can be difficult to manage and captain and coach, but I can tell you what, when you're 20 for 2 or you need a wicket, they're the ones you turn to. So difficult characters, you have to somehow get them on the right page.
Reminds me of a story of when Devarinder Sehwag was our overseas player for Leicestershire for around about half a season. I think he did a back or something like that and went home eventually. He didn't have a great time of it. He was only a young player, swinging ball, etc. Not quite used to it. But we played a game at Southgate against Middlesex. I was 12th man. And Middlesex got about 600 on a road. Straussy, I think, got a double 100. And they declared after 5 sessions, so on the last session of the second day, Sehwag went out and we were 180 and Sehwag was 160 of them. And he'd hit Jamie Dalrymple, the off-spinner, into the church. There was a church at the bottom of the ground at Southgate, broke a stained glass window. End of the over, 31 for 4. And about 10 minutes before the end of play, as we were licking our lips thinking what he's going to do the next day to this Middlesex attack, he chips one up to mid-on. Quite comfortably chips one up and walks off towards us and walks past our captain, Philip de Freitas, who you know very well.
Good man, Daffy.
And he was our captain, but as you will know, Philip had a bit of blue touch paper about him. And Verinder said, Daffy, I'll see you at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Nice piece of placement. And use of feet as well by Ben Foakes. Just manoeuvring it into the leg side, helping himself to another boundary.
Yeah, it's 2 boundaries in a row. The last ball from Critchley was walloped over wide mid-on for 6 by Lawrence. And first ball of his next over, a little bit more subtle from Foakes, use of the feet, and clipped it on the drift as it came in. Yeah, Verinder Sehwag didn't strike me as someone who played for the close. I'll be there tomorrow, Skip.
The thing was, I was sat on the next bench as that just chipped up, and you could see Philip turn a sort of shade of puce. And all of us, to a man, absolutely raced to the dressing room at the close of play. got the popcorn out of our bags and just waited. Just waited for De Freitas to come back into the draft. Oh, and goodness me, did he tear a strip.
Out of a bloke who got 160.
160. It might have been 140 out of 160, but it was a big 100. Smart pickup, but comfortably home. And we were just there, all naughty, like naughty schoolboys, just waiting, watching the show. But these, like you say, it goes back to this personalities and different types of people who make up an 11. That's what makes the game interesting, and it makes different ideas evolve from these personalities and methods. But as a captain or a coach, you've got to be aware of how to manage them, each and every one. The man who needs a kick up the backside, another might need the arm around the shoulder. It's that type of affair. .336 for 4. So 73 is the deficit for Surrey. 53 overs, a lot of overs remaining today. If Surrey were thinking about having a little 6 or 8 overs this evening, what looking at it, would they have a number in mind of maybe sort of 120 ahead or 150, or is it just see where they are at that period of time, whether it's worth pulling out?
Yeah, but there's no point blocking your. First, you can lose. You can have a little mini collapse. Essex lost 4 for 70, and then suddenly you still only have a little bit of lead. So you still have to be very sensible. You can't just throw it ahead so far and say, right, we'll get 500. Don't worry about it. You've still got to bat and get those runs. But there's no point plodding your way to a lead. This is going to come down to time. They're not going to win this within a first hour tomorrow, whoever. It's going to come down to time, and what you don't want to have is Essex 9 down, hanging on or something tomorrow, and you feel like you've missed an opportunity. Surrey have just played a couple of games and haven't won yet, so if you've got a chance, try and kick on, maybe after tea. I would definitely have 6 to 8 overs. I don't know how you feel about it, Stuart. I speak to Stuart Broad about it. He never likes it too short, 5 overs or something. It's like you can hardly get into your work. You're just finding your rhythm and you're walking off. So if you were going to declare 8 overs, maybe that sweet spot where you have a bowl, but obviously that's a long way off.
Shouts of catch in vain. As work towards mid-wicket. Again, tidy stuff on the boundary edge. I think... can't quite pick out who that was, but I think it was one of the youngsters. Thane, perhaps. Just looking around the grounds as well. Nice to see Hasib Hamid has got some runs finally.
Yeah.
Who's, after being talked about, I think he's got 3 ducks so far this season. Nottinghamshire following on. He's closing in on a half century. Joe Root, 70 not out for Yorkshire. In a game that looks sort of semi-destined for a draw.
Leicestershire going well. I saw earlier.
Yes.
330 for 3 or something, around about that.
343 for 4.
For 4.
So they trail Glamorgan by 97 again. A lot of these games, amazing to say in early April, or late April I should say, but how good the batting conditions are at this time of year. Yeah, Yorkshire 345 for 4 in their first innings. Nottinghamshire, even though they're following on, they only trail Warwickshire by 73 and they're 107 without loss in their first innings. Lancs are struggling in their second innings, even though they lead Durham by 164. 89 for 6 up at Chesterley Street. And Kent on the verge of defeat.
How glorious Gloucestershire going. They've had a really slow start to the season. I think they had like 3 points in 3 games or something.
Well, they're doing quite well.
They are, yeah, I saw that.
498 all out, Gloucestershire, and Derbyshire In response, 235 for 7. So a little bit more to smile about for the glorious Gloss. But yeah, Kent are 146 for 7 in their second innings. They trail Worcestershire 105 runs. Glorious. Absolute perfection from Dan Lawrence. It's been a real aspect of this Surrey innings. They're hitting down the ground from Sibley, from Lawrence. It's as good as it gets.
Yeah, hit one earlier there that was a bit more from outside off and a bit more on the up. This one, an orthodox on drive. Shows what a good pitch it is and what a good player he is. Chance of a big, big 100 here for Dan Lawrence, if not a double.
Yeah, 341 for 4. Yeah. I'm going to say something here that might surprise you, but I'm glad you're alongside me at the moment because...
First time I've ever heard that.
Yeah, well... And the reason I say that is because of obviously the amount of international cricket that you have played and that you cover. And the way we look at England at the moment. Here's Dan Lawrence, who's batting beautifully, and he's a high-class player, high-quality player. Now, of course, that England middle order is probably a very difficult one to break into when you think of, you know, Root and Brooke and Jamie Smith and Ben Stokes, and I'm missing one as well, probably. I've probably missed someone in that middle order, but it is a very difficult one to try and break into. Bowled him. It's kept a little bit low. And on the back foot, Ben Foakes was trying to work it into the leg side. It's not got up how he imagined, and Critchley, his first success.
Yeah, it was a drag down, definitely, and the shot was on, but it did keep low. I reckon around about a third of the way up the stumps from such a short length. We've seen the odd one of the seamer keep low, but to the spinner, that shot was definitely on. Folks will have a look at the replay screen, and what he'll see is a drag down short. Look at that. That is a grubber. Not quite Carl Hooper from all those years ago, but it did keep low. Bad luck, Ben Foakes. 341 for 5.
You could hear it by as well. It makes a really sort of dull thud into the stumps when it doesn't get up, as opposed to the high-pitched click of one that's 2/3 of the way up. So Jordan Clark strides purposefully towards us. The end of Ben Foakes, who made 33 from 59. 341 for 5. And Lawrence still there. But my point being is that we've looked around the country at those who are making early season scores, and James Rue is a name that's mentioned, and here's Dan Lawrence and Jamie Smith. The one player I'd missed out was Bethel, who is obviously over at the IPL at the moment. And so what do you say? Because obviously Rob Key and whoever will become the selector, as we see the reverse angle of the one, you can't quite see how low it's kept, but the position that Foakes got into tells you all you really need to know. So if you're whoever the new selector will be, but if you're managing director, do you keep in contact with these sort of players and sort of say, look, just keep churning them out? You never know what might happen with an injury or a lack of form, because the one spot that England do need is an opening batter, and those who are getting the runs are not necessarily in that spot.
It should just be a given for me. You go away and you play for your county, and you give your county as much due respect as you do for England. So they made you the county. So whenever I went off and played for Essex, and I was out the England side for a very long time, it wasn't like, woe is me, I'm out the England side. It's, I play for Essex. I'm playing with Graham Gooch and Mark Waugh and Alan Border and these sort of cricketers, people I used to climb over the fence at Valentine's Park to go and watch. You play your best for them, because if you don't, you'll be axed from them. So
my point is, if you're Rob Key, are you still conversing with players like this, or I'm not putting this all on Keezy, but you're just
I think your focus is on players who are playing, and the focus is on players who are very close to the side. And I know there was Liam Livingston made some comments, did an interview about his conversations with Rob Key. and also players you leave out. I do think you leave people out in the right way. You tell them, communicate with them why they've been left out. It's not an easy thing to do as a captain or a coach or a director of cricket now. Tell them why. But I remember players, I used to watch them actually as a captain, the ones you do leave out, how they go and react. You know, Graham Thorpe, I think, was left out once by England. Came back here at the Oval, got a shed load of runs and came straight back in, and they never left him out again. So, not till right at the end anyway. So, just see how they react to being left out as well. If they go back and churn some runs or get some wickets, it's a good sign. Saw Kevin Shine the other day talking about Josh Tongue. Josh had bowled again very well for Nottinghamshire, and he made that very point. Josh Tongue doesn't go to play to Notts for getting practice for England. He goes and plays for Notts to get wickets for Nottinghamshire. And that's got to be your attitude. A wicket in the over for Critchley. It's 3:44 for 5.
It's been the same over the first 2 days. Lots of sun hats, some protection on the skin, shirt sleeves. It's glorious cricket watching weather. No better place to do it as well. Here at the Oval. And they'll be particularly enjoying the locals. Surrey making hay. Really have just pressed a little harder on the accelerator since lunch. Yes, they've seen the back of Ben Foakes. Jordan Clark, who got off the mark in the previous over, has joined Dan Lawrence, who's seeing it very nicely. 65 the deficit now. Essex have been out there for 117 overs. The bowlers have done a lot of hard work. Porters and Cooks, Snaters, done a lot of miles in this innings. And Ben Foakes might feel a little aggrieved with the dismissal, the one that's kept low. That's the first real one that we've seen grub a little bit. He's a powerful man, Jordan Clark. There's not an ounce of fat on him. Yeah, here we go. Not a great deal you can do.
Dan Lawrence at the other end just telling folks that it kept a bit low. I think he knows that.
As if somehow that'll ease the pain.
It does actually. You go off and you always look down, you always think you get an absolute jaffa or an unplayable delivery. You go back and you watch in the dressing room an England game or whatever, county game now, they're all streamed, and you put it up and it's just a straight ball that you missed or something. You're praying, like, come on, it must have done something. I mean, even club games now are streamed. The old days of going back to your old man and saying, how many did you get? Oh, 10. I got an absolute jaffa. Nowadays they're all watching. Oh no, you didn't get a jaffa. Actually, you chipped it to short mid wicket. Or
Yeah.
could not think of anything worse than your club games being streamed. Oh,
Caught at deep extra cover and walking back in, going, "No, I got a good one."
got a good one
Yeah.
there today. Can't do anything about that. Well, actually, here's footage on social media.
Yeah. It's especially the case in the club game because everybody enjoys it.
Nice, Nate.
3:45 for 5. Yeah, because of the advent of now camera phones and these frog box machines and the videoing, streaming of club games and no matter how random an occurrence happens, whether it's a dodgy run out or someone slips or a drop catch or whatever, it is lovely. And these things, looking at actually, I've never thought of it this way, but looking at the broader spectrum of these things that get put on social media or go viral for everybody to enjoy, and the cricket community almost comes together,
yeah,
don't
depends.
they?
Not quite everybody.
Not for the one who has done it, but...
There was a good one of it, a slightly elderly gentleman who was stood at slip, and there was a nick to him and he dropped it, and he was distraught. And the next one, nick again, and he caught an absolute blinder. It was one after the other. I do like watching those clips. That is proper grassroots cricket, or the run out. I used to love a run out as a batter, so the run out when they're both at the same ends, or there's one where the bloke hits it in 6 into his own car. And that will all kick off again soon. I know they've had some warm-up games and practice games, so good luck to everyone starting on their club cricket journey this summer.
Yeah, I echo that.
Who was your club, Daggers? Who did you play for?
Many clubs, mate, as you would expect. If I got a $5 extra, I'd move that season.
The Nick Knight of club cricket.
I can tell you, originally it was British Aerospace and the Bolton Association, and then at 16 moved to Heaton for half a season, then to Horwich, and then I started proing. So once you start proing, then that is slightly different in the leagues. It started at Astley and Tilsley Collieries. It's as glamorous as it sounds. 30 quid a game. 25 overs on a Saturday and a Sunday, one spell, mate. Just one.
I was Clayhall and Ilford. I played Clayhall, that Terriers Cup, where it was like pairs cricket. And then, as you say, once I got in and around the Essex squad and contract, they said you had to play in the Essex League. So I had to move to Ilford. Ilford who played at Valentine's Park, where Essex used to play, don't play anymore. Always wear a box in the outfield at Valentine's Park. Always.
No, there was, Ilford, Colchester, Southend.
Yeah. Leighton, that was before my time, Leighton. They played.
Oh, it's a super shot. Really is from Jordan Clark. Almost took it off what seemed like the top of off stump, but he played it so late. Fairly races away.
Yeah, and in context that he'd seen one keep low to Foakes. So if it's keeping low, you can drag these onto your stumps, but actually just cut it nicely behind square on the offside.
Oh, Clark picks up another single at the end of the over. So Essex continue to try and get more wickets. It's 354 for 5.
Very different pace of play this afternoon session. Surrey racing along now. 82 runs scored in the 17 overs since the lunch break. Dan Lawrence now 122 not out for 191 deliveries. Jordan Clark with him in the middle. 12 off 13. Surrey 354 for 5, trailing Essex by 55. Noah Thane to continue from the pavilion end. I'm Yaz Rana, and with me for the next 8 or so overs is Cameron Ponsonby. Cam, are you surprised that we've only seen 4 overs of Simon Harmer today? Simon Harmer, one of the very best finger spin bowlers in world cricket. Had a brilliant series in India over the winter. Brilliant record for Essex over the years. We're 119 overs in to this Surrey first innings. He's only bowled 15 overs and just 4 overs today.
Wait on!
Yes, in a word. Especially when they Essex have most recently turned to Matt Critchley from the Vauxhall end, got the wicket of Foakes, where that ball stayed low. I think with that variable bounce at play, that'd be all the more reason to potentially turn to Simon Harmer. He bowled 11 overs yesterday in total. And while he went wicketless, I personally thought that he was looking dangerous, looking like something may happen, a wicket may occur. Dom Sibley was looking to reverse sweep against him. Father and son enjoying their ice creams there. And why not?
Wait on!
We assume everything's fine with Harmer. I haven't been told anything otherwise.
Yeah, the Essex seamers have done a lot of work. Noah Thane into his 17th over. Pulled. Aerially. But it falls safely. And I'll come back for 2. But it's that main trio of Porter, Cook and Snater who bowled 78 overs between them, which is a lot of bowling.
That is a lot of bowling. They allowed their own new ball in the 2 overs time.
I spent the first 15 or so minutes of the afternoon session outside cam, round about where the deep mid-wicket boundary is now, with Thane bowling to Clark. It's really quite warm, quite a lot warmer than I thought it was.
I enjoyed Surrey's social media post to advertise people coming down to the Oval over the weekend. Was just the Oval, bright blue sky, and 2 graphics of 21 degrees, 19 degrees. Done. Come on down.
Well, the fans in this afternoon have been treated to some really exciting cricket. Lawrence really going through the gears since lunch.
He's ticking a bit here, Clark. 356 for 5. One of his second deliveries, second or third balls, he cut to backward point from Critchley. I was furious with himself. Noah Thane just getting a feel of his hamstring. Bit of a consoling arm around the shoulder from Dean Elgar as well. Don't think anything too serious. Yeah, Clark there, when missing out on that ball that snuck down the leg side, told himself off a little bit. I think these two at the crease. There's the potential for them both to be very destructive. I think for the first time in this match, apart from a tiny period at the end of day 1, you might rather be Surrey than Essex.
Critchley, not Harmer, to continue bowling spin for Essex. Yeah, Clark coming into this round in good form with the bat. 71 runs in good time against Leicestershire in Surrey's previous fixture. He doesn't tend to hang around, does he? There's a violence to the way that Jordan Clark bats. Physically imposing batter. I was having this conversation with Dan earlier today about how under the batting side in a position like this where you're going strong in response to a significant first innings total, there's a danger in almost getting greedy too early in terms of when you might want to put the foot on the accelerator, when actually if you're behind, you're still behind. You need to make sure you gain a significant first innings lead before you worry about time too much.
We've got a long time left in today. I mean, we only just ticked over past the halfway mark of the day. I think this over. 96 divided by 2, 48. Pretty pleased with that. That's fine. Well run again by Dan Lawrence. He's been really good between the wickets throughout this innings. 358 for 5. But they've added a substantial amount of runs to their tally today. They still have the time to potentially get to a lead of 150 for being generous by the end of the day. So that'll give, well, that'll be a lead of 100, beg your pardon, because another 150 runs. Having just congratulated myself on my maths, I've got myself in a real pickle. They can score 200 runs in 47 overs, and that'll be a lead of 150, and then they can have a bowl tomorrow. There you go.
Obviously a long way to go, but that innings run rate of 2.96 isn't really what they've been doing since the lunch break. Since the lunch break, it's been closer to 5s. And if Surrey were to score at 4.5 to 5 runs and over, you are right, they will be able to get a lead around the 150 run mark by the close of play. Clark's bat gaining a bit of attention at the moment.
There's a lot of duties you need to do as 12th man. That's Nathan Barmel running on with the tape and scissors.
Still no sign of Harmer. Open up this morning before Essex took the second new ball. 4 over spell. Not seen since. There's Clark again. Throws his head back in frustration. Suppose the degree of frustration that he's displaying, Cam, suggests how quickly he wants to get moving with things this afternoon.
Well, he's 15 off 22. It's all okay for Jordan at the moment. But he's ticking.
How he runs this time. That will fly away to the fine leg boundary. 4 more to the Surrey total.
We've seen Thane drift down the leg side on occasion today. There's 4 more leg byes to the total. Hopefully that'll assuage Jordan Clark a little bit.
No!
Surrey will hope that they'll be able to score more freely this afternoon with more overs and miles in the legs of the Essex bowling attack and the fielders. Been out there for a long time now, so had to fight and battle really hard for a lot of this second innings of this match. Dom Sibley's 101 coming off 395 minutes at the crease. Notable that with both the first and second new ball, Essex bowled with more threat, you'd say, than the Surrey opening bowlers did with the new ball. Really disciplined bowling. But Surrey were able to blunt the Essex threat, more or less.
Yes! Hit Jazz!
Good piece of fielding from Allison at mid-on.
There's almost been Essex's punishment for bowling well as they've been running out of time as a result. There hasn't been a massive amount of movement off the wicket. We've seen some variable bounce. So with Essex staying disciplined and Surrey, especially through Dom Sibley to begin with, reticent to take any risks, we find ourselves in this position here.
Lawrence unable to get that cut shot away, and again, you can sense that there's not loads of pace in the pitch for the batters to work with as much as the bowlers. Lawrence and Clark, a few moments of frustration between them over the last 10 minutes. I guess the other thing over the last couple of days, Cam, is that the signs of inconsistent bouts have almost teased us. There have been some signs. The odd ball has popped. The odd ball has kept low. And with the exception of the Matt Critchley dismissal of Ben Foakes, those balls that have kept low haven't been straight. And though the odd ball has leapt off a length unexpectedly, there haven't been that many of them. If we see more inconsistent bouts, that is a way in which this game could accelerate forward too.
Well, Simon Harmer is still on the pitch. He's there at cover. I guess it's become a slight fascination for this half an hour on commentary, but we are wondering why he's not bowling.
There was one ball that Sam Cook bowled with the second new ball that was almost like a 75 mph leg break. Driven aerially, but falls short of long off. And you might look at that ball and think, well, hang on, if Sam Cook's getting that ball to move laterally that much, then surely the spinners be interested.
Yes! Tries a hit!
Well, this could be a chance here. Yeah! Direct hit. But Clark makes his ground. But I almost watched that delivery and thought the opposite. Sure, there was deviation off the pitch, but it was so slow. And I guess that is part of it too. Spinners want to see turn. They want to see energy from the pitch, and I guess that's not something that we've seen loads of today. Have a look at that run-out chance again.
I guess the overs you could suggest could have fallen more in the direction of Harmer are those 18 overs delivered by Noah Thane. He split 10 of those overs across Harmer and Critchley. We've seen a bit more variety in the attack.
4 runs off the over. Surrey 3-6-7 for 5. And it'll be Noah Thane to continue from the pavilion end. He's charged in hard. 18 overs, yet to take a wicket. He's been the quickest of the Essex seamers on display over the last 2 days.
We have an Essex player who's just left the field. He was doing a long old walk round the boundary. He's wandering up to the changing room. So we'll keep an eye on that. But at the moment, Essex just in a bit of a holding pattern, waiting for something to happen. Thane's had this field for a long part of the afternoon. 1 slip in place and 4 fielders out on the boundary, square of the wicket and behind.
Talk us through the field plan, Cam. Why do we have 4 boundary riders, 2 of whom are behind square on the offside?
Well, it's a 5-4 field, so Thane and Essex are looking to stay very straight. You're covering mid-wicket quite tight, so you've basically got protection. Your stock ball, there shouldn't really be a run scored off it because you're only blocking it forward into the ring. If you get a bit wide, a bit short, you get tucked away and the boundaries saved.
Oh. Put down by Noah Thane, but that was a tough chance. Drilled straight from Lawrence, low to Thane's left. He got down to it, but couldn't keep the ball in his left hand.
It would have been a spectacular catch, and that stings for Noah Thane. Both literally and physically. And that one slip he does have in place, Paul Walter, he's now moved across to a second slip, where one chance did go through earlier on in this innings. He'd previously been at first. Oh, have it again.
Very next delivery. It's not a chance, but it's another firm, straight drive from Dan Lawrence that Thane stops with his left hand.
Well, it doesn't look like he's split his webbing, so it's bruised more than anything. I wonder if this will be shorter from Thane, just so it doesn't come back at him.
That is shorter. And it's a wicket for Thane, as telegraphed by Cam. Thane drops short. Lawrence takes it on. And he pulls it straight to Sam Cook. A deep square leg. And Lawrence finally departs for 125.
Well, I don't think it's how Essex would have planned on drawing it up. The old two palm stingers for Noah Thane, including a very sharp caught and bowled chance. It's followed up by a shorter delivery, which in fairness, Dan Lawrence has absolutely walloped. It would have gone for 6, would have gone for a flat 6, but it's picked out Cook on the boundary, and Thane has a well-deserved wicket to end a very fine innings from Dan Lawrence. A century against his former club, his boyhood club. And he walks off with 125 to his name.
Yeah, real fine innings from the Surrey number 5. The Surrey faithful show their appreciation, especially after that lunch break. Came out all guns blazing, moved this game forward. Surrey have had to work really hard to get into this position. Now 3, 6, 7 for 6. They trail Essex by 42. Tom Laws is the new man in the middle at number 8 for Surrey. It's had a good year with the bat so far, Cam.
A very good year with the bat, and it's a noticeable change that Surrey have kind of shoved him up to number 8. He's often been in that kind of mess of all-rounders they have here, because he was the youngster coming in. He often batted lower. And I think this year they've decided, well, we think we've got you for at least a strong block of cricket before the international summer and probably beyond. We're going to give you an opportunity at number 8.
Yeah, some batting depth that Surrey have. Gus Atkinson with a test match 100 to his name, Cam. Carter to come in at number 10. Sean Abbott still to come at number 9, we think. Matt Fisher is a more than handy person to have in at 11 too. But yeah, Laws, someone who actually almost made a name for himself more for his batting than his bowling initially in the professional game. Had a very good one-day cup with the bat a few years ago. Defends first ball. It ends a wicket maiden. Surrey 3, 6, 7 for 6. But as you say, Cam, often batting at 10 in that stacked Surrey batting order. And I suppose as well, it's a difficult one for a player to find their tempo. Someone who's probably, if you're someone like Tom Laws, who in the one-day cup was batting the top 7, if you're good enough to do that as a teenager in professional cricket, you've probably been batting in the top 7 all your life. And then adapting to essentially being a tail ender must not be the easiest thing in the world.
Well, you're correct. Tom Laws' List A average, so in one-day cricket, is 41 from 12 innings or 12 matches. First-class cricket sits at 19, 18.97 to be precise. But we'll give him the .03.
to Essex's credit, actually, over the last 25 minutes or so, Cam, they have just restricted the run scoring a little bit. It was close to 5 runs and over for the first 12 or so overs after the break.
Oh!
That is not very far away at all. Beautifully bowled by Matt Critchley.
Well, Laws hasn't picked that. If he has, he's very brave. Googly first up from Critchley to Tom Laws.
There's an element of the reaction from the Essex fielders giving a sense to Tom Laws that it might be closer to the stumps than it actually was.
Well, it worked on me.
Wait on.
Another tidy over from Critchley, just 1 run from it. Sorry, 3-6-8 for 6.
Looks like Noah Thane's going to carry on from the pavilion end. He's picked up his first wicket. He's toiled hard for it. Those figures are pretty kind to him. Well, that's the wrong phrase entirely, but he's gone at an economy of 3. When earlier on in his spell, he had been trying a few things out and had been a bit more expensive, so he's reined that economy rate down a little bit today.
Sometimes think that economy rates should come with notes in brackets right next to them to explain the context of an individual's economy rate. Carved in front of point. Critchley briefly lose sight of where the ball is, but does well enough to prevent the boundary. Yeah, it's a good point in that Thane has been tasked with doing something different to what the other Essex seamers have been trying to do. Snater, Cook and Porter. The game plan's pretty straightforward. Bowl tight areas, target off stump, just outside off stump. Predominantly operate with a wobble seam. Thane's been the one who's tried slightly different things. He's used a short ball, he's bowled more Yorkers than the other Essex bowlers. More conventional feel now for the new batter Laws. We were going to get 2 slips in, but Simon Harmer has just been removed from second slip to a short mid-wicket. Paul Walter, the sole slipper, standing at a conventional second.
It was a good fielding change from Essex. Almost worked immediately. Tom Laws popping the ball in the direction of Simon Harmer at short mid-wicket.
All bit of confusion. Appeal, but eventually Laws gets back into his ground.
I think Surrey have got away with that there. The throw was floaty. It ended up being right behind the bowler's arm where the ball was picked up. Tom Laws fancied the one. As soon as it beat the stumps, he was interested. Jordan Clark, none at all. Well, maybe Tom Laws. He got back at a canter, so maybe he felt more comfortable, just like that googly from the previous over.
Short, he takes it on, and he finds the boundary. Laws off the mark with a 4. Thane trying the short ball again. But this time a slightly less risky shot for Laws. There's just one man out on the leg side at the moment.
Well, I don't think Thane will be dissuaded from going to that short ball again. It wasn't the most convincing pull shot from Tom Laws. Got him 4 runs. Trust the process, not the results.
Have a look at the mix-up between Laws and Clark a few deliveries ago. I see what you mean, Cam, with a throw. It's not as flat as it might have been.
I thought they might have used the wicket there, kind of throw the ball hard into the pitch. Going to skip on and not lose too much pace.
Nearly beats Clark's defence. Ends an eventful over. 8 runs from it. Surrey 376 for 6. Been impressed by Thane, Cam. He's managed to maintain his energy throughout the innings. He's bowled a lot of overs now. 20. And the youngster rewarded with that breakthrough of Dan Lawrence. A couple of deliveries after Thane himself dropped a very tough caught and bowl chance off his own bowling. Joe Root's just fallen for 96 at Headingley.
Oh, I thought you were about to tell me he scored a century.
Laws uses his feet. Doesn't get hold of it, but will pick up 2.
Still a beneficial return to cricket for Joe Root. I imagine that'll be his first game since Sri Lanka, the white ball tour.
Yeah, that's right. It's a very good ODI series. I must admit, I don't remember that ODI series in great detail. Uses his feet again, Laws, and this time he does get hold of it. Runs away for a 2-bounce 4. Early signs of intent from Laws.
Well, Laws is on 11 off 12 here. On the one hand, he's off to a fast start. On the other, I think Essex feel in the game. He's offered up, well, they weren't opportunities, but 2 misplaced shots. And that was his first real sign of aggression, where the ball went where he was intending it to go.
And those signs of aggression prompting a couple of field changes for Essex. Mid-offs drop back 10 or so yards. Uses his feet again. Oh, it's a missed opportunity. Pepper behind the stumps. Can't take the ball cleanly. And it allows Laws to get back into his ground. Beautiful piece of bowling from Critchley. Does Laws in the air. Left alone by Laws. Another eventful over passes Surrey 382 for 6.
So 9 overs to go till tea, and Essex in that last over missed an opportunity to break this partnership. Perhaps delivery a little bit too spicy for Michael Pepper behind the stumps.
Oh, Dan.
Hello, Yaz.
Hi, Dan.
Did you not anticipate that?
I didn't actually, because I thought you were going to do something.
Oh, Cook beats the bat again. He's been pretty luckless. 25 overs. He's been there or thereabouts throughout. He's just picked up the 1 wicket. Let's take a look at this stumping chance. He's come hurtling down the wicket as Tom Laws, and he's just Pepper hasn't been able to hold it. It has spun a touch. There's encouragement there for the spinners, which might give encouragement to Essex in a potential 4th innings. But they've got to wrap this one up first. Oh, and that one just keeps a bit low.
I'm surprised at how little of Simon Harmer we've seen today, Dan. Just 4 overs at the very start of the day, and we haven't seen him since 11:30, pretty much.
Strange, isn't it? Because we've seen a bit of dust every now and then, just starting to develop, especially from the Vauxhall end.
Do you think it's something to do with the pace of the pitch and the pace of the turn?
Yeah, might be a bit of that.
Yes.
So he's getting slower and lower, isn't it? You can see that ball just crunching into the bottom of the bat. Hard for the batters to time it, despite the pugnacity, the aggressive intent that Surrey are showing here, because they are. Look, there are scenarios in which Essex can win this game still, without a doubt. They mostly would revolve, though, around Essex getting bowled out, because for them to do a really sporting declaration to give themselves enough chance, as we see the balcony there, that's outside the committee room at the Mickey Stewart Pavilion. Yes, for them to be comfortable in setting a chase. You can hear the bat plinking on the ball. That they're going to need, well, be unlikely that they would declare with fewer than 270. And to get to that, even if they were to bowl Surrey out here before tea with the scores roughly level, to get to that you're going a fair way, even a bit beyond lunch tomorrow, and then you're running out of time to bowl a side out. So their better chance of winning is if the pitch can deteriorate and they get bowled out themselves. Slightly perversely. For Surrey, they still do have an opportunity here if they can get this tail to wag, and there is, as we have to remind everyone, a man with a Test match 100 batting at number 10. If they can get a lead of 60, 70, 80 and prize out a couple of wickets this evening, then that could bring a bit of jitters in to Essex's 3rd innings. That's the more likely route to, well, what is termed a positive result. I think draws are very positive occasionally. End of the over, just the 1 from it. 8 to go till tea. Surrey still 26 behind.
Not to return to one of my hobby horses, Dan, but I just think the point system doesn't incentivise bowls declarations at all, especially in a game like this where both sides have had to fight really hard to get to where they are. I think over the last half an hour, I think we've seen plenty of examples of both sides possibly being a little bit frustrated about the conditions. You've seen Clark in particular, who's 23 or 36, so going at a decent lick. Multiple occasions showing his frustration and not being able to get the ball away. There's not a lot of pace in the pitch for both batter and bowler to work with. So if you're working so hard to get yourself in this game, making sure you don't let the opposition run away with it, you've got 8 points for a draw. Are you really going to risk losing those 8 points?
So what do you want? 3, 4, something like that?
Well, it was 5 a few years ago.
Right. Critchley's going to continue, by the way. So still no Harmer.
I do think we need to rethink the bonus point thing, especially with... I understand why the move was made. If you go the other way, that might lead to pitches being too spicy, potentially.
Which at the moment we're crying out for.
Exactly. No, exactly. Exactly.
The balance is so hard to find, isn't it? So hard.
I think especially when we play so much of the season in April and May.
Slapped into the offside, but there is a sweeper out there.
And I think we've had enough seasons in a row now since the introduction of the 100 where we've broadly had the same structure to a summer where we have 7 or so rounds before the first test of the summer in June. We do know that in April and May, it's actually a pretty good time to bat.
Well, April definitely. I think there is a little nuance in May, actually, because I think the increased warmth does actually create a little bit more jeopardy. But definitely right. The first 4 games have been run-drenched. They haven't made for terrific cricket. The pitches aren't quick enough at this time of year to encourage bowlers. But then we get this age-old argument, which is, we're trying to prepare bowlers for difficult test match conditions on good pitches, and the best bowlers will thrive. Look at Josh Tongue. Point of difference bowlers. And although in a first-class competition with 18 teams, it's unlikely that each county is going to have a point of difference bowler, perhaps.
I completely see your point, and someone like Josh Tongue stands out, but do we need to have so many days of potentially turgid cricket to work out that Josh Tongue's quite good?
Yes.
And I'd argue, actually, that bowlers like Josh Tongue, they show that they're good on any surface, really.
Yep, I think that's also a fair point. I would also, though, question the idea that there is sort of absolute agency in all these matters.
Yeah.
So we are kind of imagining that the world is designed by a knowing creator, in this case the groundsman or ground staff. And indeed there are a fair few groundsmen out there who do behave as if they do sense a certain amount of divinity. And that whatever's in that looks pretty divine as well. That is one heck of a picnic. Wow. That is the definition of being prepared, wouldn't you say? I think that fellow was a Boy Scout in his past. He's got all the food groups.
Is that all for him? He's going to have a great afternoon.
Although I can't see a bottle of wine in there. I think that's mustard. I think I saw some mustard. He's mostly covered everything there. Fruit, mustard, the lot.
That's a great shirt. Retro Essex shirt behind Laws.
Two Essex fans in there. They're going to check the ball again. It's got to go through one and not go through the other. We don't know which one's which. That has gone through. I don't know why it takes quite as long. Oh, no, it's stuck. Now, when it's shown performatively stuck like that, umpire Jack Shantry, I think, is now going to demand a replacement ball. It's 49 overs old, this ball. It's not done a great deal. You can understand why Essex wanted it changed. But to get back to the groundsman discussion, we sort of think that, I don't know, Alex Stewart could say to Lee Fortis, Lee, we want a fast, spicy track which will provide good lateral movement, and that somehow he can whip one up. Well, these pitches on this square, they've been around for a long time. They've got a lot of traffic on them. They get used a lot. You can't just conjure them up out of nowhere. And we've seen across the country people have posited things like drainage, because excellent drainage has come into a lot of counties, but especially to test playing counties, because that allows for, when there is rain, to get enough cricket played on a test match day so that the paying punter can see enough cricket, and also, crucially, the insurance companies don't have to dole out loads to... when I first started watching cricket back in the 70s and early 80s, you got a thunderstorm and that was probably it. Nowadays, you see a thunderstorm at Lord's, and indeed here at the Oval, Edgbaston, and it disappears.
Well, they played through a thunderstorm at Edgbaston in 2023, more or less.
They did. Don't remind me. Yes, I remember Ben Duckett getting out just as a giant black cloud was unleashing hell over the Holly stand. But my point being that there are a lot of factors at play here, and I don't think it's as simple as just being able to manufacture and order the type of cricket that you might think is perfect and ideal.
I completely agree. And there are so many variables as well. The different temperature, this time of year, how much rainfall there is.
Partly why we love the game.
Partly why we love the game. But also I think the margins are so fine in how we judge a pitch. I think a lot of people who watched the Surrey-Leicester game, or actually crucially didn't watch the Surrey-Leicester game and just saw the scores, might have had an impression that it was a completely dead pitch throughout all 4 days. And I don't think that was true, despite Surrey scoring 500, Leicestershire scoring the best part of 700. On day one, you had an international adjacent batting lineup in Surrey against a side with not much Division 1 experience in Leicestershire. And then on day two, you had a Surrey attack. And I think there was something there for the bowlers to work with on both sides. A Surrey attack that, by Surrey's own admission, both by Jordan Clark on day 2 and Gareth Batty on day 4, that was off the mark, with also a particularly short boundary. So if you weren't getting things right, you were really punished. Surrey also dropped 7 or 8 catches across that Leicester innings. And also when you throw in the fact that I think this Surrey attack isn't quite where it was 2 or 3 years ago.
Missing key components. Worrell, a younger Roach.
Jamie Overton,
yeah. A points of difference bowlers we're talking about. All 3 of those.
I could completely see how on exactly the same surface 2 or 3 years ago, it's a very, very different looking scorecard.
Yep. A rare short ball from Cook. 74 miles an hour, though. He's into his 27th over in this innings. The bowler's getting a little bit tired. Yes, I mean, it's a complicated, I don't want to call it a debate, discussion, really. I would just urge people not to assume that everything is designed to be this way and that there are quick and easy fixes. That's been thumped away through the covers. That'll be 4. Laws breaking the shackles. The last ball of the over. And taking Surrey to within 20 of Essex with 6 overs remaining. A bit of width through the hands at it, Laws. He's been in good touch with the bat so far this season.
It's also worth remembering that these things are cyclical, and actually fairly minor changes to the regulations can provide quite major changes to the type of cricket that you do see. Yesterday, there's a discussion on commentary with Athers and Cam, and they were talking about the 12 uncapped players, or the 12 players who have the best batting averages in the county championship who don't currently play for England. The 12 of them average more than 40. If you go back 5 or 6 years, basically no one had a career average over 40 that was outside of the England team.
Well, the ball is a variable that we have not discussed, and it was very easy for everybody to point the finger at the Kookaburra ball because there was a sort of very clear causative link between massive scores and the Kookaburra ball. But Duke's balls have changed as well. They're not just one size fits all. We had that 2022 season when everyone became vexed by the ball going out of shape. But before that, I think back to the Jimmy Anderson heyday when you remember, like, there was a year when the first half century scored by an opening batter in the Test series was the last Test. I think it was KL Rahul, the Oval. And there were some pretty good opening batters in that series, not least Alistair Cook. And those balls were delicious. And you remember that when the ball was changed in 2023 here, there was the suggestion that it was
an old batch,
an old legacy batch from the heyday of dark red cherries. And we don't really litigate the ball case quite so much. So who knows? Who knows which one of these variables is most responsible? I would say the single most important variable, is the players.
I would argue, though, that has the player group changed that drastically in 5 years to provide cricket that statistically is
Well,
different?
Surrey's bowling group has changed a little bit, and it's also aged a little bit. So there is a bit to look at there, perhaps. And teams are allowed to, go through these phases. And they've adopted different approaches, haven't they, these two sides? Surrey went quite aggressive with their lengths, bowling in the ways that they were used to bowling, and Essex have gone metronomically defensive in a way. A single to end the over. 4 singles on it. 393 for 6. So 5 overs to go before those spectators can grab a cup of tea. Well, they can do it any time they want, but if they want to watch all the cricket. If you're not quite sure of the rhythms of County Championship, tea is taken on the first 3 days when there are 32 overs remaining in the day's play. So you can see from the bottom of your screen there, 37 still to be bowled.
The discussion on balls I find really interesting because it became a talking point last summer again. And I found it quite interesting how, from the outside at least, it looks like there's minimal jurisdiction over something that is so fundamental to the quality of the cricket that we have.
It really is, isn't it? I mean, there's so much jurisdiction over a pitch. We started this season with a new regulation on that. And you're right, on a ball, it's a very sort of opaque thing. Dukes have got the contract, that's it. The balls arrive. We did in 2022, but that was because they were undeniably substandard. Then we had those fabulous theories as to why. Was it the quality of the grass that the cows were eating? Do you remember all that? I mean, that was fabulous.
That was great stuff. My colleague, Ben Gardner, he thinks it's as simple as, especially last summer, it was a particularly warm summer.
Mm-hmm.
It is just as simple as leather expands in greater heat.
Yeah, most things do.
Exactly.
Mm.
And he thinks it's just as simple as that.
What, so they're bigger in the hand when you bowl them?
Bigger in the hand, get softer, and therefore more easily go out of shape.
So the balls that are made for India and South Africa and Australia are designed more with that in mind. And start, do they start smaller?
Different manufacturers though, right?
Different manufacturers, yes. But so are they made with that in mind?
Presumably. I don't know, but I do find it very interesting in that the type of Test cricket that we've seen in England, not even county cricket, Test cricket we've seen has changed quite a lot in 5 or so years. In the last couple of weeks, I've heard a few people ask, why isn't Jimmy Anderson in the England team? He's still the best bowler in the county championship. And Test cricket in England and Australia is almost the opposite of what people think it is stereotypically, in that Jimmy Anderson had a really tough final summer as an England player. In 2023, he averaged 85
on very
in
difficult
the Ashes,
pitches
on
to
very,
bowl on.
very difficult pitches to bowl on. Pitches you wouldn't necessarily describe and think of as being your stereotypical English pitch.
Sorry, we've only just had this replacement ball, and that was a duff one. Get us another one. That must have been from the 2022 batch. I think that one's lasted 2 overs. Now, it's obviously not 2 overs old. It's supposed to have started roughly 49 overs old. But they picked one out of the box there that's no good.
Do you reckon they accidentally put an old one that should have been discarded into the box?
Or 78 over old ball, and the last 2 overs have just done for it. Yeah. Don't know, but start again. Yes, I mean, you're absolutely right. But part of that, again, has been pitches, hasn't it? We've got so used now to the test pitch at Old Trafford just becoming impossible to force a result on. Actually, Edgbaston as well, you want to bat last because, as England found out, they cost in 2023, bowling a side out even when you're on top, bowling out Australia on that last day was just becoming impossible. Didn't even bother taking the new ball from memory. Lords can sometimes be terribly difficult. If you don't get the overheads, then it's really, really tough to get wickets. Trent Bridge has been a more entertaining, perhaps, road, but it's been, again, not somewhere that, like in the past, where you've seen sides getting skittled at Trent Bridge. That's not really the modus operandi now. And Headingley is another one that gets better and better and better. So that profile of pitches being best to bowl on day one and gradually improving has been standard across the country. And the Oval is no different, which takes me back slightly to my original, or one of my original observations, which is about the drainage and about how the marquee places have wanted to make the user experience better, but in so doing have perhaps made it harder for ground staff to create sporting wickets.
How far back do you think you have to go to notice this change?
I don't know about. I would say about
2018 is the most memorably bowling heavy summer, I'd say, in recent memory.
Yeah. Maiden from Cook ball that keeps ever so slightly low, dug out by Laws, 393 for 6-4 overs till tea. We say all this, and yet at the same time, two of the most scintillating Test match series that you could wish to have seen have taken place in the last 3 summers, 2023, 2025, 2-2-all draws. Now, the narrative of the games, I would say, were really fun if you just looked at them in terms of the numbers. If you just checked the scorecards. But for those of us who were there to see every one of them, it wasn't scintillating cricket. It's really odd.
I specifically with the England-India series in 2025, I'm adamant, as someone who watched every ball, that was a much better series to follow than to watch.
What do you mean to follow as like wicket alerts
on your phone,
or whatever?
On your phone, and you tune in for the epic finishes, of which there were a few.
Critchley's continued bowls a no ball, which is something of a crime for a leg spinner. You're right. You're right. It's a weird one, isn't it? There are great moments in there. The end of both tests in London. Thumped along the ground up to long off. It'll just be the single.
I think it's interesting that I'm almost surprised it's not a bigger talking point. And I suppose the quality of those two series in that 3-year period means it isn't hugely pressing because the product has been pretty good.
And the grounds have been full. And the tickets have been
costly. In
costly.
those 2 series, yes. In those 2 series, yes.
Yeah.
But
it'll be an interesting summer, this one, won't it? To see how that plays out. Because with the best will in the world, this is no disrespect to New Zealand and Pakistan, but it's an even-numbered year, and the way the cricket calendar works is that England tend to host the sides that don't have the biggest draws in even-numbered years, because that's when Football World Cups and Football European Championships and Olympics take place, so there are competing attractions in the summer.
Yeah, one thing that I'm concerned about in the long run is the frequency in which the non-Big Three teams tour. We've also lost a test match a summer. So if you go back 7 or 8 years, the 15 years preceding that, you had 7 test matches, men's test matches every summer. And there's generally a 4-3 split or a 5-2 split between the 2 series. Now you have 6 per summer.
Short. Carved away, but well stopped on a boundary. They will get back for a couple. So 6 runs from that over. Surrey closing in on 400 with 3 overs to go till tea.
So you either have series summers like you'll have in 2026, where you have 2 3-match series, or you have summers like we had in 2025, where you have a 5-match series that is preceded by a one-off test match. It means that teams like Pakistan and Sri Lanka and West Indies don't tour as frequently as they used to. So Pakistan are touring as a test side for the first time in 6 years this time round. When Sri Lanka came in 2024, that was their first time that they toured England in 8 years. And I think it's a real issue in terms of generating interest among casual cricket fans, is they just don't know who are coming over because they don't remember them. So Dhananjay De Silva, the Sri Lanka captain in 2024, was 32-year-old, played 65 test matches, had never played a test in England. How is a casual cricket fan supposed to know who he is, know his story, or be invested in Sri Lanka? We used to have a really good routine of these teams coming every 4 years. And we've lost that. And I really worry for, what's the hook? Even you talking to someone who's a mate of yours who might be a casual cricket fan, they ask you, Dan, what's the cricket that I should watch this summer? Why should I watch it?
Well, you've got Matt Henry, you've got New Zealand. You've got one of the most unsung sides in world cricket. The side that Bazball kicked off against. Will it be the undoing of Bazball? Will Bazball come full circle after cutting its teeth in 2022? Will Matt Henry and New Zealand do for Brendan McCullum? Will that do you?
Well, it'll work on me, Dan.
Yeah.
I can't wait. Now I can't wait. But to a casual cricket fan, I look at someone like Rachin Ravindra as one of the most exciting young players in the world. Yeah. He's 26 years old now. He's only played 20 test matches. And he's been an iconic name, I'd say, for the best part of 3 years now, since he scored that epic 100 against England to kick off the 23 World Cup. I think it's hard for casual fans to be invested in test teams that aren't the big three at the moment. Obviously, there are the odd outlier stories. So South Africa, their run to the World Test Championship final in 25.
But I was going to raise exactly that, as that ball has plinked, made the most horrible sound off the bottom of Tom Lawes' bat. I would recommend he gets another bat. But that's actually highlighted the whole point of it, hasn't it? That South Africa made that run, which was sort of went under the radar. I mean, in the midst of that run, they sent a sort of third team to New Zealand. Got through to that final. Great game of cricket. Brilliant. Aidan Markram century. And then, of course, the news broke that, well, South Africa didn't have any test matches planned for their own country, let alone abroad, for quite a long time. And so if the world champions are hidden, can't be seen. I mean, the last time they came was also the first Bazball summer 2022. Last time they came to England. They won't be coming next year, because that's an Ashes year. I haven't checked the Future Tours programme. Presumably they're due in 2028, but there will be 6 years between visits.
And it was 5 years before their previous visit in 2022 as well. So,
and there used to be, incredible rivalry, England, South Africa. Great Alex Stewart series when he was skipper. Michael Atherton and Alan Donald. England captains resigning left, right and centre after being beaten by South Africa.
Specifically Graham Smith, South Africa.
Yes, he sent a few England captains do, Lally.
But I'm really worried about the health of the international red ball game. We were talking downstairs earlier about the West Indies first-class competition. In 2026, the entire competition comprises of just 11 matches, one of which has already been abandoned because of a poor pitch.
And when you think of the storied rivalries between, say, Barbados, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Stands tall. Good bit of fielding at point. Probably saved, well, at least 2, possibly 3 runs there. But a single to finish. And Surrey bring up their 400. The deficit's now down to single figures. We've got 2 overs to go till tea. You imagine they'll get pretty much up to parity. And then, well, I think the destiny of this game, or at least the future narrative of this game, will be very much determined by whether or not Surrey can move on quickly after tea and get a substantial lead, or whether Essex can peg them back and get batting and survive unscathed through to the end of the day. That is ahead of us, as is, by the way, Nasser Hussain and Charlie Dagnall, who will be discussing all things World T20, all of which you can see on Sky, as well as the Test series that we've been talking about against New Zealand, which begins at Lords on the 4th of June. Matt Critchley is going to bowl the last over from the Vauxhall end before tea. 2 overs to go is the last over from our end. And that starts on the 4th. And then Pakistan, late the season, begins in August, finishes in September. Mid-September, with 3 more Test matches. There are 6 men's Test matches this summer. There is a historic women's Test match as well at Lords, which promises to be a lot of fun. Next year there will be the World Test Championship final, as well as the Ashes, and are England playing a one-off against anyone? Ireland, perhaps? Afghanistan? Is that?
I'm not sure if anything's been confirmed yet. Two catches in very tight on the offside. Simon Harmer, a straightish short cover. It's Dean Elgert to his left at short cover.
Manages to squeeze that between the two. I mean, that's through the eye of a needle, that.
I still can't believe, Dan, it's 5-4. We're 63 overs into the day, and Simon Harmer hasn't been seen since 11:30.
Well, I was bemused when Dan Lawrence wasn't used. And he came on and took 3 for none in 7 balls. That's got through, and it's going to go down to the deep backward point boundary. 4 for Clark. Surrey are close to parity now at 407 for 6 at the end of the over. Just 1 more to go until tea. He's played that delightfully late. Picked his spot to the left of the backward point fielder. And we're now 1 over shy of 8 sessions. 16 wickets have fallen. For there to be a result, well, there needs to be at least another 10. Right. Paul Walter is coming on. Tall Paul Walter. We haven't seen anything of him either. It's slightly confusing, isn't it, that you would expect when 135 overs into an innings and only 6 wickets have gone down, that the best off spinner in the land has barely bowled, and now a man who started his life as, well, a bowling all-rounder really, Paul Walter, who also gives you the advantage of being a left armer. His first ball has been punched off the back foot though. He's going to pick up a couple of runs to bring Surrey level with Essex. That's what the applause is from around the ground. There'll be another one when they get 1 more run. Because also there's the footmarks that might get produced by a 6'7" man thudding his size 15s into the ground.
How quickly do those develop, though?
Yeah, I know.
Can you just get him on for 1 over and
well, we
hope
saw
for the best?
Leicestershire doing that as a plan, didn't we? When they had Josh Hull here, and it was almost like it didn't really matter what Josh Hull bowled, because it was all about the spinner bowling at the other end. Just wang it down, Josh. Doesn't matter where it goes.
Not sure how the bowler must feel about it. We want you to bowl, but not because of what's coming out of your hand, but because of the effect of your big boots on the turf.
He's pulled that away through mid-wicket. Takes Surrey into the lead. It was a slightly stiff delivery, that, from Paul Walter. It came with a bit of a grunt as well, and it's 69 miles an hour, short, and easily pulled away to the short side by Tom Laws, whose good vein of form with the bat has continued. Surrey into the lead. It's been a curious day in a way for those. Oh, now then, that has popped a bit. Gone down to deep third for a single. For those of us trying to work out what this pitch is doing, there was a bit before lunch when Sam Cook bowled, and I thought, hello, this is happening. And there was a bit of dust as well. And then we've seen some balls keep a bit low. And Critchley's wicket, of course, which was a bit of a mully grubber, a gazunder, so they say in Australia. But it hasn't resulted in a clatter of wickets, whether that's because it's happening slowly or whether in part that's also because the Essex bowling attack have been toiling away now for 135, nearly 136 overs. Crunched out to the sweeper. One ball to go before tea. And it's set up for a bit of a thrash after tea, wouldn't you say, Yaz?
Yeah, I think now that Surrey are in the lead, I think we'll see them look to be aggressive. But that said, I think we've seen signs of aggression throughout this afternoon session, and sometimes that's produced quick scorers, quick scoring.
Full toss, not put away. End of the over. That will be tea. 32 overs remaining in the day. Surrey have got into the lead. They have started that session on 371 for 4. And so they have managed to add 271, I beg your pardon. They managed to add 144 in 34 overs. So going at a pretty decent nick, over 4 and over. I'll take a break now for 20 minutes and no doubt be discussing tactics, working out what to do. Surrey have got themselves into a position from which it would be unlikely for them to lose. Let's see the tail of this tape. 3 catches for Pepper, a couple of centuries there, 101 for Dominic Sibley. He anchored the innings after the loss of those 2 early wickets in partnership, initially with Pope and then with Dan Lawrence, who played a rather delightfully flamboyant knock of 125 before he was eventually caught on the boundary by Cook off Thane. Ben Foakes was the unlucky man to get the gazunder from Critchley, but Clark and Laws have gone well since the loss of that 6th wicket and will be looking to go large in the last session. 2 wickets for Porter, wicket apiece for Cook, Snater, Thane and Critchley. We've hardly seen Simon Harmer, as Yaz Rana has been saying. 15 overs bowled in total, just 4 today. Those seamers have done the bulk of the work, especially Sam Cook. 29 overs, and look at those economy rates. They really have stuck to their task manfully, have Porter and Cook. So at tea, well, 409 Essex made in the first innings. Surrey have edged ahead. They've got a lead, a slender lead of 6, but with power to add in the final session. We're going to take a break. On the other side, Nasser Hussain and Charlie Dagnall will be discussing England Women's World T20 selection that will be coming up very shortly.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? All right, Gilo, just tell us when we're back from the break.
Deggers with Nasser, pitch side here at the Oval, speaking women's T20. Cool.
Someone just needs to cue me, all right? And
The ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026 is almost here. 12 teams will battle it out over 33 matches across England and Wales in pursuit of T20 World Cup glory. The ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026 begins June 12.
That Women's T20 World Cup starts on June the 12th. England, as the host nation, kick us off at Edgbaston with the game against Sri Lanka. Charlotte Edwards, in the last few days, has said that it will be the hardest squad and team she's had to select in her time, both as a domestic coach and an international coach, because of the strength in depth in English women's cricket. They do have to select that side and name it this week. Charles Dagnall is our selector at this tea break. Do you agree with Charlotte? There is a lot of strength in depth and hence a difficult squad to select.
I agree in part. I think it is a difficult squad to select. I think there is a lot of strength in depth in English cricket, but I don't think it's necessarily as hard as she might be making out. And the reason I say that is a lot of that depth and a lot of what we have seen coming through actually hasn't had a great deal of international experience. And given the fact that the 50-over World Cup was not long ago, then soon after you've got a T20 World Cup, you're probably leaning towards the players that you know rather than actually throw in players who haven't got a great deal. They've got the talent, and maybe there's an argument to say that they should have been playing international cricket earlier. It would be an argument that I would be quite vociferous on. However, they're not. And I think she's going to go with more of what she knows.
That's the key question for me. You can imagine her and Lydia Greenway and the skipper sitting down and going, we've had these core of players that have underachieved for 3 or 4 years. Let's be honest, for the talent that they've had. You think of the Ashes, multi-format 16-0. You think of World Cup semi-finals, etc. They've struggled. Do you stick with them or do you go to the youth? Do you go to Davina Perrin? Do you go to Tilly Courtine-Coleman? Do you make changes now, or for a big World Cup they needed to have had some caps before you make those changes?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what you do, and I would argue if you had a time machine that would be a lovely thing, because I would have wanted to have seen Tilly Courtine-Coleman, Davina Perrin. I want to see Caris Pavley. I want to see other players who have just sort of knocking on the door, and we've seen performances. Kira Chatley is another one. We've seen performances in the 100 in the women's domestic competition that have warranted that, but they haven't actually had that international experience. And so do you then say to them and throw a young player into a home World T20 World Cup where there's a lot of pressure on, and you say they've not performed over the last 3 or 4 years. They've not performed over the last 10 years, Nas. This is one of the best resourced and well-paid teams in world cricket, if not in women's sport, and they've only had 1 World Cup to show for it since 2009. So my argument would be that the pressure really is on. And actually, a minimum here is not just a final. You've got to go and win it. This is a home World Cup.
Is that a very English way of looking at it, though, in that you think of young Suryavanshi, there's talk of him we're talking about in the men's game. In other parts of the world, they don't really care about age. They don't care about the amount of caps. They will throw them in. Young Davina Perrin, who we saw get a magnificent 100 here in the Eliminator. Brilliant 100, 40-odd deliveries. They would throw her in. You don't think they will?
I don't think they will. I'd love to see them do that, and I think I would be thrilled to see Davina Perrin. And I think there is sort of a little debate, a small debate about the top of the order, because I think there are certain players, I've got 7 of them who are probably...
Who are your definites? Who's not worried about the phone call? I'm going Nat Siverbrunt. She's not worried about the phone call.
Nice one, Nat.
She might be making some, but who are the other 6, in your opinion, that are just certainties?
Yeah, I've got Danny White-Hodge at the top of the order. I think she is a dead cert, and she's in pretty good touch as well. We've seen her score runs in the Metro Bank this year so far. Heather Knight, Nat Siverbrunt, Amy Jones is 4 of them in the top order. I think Charlie Dean, Sophie Eccleston and Lauren Bell. And Lauren Bell, for me, best opening bowler in World T20 at the moment. You just have to see how she did in the WPL, and she was one of the main reasons why the RCB managed to pick up the trophy for a second time. So they're my 7 definites, and then there is a sort of cluster of players who are probably going to make up the rest of those, depending on which way England want to go. Now, they might want to play 3 seamers, 3 spinners. They might want to go 4 and 2. And so that's how I envisage England picking 4 players from a possible 5 and then having a couple of replacements just in case.
Who is your spare keeper? Say Amy Jones rocks up, morning of the game, tweaks a hammy. Who is your spare keeper in the squad?
I'm picking Tammy Beaumont. as your spare keeper because, again, of experience, and Kira Chatley sort of knocking on the door. Bess Heath has been knocking on the door for quite some time. But of the players that we know that are around, are you going to lean towards a home World Cup and having that experience and the pressure and someone who's been there and done it? I don't think she's a first teamer in the T20 side. I know she wants to be one, but I don't think she is. But someone who can come in, you know what you're getting from Tammy Beaumont, and someone who can take the gloves over Kira Chatley, who's had one good year in the 100, let's be right, and it was hugely impressive last season for the London Spirit. No, I think they will probably go with Tammy Beaumont.
And the bowling attack in the 50 over World Cup, recent one in India and Sri Lanka, they went with 4 spinners with Sarah Glenn to back up the other 3. How are you going here? Are you going 3 spinners or 4 spinners?
I think they look a better side with 3 spinners. I really do. And one thing that they have shown is Lindsay Smith taking overs in the power play, and that takes a little bit of pressure off Sophie Eccleston. You can then use her in different facets of the game, especially as a death bowler, because I think she's one of the best death bowlers in the world. So I think you've got that sort of Danny Gibson, Arlott, you can go with Lindsay Smith. Alice Capsey can bowl you some. You've got Nat Siverbrunt who can bowl. So they've got lots of different options. And I think Sophia Dunkley will open the batting with Danny Wyatt-Hodge. But then you've got a couple of sort of spares, if you like. And do you go with, from a bowling point, Lauren Filer or Izzy Wong? I think they'll go with Izzy Wong, just for the fact that she's a 3-dimensional cricketer now. She batted 3 in the women's final day in the Vitality Blast, got a half century in the semi-final. She's a big game player. You've seen her. She rises to the occasion. She's played in big occasions in the WPL and for England. So I think they'd probably lean towards, she's a gun in the field, they'll lean towards Wong rather than Filer, who really just gives you that extra bit of pace, a luxury pick if you like. And then on the batting front, you look at Freya Kemp, and I think one thing that England do have a complete lack of is left-handers. Now, I'd rather see Freya Kemp bowling. She hasn't bowled in a long time due to injury. Is she good enough to get in as a batter? Probably not in the top 5, but maybe she's got the strength and the power to get you quick runs in the middle order. What do you think? Anyway, I mean,
well, I'm just going to say, Charlie's thrown a lot of names at you there. Let's have a look at who Charlie Dagnall thinks that England will pick. This is not necessarily his 15, but this is who they think he will pick. It's Tammy Beaumont, Sophia Dunkley, Heather Knight, Danny Wyatt-Hodge, Amy Jones, Alice Capsey, Charlie Dean, Danny Gibson, Freya Kemp, Nat Siverbrunt, Em Arlott, Lauren Bell, Izzy Wong, Sophie Eccleston and Lindsay Smith. One name I want to pick up on there is Danny Gibson.
Yep.
You've been raving about Danny Gibson for quite some time. She's had some injuries. She went for big money in the 100. What do you like about her as a cricketer? She's made a fabulous start for Somerset this season. And in fact, sometimes when you go for big money in something like the 100, all eyes and all pressure is on you. And like the week after she got that signing in the 100, they were away in South Africa in an England camp. And she put in a performance. She's come back and put in a performance, or 2 or 3. Mm-hmm. That's a good sign, isn't it? She's a good cricketer.
Oh, she's a really good cricketer. And I look at numerous different things, not only just the qualities that she has with bat and ball, she's fit, she's strong, but also the temperament as well. And I talk about big match situations. You remember Danny Gibson in the Women's Ashes a couple of years back at Lords and having to see through a game, and that's exactly what she did in a tense battle. Have you got the temperament for the big occasion? I go back to the WPL last year, not the one that's just gone, but the year before that. Hadn't played a game, and then Deandra Dottin went in the hamstring, I think it was, and then she was asked to come in, open the batting, open the bowling, hadn't played a game, and that was in the eliminator. Got 40 odd, bowled beautifully, and is a gun in the field as well. That is the kind of cricketer that England need to be sort of building around and sort of injecting into their sides. I think she offers a lot, does Danny Gibson, and she'd be one of my first names on the list because I think she does give you so many different dimensions. She can bowl the she can bowl your new ball, and she's slippery as well. She's got a little bit of pace, so great to have her back bowling, and again just an added bonus for Charlotte Edwards and for Nat Siverbrunt.
Well, you talk about those two came back in on the back of that 16-0 drubbing, and things were spoken about: fitness, fielding, lack of left-hander and a few other things. Let's go through some of those. First of all, fitness.
Yep.
Do you think we are now seeing a fitter England setup?
That remains to be seen. Look, the matches that they went and played, those inter-squad matches over in South Africa. Now, this is one of my worries, and it has been for a long time, is that there's not enough cricket played. They've gone and played an intra-squad. Well, there's not a great deal on that. If you fail, it's not the end of the world.
They didn't play every round of the Metro Bank Cup as well at the start of this season.
And again, I don't want to keep banging on about that, but the domestic, the domestic structure was put in place for that very reason, and to actually go out. There is nothing better than time in the middle, taking catches that mean more. We're taking Charlotte's word for it on the fitness front and how much their fielding's improved, and she knows that those were areas that they needed to improve on dramatically. The proof in the pudding is in the eating. We will see how they shape up in the early part of the season. They've not played a lot of cricket since the World Cup. Over in India, the 50 over World Cup, they have not had an international. Yes, they've played a bit of franchise stuff over in the WBBL. That's not everybody, though. And then these intra-squad matches, and then you've not played any domestic cricket. That is a concern to me.
They have got New Zealand before the World Cup. Another one, the lack of left-handers. I remember being in the 50 over World Cup, and Charlotte texted Tash Farron before the Sri Lanka game. Sri Lanka had a lot of left-handers, and asked Tash to come into the nets to shadow bat. So you've got Freya Kemp in there. It's not just having a left-hander yourself for matchups. It's bowling against left-handers. You're suddenly playing Australia. You've got Mooney, you've got Litchfield. You have to practice bowling against left-handers. You've got Freya Kemp in. Is that just because she's left-handed or because she can hit down the order?
I think it's both reasons. You need, I think, having that point of difference. Bowlers love bowling to the same thing over and over again, same type of player. But having the fact that she can find the boundary in those middle overs, those finishing overs, I think is something that England will want to take advantage of, and Freya Kemp can do that. We've seen that. She's a power hitter. But there is also an element of actually, we are going to face up to a lot of left-handers. So you mentioned too, there's Smriti Mandana, and there's so many in world cricket at the moment, and England don't possess that. I mean, time over again, I mentioned someone like Karis Pevley. I'd like to have seen her in the setup. I think she was seriously good cricket, offers three things, bit of left arm spin as well. So look, do I think, and I mean, do you think that England are actually going to, how far off do you think that side that I think they will pick is going to be?
I think it's pretty much going to be that squad, simply because they haven't given some of those names you mentioned, the likes of Perrin, the likes of Tilly Courtine-Coleman, enough caps to get into suddenly you're in a World Cup semi-final. England's chances, couple of final questions, what do you think?
I think the semi-finals, I think they will get there. That's not a problem. I think a minimum for that. I genuinely do believe this, and I don't think I'm over-egging it. I think they've got to win it. I really do think they've got to win it. They have the talent within the side, and if the fielding and fitness has come on, as Charlotte Edwards has said, there is no reason why they can't.
And who do you think are favourites? Because it's been odd. India went to Australia in T20 and won. And then India went to South Africa and got hammered recently, even though they won yesterday. But South Africa went to New Zealand, beat South Africa. So they're all beating each other. Australia, the out-and-out favourites.
Yeah, they are. And New Zealand are the holders, though. And I don't know if they're going to make that much of an impact. Just watch out for India-Australia, mate.
Well, one good omen for England is that they've won all 4 home World Cups, whether it be 50 over World Cup or T20 World Cup. They are 4 from 4. So I really look forward to that tournament, and we look forward to this last session. Who's upstairs? Cameron Ponsonby is with Dan Norcross.
Thank you. Thank you, Nas. And yes, it's going to be a really thrilling tournament, that. Very much looking forward to that. Here, as we enter the final session of the third day, this is where we are at the Kia Oval. Essex bowled out for 409 back on the second day, and Surrey, well, they've got into the lead. They've crept into that lead. They've taken a little while over it, but centuries from Dan Lawrence and Dominic Sibley, with able support from the likes of Ollie Pope and Ben Foakes, and now with a wagging tail, they've got into a position from which they will look to put some pressure on Essex in this last session. Try and get some runs quickly, maybe even look to get Essex in before the close of play this evening. The cloud covers just built up a touch, not such that the lights have to come on or anything of that sort. We can still see slightly milky shadows of the players as they walk out. Tom Laws there with Jordan Clark. Cameron Ponsonby is alongside me. It's been a game for the connoisseur. It's been a game that suggested we might need 5-day county cricket in April. And it's also a game that might finally deliver us the side of Simon Harmer. It's taken a while for him to bowl much today. Bowled the first 4 overs of the day from the Vauxhall end and came off at around about 11:27. And now, nearly 5 hours later, he's coming back on to bowl, mystifying his absence has been.
Well, I spoke to one of the Essex staff members downstairs just to check that he was okay.
Oh, did you? Done some proper journalism?
I did, occasionally.
You do that, don't you? Well, you are Young Journalist of the Year.
It's been a great day for my great week for my PR even.
Well, I saw a whole bunch of fans came in and they asked for autographs and all sorts.
I remember it well. But he said as far as he was aware, Simon Harmer was absolutely fine. Just thought that perhaps they wanted the ball spinning away from the right-handers. But he was correct. Simon Harmer has been fine and he's now returning to action.
He is, and he's going to start from around the wicket, which, if there's turn there, could be a dangerous angle. Jordan Clark on strike. Starts straight away by accessing that gap. There's a huge gap between point and a sort of wide-ish mid-off. So he's able just to ease the ball into that gap. Now for Surrey, let's do some scenario building. Let's do it because it's fun. Essex, of course, will be hoping and expecting to bowl Surrey out. But 20 overs at 5.5 and over would get a lead of around about 120 and would give about 10 overs to bowl this evening. With a new ball, 2 bites of that cherry. People often talk about that and how much they want it. 10 overs tonight, then the next morning, that ball's still nice and hard. That might be the plan. It's slightly more important when you don't have 5 seamers to have 2 bites of the cherry. The problem when you have 5 seamers is that it's not really clear who is the leader of Surrey's attack, isn't it? In the absence of Worrell. Atkinson, possibly, because he's got the most test experience.
Well, truth be told, I feel like I've fallen for this one before.
Do you?
Where we think a team, whether it's Surrey or the opposition, will declare late on day 3 to shove the opponents in for a bat. And it rarely happens.
Well, Laws has just played out those last 5 balls, just a single off the over. Yeah, well, indeed, because the other scenario, which I think is entirely doable, is if Essex don't bowl Surrey out, and Surrey found themselves to the lead of 100 or so with 10 overs of the day to go, is they'd look to extend that lead to 160, 170 and then declare overnight. Then Essex have got themselves a bit of a pickle, because in reality at that point you have to bat probably over 80 overs, because even if you get a lead of 100, even if you're going at 3.5 and over, 114 overs with 10 wickets in hand, you're able to fling the bat. And Surrey have got some very explosive players in the likes of Jamie Smith, Dan Lawrence, Ollie Pope, as well as this lower order that likes to fling the bat. It's going to be spin at both ends. Critchley's going to bowl switching ends to the pavilion end. Picked up the 1 wicket today, that of Ben Foakes, with one that kept alarmingly low. It's one of the few balls that's really misbehaved. There was a little passage of play when the ball was around about 15 to 25 overs old, 3/4 of an hour or so before lunch, when batting got suddenly very tricky and Dom Sibley was got out in that phase of play. But the pitch has sort of threatened to have a hissy fit and has then been mollified at various points today. It's like the dummy's been put back in it. The odd toy was thrown out of the pram.
Well, I think that's your most likely scenario, the one you laid out, where Surrey bat the day, have themselves a lead of 140, 150, and then go, right, very simple equation, you have a bat tomorrow and we'll try and bowl you out.
And one of the reasons for that is the bigger the lead, the more dispiriting it can be as a batting side, because you've got to get ahead and then you've got to keep batting. But also, Surrey don't lose 2 overs between innings, which would be another part of the equation, because if they declare overnight, of course, there'll be 96 overs in the day. 50 partnership up for the 7th wicket. There have been a fair few 50-plus partnerships in this match. 84 balls, 14 overs, so around about 3.5 and over. Surrey will be looking to up that rate a little bit, you would think, in this session. Against a tired bowling attack, you would imagine. We talk a lot about how the England team, dynamic as they are and exciting and thrilling to watch, don't really put overs in their opponents' legs, never really get to the point when they're bowling at dispirited bowlers. There are a couple of exceptions, that extraordinary pitch in Pakistan when Brook and Root, oh, that's been beautifully put away. Played it so late, did Clark, and played it really well. Found the gap to the left of backward point. 4 to finish the over, 4:22 for 6.
It's lovely. Snatches it right out of Michael Pepper's hands. Just a late cut from Jordan Clark. We'll see him get right back deep in his crease.
As John Arlott once said, that wasn't played late so much as posthumously.
Ooh, lovely.
Yeah.
He should have been a commentator.
He should have been. Spent all that time being a poet and a policeman.
Now, I adore Simon Harmer's run-up from around the wicket and his kind of curvaceous drift in front of the umpire, and he turns around right. He's a real favourite of mine, Simon Harmer's.
I believe the feeling's mutual, especially over the recent award.
I don't think that makes sense, but it's
Well,
fine. I don't think I'm a favourite of Simon Harmer's.
Yeah, I think you are.
Oh, that's good news.
Get yourself an interview with the great man as soon as you can.
I've spoken to him on a couple of occasions. I spoke to him when he was in the airport. Is it airport lobby? Airport. Where you were kind of waiting to get on a plane.
Boarding gate.
That's the one.
Yep.
And it was just after he'd finished. He'd beaten India for South Africa.
What a series that was, albeit abbreviated.
And he was still entirely giddy. You could see, you could kind of hear and sense the adrenaline coming through the Zoom call, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, maybe beating India in India is quite fun.
Oh, that's wondrously thumped straight back past the bowler. It wasn't a million miles from Harmer's left hand, but it was going way too fast for him. And there, I think, aggressive intent on show again. He is a man who does enjoy his victories. I remember seeing him after Essex won the T20 Blast in Birmingham some years ago. So we watched this again. Great use of the feet. No chance really for Harmer. He's a very fine fielder, but he wasn't going to get to that.
I just noted Harmer had come wider on the crease that delivery. And potentially gave Laws the cue. He's going to have a bit more of an angle to work with because the ball would be less likely to be straight. So you have to straighten enough to challenge the stumps.
He's taking his pace right off, 47 miles an hour. That last ball. Dot to finish, 4 off the over, 4:26 for 6 for lead, 17. This partnership growing. Yes, and he was visibly very delighted at that as well. And I like that. I think that's the idea, isn't it? That when you win, you enjoy it.
It always irks me when players...
Are you easy to work?
Occasionally. When players talk about not wanting to get too high or too low. I don't know, get
as high
really
as
high as possible.
Yes.
Enjoy the victory.
Absolutely.
Maybe don't get really sad when you lose.
Yes.
But it's nice for things to matter.
I mean, there are times when the Aristotelian mean can be left alone. And I think when you win, yeah, that's one of them.
Can you talk me through the Aristotelian mean, please?
Well, it's that the virtuous position can be found at the midway point between two extremes. So bravery and sort of foolhardishness and cowardice. Oh, that's beaten everything. It's beaten the lot. It's kept a little low as well. It's running down to the boundary. It's going to be 4 byes. Horrible one for the keeper to take. Signs of Signs of genuine turn here. That's drifted onto off stump and kept low. That had scuttled on, thudded into pad. It would have been very difficult to play. It's a bit fortunate there, Jordan Clark, that actually it spun past his outside edge.
Yeah.
Just be the single. There's 2 fielders out straight on the boundary at long off and long on. So basically,
Can I interject quickly
Yes.
just to remind myself? I believe virtues come in pairs.
I think that's also true. I can't remember the exact. I
Okay.
can't remember all the pairs. But basically, you've got. As we see that again, it's a nasty ball. We've seen a few misbehave, but none of them really coming in clusters, which is why only 16 wickets have fallen in the best part of 3 days. So yes, you have foolhardishness at one end, and you have cowardice on the other. So somewhere in the middle is the virtue that is bravery.
Oh, lovely. Okay.
You see? So don't dig too far in one direction or the other is the idea. Which is all well and good, but you're right. When
a
you've
bit
won the
dull.
T20 Blast, I think you just go large and have fun. 2 more to the total, and the Surrey fans are obviously delighted at that milestone as Surrey bring up a lead of 24. People here operate in base 12. I can't work out any other reason for it.
It was a peculiar round of applause there.
It was end of the over. It's not a partnership milestone. I mean, unless you count 66, and neither player had made it to a half century, but it was appreciated. But that lead of 24, with power to add. Essex are fast getting to the point, and they may be at it already, where the only way they win is perversely by getting bowled out. And sooner than they might want to be. There's various doors open and close around the Kier Oval, somewhere near our microphones. Looking at the ball again. Now this ball has been... The first ball is a long, long time ago. Then it was changed for one after 129 overs. That ball lasted 2 overs, was changed again. Theoretically, there's a third new ball available in 20 overs, but not sure Essex will be looking to take that. Oh, smashed straight back at him. And he's got to go, Laws. That's a really sharp grab from Simon Harmer. There was such little celebration there for a moment. I wonder if it was a bump ball, but no. It's really sharply taken by Harmer off his own bowling. Laws using his feet, but whacking it firmly straight back at the bowler, and he's picked up a wicket at last. Surrey lose their 7th. Laws goes for 36 for 34 for 7.
Well, I'm with you. I assumed this was a bump ball, given the lack of reaction from Simon Harmer. It's really cleanly struck by Tom Laws. Straight back into the massive hands of the South African off-spinner. And it's another peculiar wicket for Essex. The dismissal of Dan Lawrence. He played the most wonderful pull shots, incredibly flat and incredibly powerfully. But unfortunately, there's a man positioned on that boundary. And those are the rules of the game if the opponent catches it.
They are.
You've got to go.
Well, you had the Ollie Pope caught and bowled as well. They found ways of taking wickets. Brings Sean Abbott out to the crease, who likes to give it a thump. He got that, was it the equal fastest T20 Blast 100 here at the Oval?
Equalled Andrew Simon's record?
I feel you might be right on that.
Because I think there was the Australian link, and I think Simons was a childhood hero of Sean Abbott. So it was all connecting.
Let's take another look at this wicket, because it was all a bit low-key, wasn't it? Advancing down a bit of bottom hand, whippage, but somehow he's picked out the bowler, and Harmer, who has great hands, you often see him at slip catching flies. Well, this one, much to Tom Laws's dismay, as you can see him hiding his face behind his bat. Went straight to the bowler. The field has come in now for Abbott. We've got a slip, 3 in the ring on the offside. Long on his back, but he's a good 15 yards inside the boundary. Couple saving one, and one slightly deeper at mid-wicket, but still saving one with a firm shot and deep square leg. Just slightly stopped Surrey in their tracks there, so we're looking to get on with it after tea. There's no real peril for them, having got into the lead with just a day and 27 overs remaining in today. But if they're going to force a result, you fancy they're going to need a reasonably substantial lead up towards 3 figures, if not beyond. End of the over, a wicket taking over for Simon Harmer. Where has he been? 434 for 7.
I think you've seen the challenges he's having to come up against in these few overs he's bowled after the tea break, where he's not been challenging that outside edge at all. Where he'll be really dangerous from around the wicket is if there's a bit of pace in the wicket. He can both get the ball to grip, so he's challenging the inside edge, and also occasionally skip on, where that slip comes into play.
Well, there's still no sign of the leg slip, which is his quite a frequent dismissal for Harmer, but the pitch hasn't got the pace, it hasn't got the bounce for that. Now, how will Jordan Clark play now that a wicket's gone down? Is there going to be a period of consolidation before going again? There are fielders out on the boundary at deep backward square, almost a long leg really. A fairly square mid-wicket, long on, long off. Given! Well, 2 wickets in 2 overs. Umpire Jack Shantry raises his finger. Clark's got to go. And Essex have their 8th. Surrey 434 for 8.
Well, that ball has just skipped on off the surface. Looked a pretty good shout on first viewing. And I must admit, when the appeal was going up, I was trying to work out what was wrong with it. Umpire Shantry took his time.
Oh, yes.
Maybe pitching outside leg. That's the only potential doubt in my mind, but it looks pretty straight otherwise.
Well, what we can certainly say is it's not going over the top. And it did straighten, so I don't think it's going down. And I think umpire Shantry just took a little while to litigate the case and then realised that there was nothing to prevent him raising the finger. Clark goes for a well-made 43. Surrey are running out of wickets now to get any kind of lead. And we're getting ever closer to essentially a 1 innings game played over around about 120 overs or so. Brings Gus Atkinson to the crease. A man who has got, what has he got? A test century.
Does indeed.
Batting at number 10. Quite the flex from Surrey there.
Oh, beg your pardon. I thought you were saying he got his test century at number 10. I was like, no, he didn't.
No,
Was
but
that
he's
number
batting,
8?
Yeah, he's batting at number 10 for Surrey.
That is correct.
England's number 8 bats at 10. England's wicket-keeper bats at number 3 and doesn't keep wicket. They could use some runs from this partnership. Both capable batters, and I'd tell you, watching Matt Fisher last season, he hung around in a couple of important partnerships. So Surrey will still be hopeful of adding another 40-50, if not more. But for Essex, that's just what they needed after tea. Because a lead of over 100 would start to get a little bit concerning. It may yet. The pitch is showing signs of doing something. But as I've said, it's not been particularly a consistent something. Slip in place straight away for Atkinson. And the field is still well spread for the new batter. Still got a deep mid-wicket, a long leg, a long off, and a deep point. He's going to get underway straight away, rather fortuitously, with a thick inside edge.
I imagine there'll be some nerves gone for Atkinson. 4 months without a bat feels like a long time.
Yeah.
4 months without a run either.
Yes, it's almost a sort of inevitable corollary, yeah.
That does make sense.
One does forget that, though, that you always focus on his bowling and think, but actually, walking out to bat for the first time as well. Abbott is underway. It's quite a tight single to start with. But both batters now off the mark. We'll just take a look at this LBW again. See where it pitches. Well, it might have snaked outside leg stump. I don't know.
Oh, snake.
I could give the umpire the benefit of the doubt there, actually, because it was morally out. It was hitting the stumps. End of the over, 4:36 for 8.
He says he thinks he was in.
The perfect way to spend a Sunday. Fast food, cricket, milky sunshine. Surrey have lost a couple of wickets since tea. First Laws, then Abbott to Harmer and Critchley. Spin doing it. This is why you just wish this game had another day in it, don't you? It makes you think what they might do on a 5th day. Well, they might yet do it tomorrow. Time will tell.
I was thinking of Atkinson's batting. Laws is probably having the season that was denied for Atkinson because of how quickly he ascended to the England team. There was high hopes around Atkinson's batting, and if he'd been more around at Surrey longer, they might have been minded to give him this opportunity at number 8, which Tom Laws is getting. But a tap on the shoulder from Brendan McCullum, and you're going to go off and bowl, and so your batting doesn't necessarily develop the way he might have hoped it would have at the start of his career.
Yeah, he's still on the honours board at Lord's, though, isn't he?
He is indeed. Well, he's had
Well,
a ludicrous start to his Test career. Well, he's done five for in an innings, 10 wickets across the match, Test century, and Test hat-trick.
It's not bad, is it? It's almost as Sid Waddell said about Eric Bristow.
Oh, yeah?
And he compared him to Alexander the Great and said, at the age of 28, he wept salt tears because there were no worlds left to conquer. Eric Bristow's only 26, he said. Well, I think Gus Atkinson was even younger when he managed all that.
I reckon he was 26 as well. You know what? Let's split the difference. Say he was 27.
All right.
We could find out how old he was, but there's no fun in that.
End of a parsimonious over, just the one run from it as Surrey looked to build another partnership. 4:37 for 8. 25 overs remain in the day. 2 get lost between innings should Essex bowl Surrey out, which is now odds on, you'd think, after picking up those 2 quick wickets after tea.
It's wonderfully flexible use of getting to the button to prevent coughing on air. I thought it was wonderful watch.
Sneeze.
It was a sneeze, that's correct. But you missed the button to begin with.
I did miss it.
It was very dramatic.
I mean, it's not great, is it? When you miss a button. It's
a big red one as well.
It's a big red one, and yeah, and my fingers aren't that small. Got there in the end, though. So Critchley's going to continue. unsurprisingly after picking up the wicket of Jordan Clark in the previous over.
I wonder if Surrey will be tempted to twist at all and try and up the run rate up with only 2 wickets left, or these two probably backing themselves just to bat normally.
Well, this will be runs, and it's going to be 4 of them. Was there any pad involved? There was a little bit of pad, so leg buys will take that lead into the 30s. Well, I think these are 2 guys who back their batting, and they'll think that if they can get themselves in, they can up the rate. No chance for the keeper there. Big deflection off the pad. There's no more than a cursory waft of the bat, but it's still counted as a shot played. There is a gap between backward point extra cover for the easy single out to the sweeper. When you've got a test century and the other guy's got the fastest 100 in T20 blast, then, you know, I think you're entitled to fancy your chances.
Yourself in.
Yeah,
That's all
your
right.
eye in. You've also seen an awful lot of runs scored. And you don't necessarily want to give it away, do you?
I think I remember talking to Ravi Bopara years ago, and he spoke about he once asked for a night watchman to be put in for him.
Could take that from Pepper down the leg side.
It might have been when Alex Tudor was at Essex as well, perhaps. Some combination of these events and players.
Yes.
And the night watchman scored a century and said to him, never give me anyone else a chance to bat again. Go out.
Bit of a heave from Atkinson, rings him nothing. 4:42 for 8 at the end of the over.
The fans watch patiently from the stands, hoping for a couple more wickets. Good to see Surrey run in with a new ball. They've done well here, Essex, after tea.
Well, that was a metaphor for something. I'm not quite sure what. Is it Surrey toying with Essex's bowlers, or Essex bowlers toying with Surrey's batters?
Went early on it. I don't think so.
Those 2 wickets after tea have drastically reduced Essex's chances of having to face a sort of 3-figure deficit.
Didn't straighten enough, that missing off stump on the angle. Harmer often uses this around the wicket angle, especially when it's turning big. This isn't turning big.
But any kind of lead, and you know, if Essex find themselves having to face 18 overs this evening, could be a trifle perilous yet. I mean, in a strange kind of way for Essex, their better chance of winning is ending up getting bowled out, isn't it? If the pitch can deteriorate. We keep seeing these sort of almost flirtatious signs of degradation that aren't quite coming to fruition.
No, and history tells you that this pitch in domestic cricket doesn't deteriorate. You made a good point about it. You wish it was a 5 days. On the 5th day, you may see some spin, but there's not much there. A little bit of low bounce we've seen, not just the ball that got Foakes from the spinner, but also the seamers. Quite a few have hit the toe end of the bat. But the whole point is the point system, really. 8 points for a draw and 16 for a win. That tomorrow, say scores are about even tonight. Essex 1 down, 2 down. Are they willing to risk it and hand something to Surrey and say, go on, chase 240, 200? You could argue from this position, it's only Surrey who can win the game, and that's your point that you're trying to make. It brings Essex back into the game if they're bowled out for 220 in their second innings or 260.
Well, yeah, because you can't really see them dangling that kind of a carrot. And to get to that point as well, to get to 240 ahead, that you've only got about 45 overs left in the game to bowl Surrey out at that point. So, yeah. But it's the case across the county championship at the moment. It's 8
I've been looking at the scores.
Score.
I'm looking at the scores today. I mean, obviously, I've been looking at it in the last month or so, but today and the last couple of days are prolific. You'd rather be a batter, that is for certain. It's almost like the Kookaburra balls come back.
Well, Yaz and I were talking about this, and there are so many different variables, aren't there? There's pitches, there's the fact that in these big grounds there's been massive new drainage being put in. What difference has that made to pitch preparation?
Rob Key was very big on that. He upset a few grounds staff by mentioning it about the drainage and how it's soaking all the guts out of the pitches and they can't get any pace in the pitch. Mike Atherton has been watching, as you do, Dan, a lot of domestic cricket and a lack of pace. I think that's one thing you don't factor in sometimes. You think a slow pitch, you think an April pitch, a slow nibbler you should like. Actually, what seamers like is a bit of pace. When you find the edge, it carries 46 for 8. And you can play the adjuster when it's slow and it moves. You can adjust as a batter. When it's quick and it moves, you don't have time to adjust and you nick it or your LBW or bowled. So, and spinners. I mean, that's why everyone wants pace, because Harmer bowling here now and Critchley, they want pace and bounce. A batter wants pace and bounce for timing. And definitely the seamers and faster bowlers. And historically, this used to be, this and Old Trafford, the quickest pitch in the country.
And we've seen what's happened to Old Trafford, haven't we?
Yeah, that's
last few
flat.
years. I mean, you cover the test matches, do a fair few of them, and it's the same sort of story everywhere we go. I'm saying to Yaz, last year, great looking series on paper, 2-all, magnificent. And if you read the scorecards and nothing but the scorecards, you think, oof, that looks like fun. But actually the cricket itself at times can be quite turgid, couldn't it?
I will say you just have to be careful. If I was Essex captain, third innings of these sort of games, you don't know whether to stick or twist. I mean, you go back to games in Adelaide when 500 played 500 and then England. That was different because that did deteriorate and Shane Warne did his magic, and this one won't deteriorate.
And England were very hesitant in that third innings.
You have to have a plan in that third innings. What exactly? Are we just batting out? Are we going for it? You can't just sort of drift and then suddenly you lose 3 or 4 wickets and you're like, oh, okay, there's a game on here.
I guess if the lead is smaller, that gets a little bit more difficult in a way. The lead's bigger, then the task is clear, isn't it? It's you've got to bat
save the game,
90 overs, end it.
.447 for 8. One thing's nice is seeing 2 spinners in operation. Harmer hasn't bowled that much. Just for the over 8, it's nice to have 2 spinners on.
Where's he been? It's confused us a bit. He bowled the first 4 overs of the day from the Vauxhall
almost
end.
Just to get to the new ball.
That's right.
Yeah.
And then, and actually Rory Burns was the same with Dan Lawrence. And suddenly on he came, picked up 3 for none in 7 balls. And I think it's just to change things up, 147 overs.
Even just, I thought Paul Walter just bowling that one over, I thought he would bowl more, just as a variation as a left armour, but also to provide some footholds tomorrow for Harmer to land in.
We saw that here in the Leicestershire game. Josh Hull bowled, and he wasn't bowling for anything other than that. The pitch itself had gone to sleep, as it often does, and he bowled an extended spell from the pavilion end so that Leicester's spinner could bowl into his footmarks, and that was his sole purpose, actually.
We did that. Essex. Mark Ilott bowled a lot for Peter Such, basically. In the air, but short of mid-off. Yeah, we used to bowl Mark Ilott not all the time, he was a very good bowler, but sometimes on pitches like this, just to provide some really useful rough for Peter Such in the second innings.
Just that you look at this pitch, Nasser, and it still looks pretty blemishless, doesn't it? I mean, I know it's early season, so there's no traffic on them. It's going to be as pristine as they're ever going to be, but I mean, look at it. You feel like you could play for another 3 or 4 days on it. Not quite as bad as that Multan pitch. Is that what's going to have to happen? Is Lee Fortis going to have to bring out blow torches?
It worked though, didn't it?
It did.
It went from absolute roads to suddenly 150 was a good score, and it was Bunsen burning turners all over the place.
Yes. You were there for that, weren't you? That was at the same time as the women's T20 in Dubai, so I think...
Yeah.
Were you
I think I did both,
I
actually.
think you commuted, yeah. I was in Dubai, so I was watching from afar. I'm not sure... So you'd have witnessed the entirety of that record-breaking partnership, the Brook route one. But tell me what it was actually like in the moment. Did it start to get a little bit pedestrian, despite the unique nature of it? We're going to see another ball change.
You've got to remember it was a while ago, so my memory's not that great, but I just remember it being a run fest. And sometimes you forget that Harry Brook has a triple hundred. It's like you'd have to double take. He got that 300, didn't he? It's like he just eased himself to 300, which shows A, what a good player he is, but also B, how benign the surface was.
England still forced a victory though, didn't they? I mean, that was one of the amazing achievements of Bazball, I would say, would be was it Rawalpindi Test or Islamabad Test, the first game of the first series they played in Pakistan, and then that Multan Test.
Yeah, and it also speaks highly of Stokes, because Stokes is a fabulous captain of spin, and he showed all his skills of captaining spin on that trip. So
it's incredible how I think of Tom Hartley's debut, for example. Rayan Ahmed, at Karachi picking up 5 on debut.
It's an odd one. It's a good conversation. I know here we're to mainly talk about domestic cricket, but they have selected well. Gus Atkinson coming in hundreds, fifers, tenfers, just
hat-tricks.
Tongue, everyone they've come in and done well. You feel for some of them because they've come in, done well, and then just disappear, like Rayan Ahmed or Tom Hartley, and you don't see them again for a very long time. I'm presuming they changed the ball there while we were waffling on about Multan.
Well, it's the third time they've done it. All was fine until the 130th over, and then every replacement they've had has gone soft within 5 or 6 overs.
Kept a bit low, a bit of spin, half an appeal for a stumping. The answer is no, 449 for 8. $20 overs left in the day. The lead now 40, and Norcross is done for the day. Charles Dagnall in. How do you see this going, Daggers, this evening in particular?
Well, we were conversing a little bit earlier about the potential for Surrey to have a little go at Essex. That's looking further and further away, just given the lead is 40. Abbott and Atkinson not really, with 8 off 23 and 3 off 22 and 4 off 23 now for Atkinson. It's not exactly giving the it's not giving the impression that they're in any hurry to get the bowling boots on. So at the moment we're in a sort of bit of a stasis, really, meandering to nowhere at this moment in time.
Bit of spin. That's why I'd like to have seen Walter just bowl a bit more, because he'd have been coming in from that end and those big boots and long legs of his and landing it just about there and creating some rough for Harmer. In the air, just chipped to short mid-off. Essex have their 9th. Harmer has his 2nd. And it's been a good little session after tea for the visitors.
Yeah, a little clanky off the bat, tinny sound that hadn't been timed, and it just lolloped up quite comfortably. Just thrown a little wider by Simon Harmer to tempt Abbott. And Essex just the 1 wicket away from having a rest in the dressing room. They've been in the dirt for 148 overs. So how swiftly they can get back in, well, I'll hope very. End of Abbott. It's 4:50 for 9.
Fisher, the new batter, coming in at number 11, first class batting average of 17. Atkinson, as we often say, with a test 100. 19 overs and 2 balls. We'll lose a couple of those and the over you're in between innings.
What I will say, Nas, is that we mentioned about the 8 overs. It does give Surrey a little opportunity for an energetic burst with the new ball, and even if the wicket was taken now, what would that be? 17 overs, 16, 17 overs with the new ball, an opportunity to come back fresh again tomorrow. You never know. If they can manage to pick up a couple this evening, maybe even 3 at that would be a best case scenario. Look, the surface hasn't necessarily suggested that might occur, but funnier things have happened, and especially games that meander, it just tends to burst into life. 4:50 for 9.
And who are you giving the new ball to? I heard you on the first morning. I was listening in, and you were a bit surprised at who Surrey gave the new ball, and from which end as well.
Well, I was really surprised that Fisher wasn't given the new ball, and I made this quite clear in that I think that if you are on the fringes of England selection, or if you are in the conversation, that you should be taking the new ball for your county, and especially if that is an opportunity you want to try and have. And even if it's not from necessarily the end that you want, there's fine, just have a blast for 3 overs. whilst the ball is new, while the batters aren't set and feet aren't necessarily moving and they've not quite got their eye in. And then if you want to come back at the end that you prefer after, say, Atkinson, then so be it. But it would be Fisher, it would be Atkinson. The only other suggestion I would make is that the pick of the bowlers from the Essex batting innings was Jordan Clark, who bowled with good pace in excellent areas and a great sense of purpose when he was hitting the pitch hard. But if it's not Fisher, I'd want Clark to do it. Do you concur?
Yeah, especially when it's a short burst. If it's like 12, 13 overs, what you don't want to do is waste that. I mean, you never want to waste the new ball, but that's an opportunity this evening. And there's no sort of pecking order for me. It's just who are your best bowlers for those 12, 13 overs that you're going to bowl. Who are your best bowlers? And if you've upset someone because you've not given them the new ball or they haven't bowled overnight, fine, get over it. Tomorrow morning you might get a bowl, but it's not, it's not a time on a flat surface to be wasting new balls. Like you say, you get 2 or 3 tonight, and then you're in with a sniff tomorrow. So just who are your best bowlers for that particular time? And sometimes it changes from first innings to second. First innings it might be about pitching it up and swinging it, and second innings it might be a taller hit the deck bowl. Always go to Andy Caddick, and Sky Comms used to go on and put the stats on about Caddy second innings to first innings with discrepancy there. But part of the reason was that Caddick hit the deck hard second innings, tall bowler, uneven bounce, got more out of it, whereas in the first innings, tall bowler hitting the deck was a bit short and would go past the edge. So it could change from innings to innings. It could change with wind direction. Suddenly you've got a perfect breeze from an outswing and bowler from the pavilion end. You give it to him. Did you worry about which end here at the Oval? I mean, like Lords and Headingley bowlers like their ends here at the Oval. Is it just purely which way the breeze is going?
I think there's a lot to do with it. I didn't find a huge deal of difference, and sometimes previous experiences play into it and you feel a little bit more comfortable from one end to another, even though there's not a great discernible difference. If it is a little blowy, then yeah, that can make a great deal of difference, but as it's relatively still out there, can't see one from the other. A couple of things, and also who are your best bowlers to left-handers, because you've got Elgar and Walter opening up.
Very rarely do I say that. Good point, Daggers.
Thank you. Oh, it's been about 7 or 8 years. Just someone mark that down, would they?
Great captaincy from me. I forgot they got 2 left-handers. That would have come as a shock. And both of them got huge runs in the first innings as well. Great.
No, I'm not going to bowl that leg spinner. No. The one thing I will say is that what I would like Surrey to do, which they didn't do in the first innings, as that's played very forcefully through the offside, quite full, and Atkinson met it with a full blade. Yeah, what I'd like to see them do is come over the wicket. I don't want to start round the wicket. I would actually like to see LBW with that bit of variable bounce. It's more difficult to get those LBs from round the wicket than over. And especially the ball going across the bows of the left-handers. I'd like to see Surrey do that.
Yeah, I heard you say that before a ball went down on that first morning. Why round the wicket? I mean, surely they must have a gut feel and the analysis of how many times is Walter out over the wicket, round the wicket. Same with Dean Elgar. Someone like Stuart Broad, halfway through his career, changed, didn't he, to left-handers and went more round the wicket.
But what there was on that opening morning was a bit of swing. And you're categorically taking one mode of dismissal away if the ball is swinging into the left-hander from round the wicket. So even if you prefer, and the statistics tell you, I would have actually, I don't mind the round the wicket option to start off, but if it's not really happening for you, don't be afraid to go earlier than they did. They waited 40 overs.
took that caught and bowl, nearly had another one there. He has got bucket hands, Harmer. I mean, some of the catches he's taken at slip for Essex over the years, but he's got a bit like Shane. He's got massive fingers and big hands, bucket hands. Makes him a great catcher, but also obviously those big fingers to wrap around the ball. 462 for 9.
I remember going out to do when Simon was captaining the Essex T20 side and going out to do a toss, and you say hello to them and just shake hands. They envelop
I know,
you.
yeah.
They're vast.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. These new bowlers don't know how to do it properly. But the amount of round the wicket bowling that we saw, and the footholes are so wide on the pitch.
Yeah.
I know that the dark arts of just getting a little bit closer. Give your off spinner something to play with.
Oh, Critchy.
Now, is that straight enough? Critchley's already been given one as an LBW. This one he hasn't given, and he can't believe it.
This was a hugely confident shout. Oh, goodness gracious.
Bounce is the only thing. It was straight enough. It pitched in line. Bounce at the oval.
Well, the one he gave before a little earlier today, that looked a little leg side or outside the leg stump for me. That looks pretty straight. Not quite sure if that's going over.
I don't want to umpire adjusting his glasses, by the way, if he's going to be making decisions. You get a bit nervy. It's like, is that finger going up or not? That looked closer than the LBW that was given.
Yeah.
Just up again. Punch down the ground from Atkinson. It is 464 for 9.
No, it's
Simon Harmer to continue from the Vauxhall end, bowling to Gus Atkinson. He's 14 off 38. I think there'll be some people watching this who might have anticipated the Surrey tail end to attack a little bit more. But it looks like the aim of the game is just to eke up that lead any way they can. And building that lead up more and more, that's their best route to victory. I think sometimes, Daggers, we get greedy in the commentary box. We want the players to do things that speed the game up.
That doesn't sound like us, yes? No, I agree, but I think they're quite content to just sort of play this out, pick up whatever they can for an extra little bit of lead, but I think they'll have a number of overs in their mind that they'll want to attack tonight.
Atkinson goes aerially and finds the boundary. 1 bounce 4. There is a show of aggression from Atkinson. Tossed up by Harmer. And Atkinson takes him down the ground, picks up 4.
Yeah, I think probably Atkinson's thinking anything above the eye line, I'm going to try and swing my arms through. I don't think it's such a bad policy for Simon Harmer. Tossing it up again.
Fairly conventional field at the moment. 2 men out on the leg side, long on and deep square leg. One fielder manning the offside boundary. Harmer bowling round the wicket with a slip in place.
I can tell you he has that Sam Cook, Jamie Porter, Shane Snater be really happy when this wicket comes.
Hit firmly, mid-off, gets a hand on the ball, takes the sting off it, prevents the boundary, but they get back for 2. It's the end of the over, 6 from it. Surrey 4-7-1 for 9.
And there is an opportunity here for Surrey. When you've been in the dirt, and take it from me, tell you, when you've been in the dirt for 153 overs, that is a long, long time. It is draining. Your legs feel like lead. Your mind, you know, especially as an opening batter, if you're Dean Elgar, you're Paul Walter, you're going out there, you're having to bat in after fielding for that length of time. The feet don't move so swiftly as they do on the first day, and Surrey will feel that there is an opportunity to take advantage of that. That's why it is the truest test in long-form cricket, 4-day cricket, of you, not just your skills, but the mind and the mental aspects of the game. You know, you feel a little bit ragged and scruffy when you get off the field after being in for 150 overs.
It's been quite a warm day. I've spent a fair bit of the afternoon session outside, and less so now, the clouds have come over, but it was pushing 20 degrees. And as you say, Essex has spent a long time in the field. It's quite interesting, a point that Dan made earlier in the day. The scores in Division 1 this week, extremely high scoring. Essex is 409. It was the lowest first innings total across the 4 Div 1 games. The one game that earlier today looked like it might have an early finish was the game up at Trent Bridge, Warwickshire versus Nottinghamshire. Warwickshire enforced the follow-on, and Nottinghamshire going quite well in the follow-on. They're 2-5-1 for 1. Don't see the follow-on too often these days. Warwickshire choosing to enforce it after spending 81.1 overs out in the field. And Hasib Hamid has had a quite quiet start to 2026. He's got his first 100 of the summer. And Ben Duckett, currently 89, not out. End of the over. Maiden over. Surrey 4-7-1 for 9.
Good news. I mean, from a Nottinghamshire perspective, they really actually control this game now. Yes, they've been asked to follow on, but they're 75 in the lead now. And with a day to go, really kick on and actually dictate terms, and whether they feel that there is an opportunity to bowl Warwickshire out. But again, they'll have been in the field for a heck of a long time as well. And so there's still plenty of cricket to play up at Trent Bridge. Maybe not so much down in Cardiff.
Harmer to continue from the Vauxhall end. Yeah, over at Cardiff, Leicestershire are 455 for 5, responding to Glamorgan's 440, so they lead by 15. And then at Headingley, Yorkshire 505 for 9 in response to Sussex's 502. Hundreds for Finley Bean and Sam Whiteman. Joe Root falling just 4 runs short of 3 figures. A question that I asked Dan Norcross earlier today, Daggers, have pitches in England changed over the last few years? If you look at the marquee Test series, 2023 Ashes, 2025 series against India, the pattern of games is such that batting's been pretty good on day 5. We consistently see targets of in excess of 300, 350 either get chased down or become very close to getting chased down. Series against India last year famously saw day 5 used in all 5 Test matches. And what people describe as stereotypical English conditions, with the ball darting about, 80 mph bowlers finding a lot of joy. Will flick close to mid-wicket but doesn't quite reach it. It's another maiden. 2 in a row for Essex. Surrey 4-7-1 for 9. And that's quite a long way away from what people would presume to be the norm in England. And that's a pattern that's probably been there for a few years. And I actually wonder, the way in which the England men's team play their Test cricket has almost stopped that conversation around pitches happening as much as it otherwise would, because they play at such a fast tempo where even if you have a pitch that doesn't have loads of life in it, with this England team, there's always a pretty good chance you get a result at the end. So not that too many draws.
It's, I mean, obviously, there's a lot of factors to consider, and I'm not trying to avoid the question, Yaz. I'm not expert in, in ground preparation, cultivation of surfaces. What I can say is, obviously, techniques have changed. The advent of T20 cricket and the ability to score quickly has. I'm sure the stats will bear that out in the nature of Bazball and how they approach chases. The other thing I will say is a lot of county grounds now and international test grounds have far better drainage, which sucks moisture out of the square, so maybe drier surfaces from that perspective. I know they've had an effect on places like Lords, where there's not necessarily a great deal of movement and carry's not great, and maybe that's got something to do with moisture content. The other, what I will say is that traditionally you can name a ground, and we'll bring it back to the county game. And you look at the surfaces here at the Oval, they never used to look like this. They were straw coloured, they were pace and carry. And this is April. This is no slight on the pitch preparation here at all. Absolutely not. But traditionally, you'd think about the Oval and you'd think of pace and carry and batters getting value for shots, but bowlers bend their back and they'll get something as well. Headingley was known as the seamer's paradise. Great batting surface up at Headingley.
Defended, and that's a 3rd maiden in a row. Surrey still 471 for 9.
But I'll take it to those that are non-Test match grounds, and you think of Taunton. Used to dread going to Taunton.
As a bowler.
That shows you actually, Nasser Hussain mentioned Andrew Caddick, and I think it's testament to his quality that the amount of wickets that he did get at Taunton, because it was a road, as was Chelmsford. Chelmsford used to be absolute batting paradise. Bowlers used to think of ways that they could try and get out of playing at those places and wait to get to Headingley or wherever it may be. So I think that the nature of those surfaces now at Somerset, at one stage it was known as Hyderabad, wasn't it? Given the spinners had a great deal of opportunity to take wickets there. It turned, and then they've gone a little bit, or they've gone greener now. Chelmsford nibbles around a little bit. So I think to try and answer your question, I think they have changed. Whether that's from conditions or whether that's approach.
Big moment on that first delivery of the over. A run was scored.
Did I answer your question?
You did. And I wasn't at all expecting you to explain why the properties of pitches might be a little bit different, but I think it is interesting. Yeah! Your appeal and given. Harmer picks up his third, and that is the end of the Surrey innings. Fisher departs for 2. Surrey 472 all out from a whopping 156.1 overs. Daggers finally a chance for the Essex attack to put their feet up.
Yeah, very much so. And not the end of the world if you're a Surrey fan. A smartly taken catch by Michael Pepper, actually behind the stumps. Just a good piece of foot movement and glove work. And Harmer picks up the final wicket. A relief for those Essex fielders who have spent 156.3 overs in the field, but they'll have to be on their guard now because a tricky little period awaits them.
It's a very tricky little period. There'll be 9 overs remaining in the day when the Essex second innings starts, and it's one of those periods where you feel like as the side batting, there's not loads to be gained from a period as short as that. So a real chance for the Surrey bowlers to attack this final passage of play. Here's a look at the card. Surrey 472 200s, one for Dom Sibley and Dan Lawrence, who was the player of the day. Really some brilliant stroke making, especially in the early part of the afternoon session. Ably supported by Ben Foakes 33, Jordan Clark 43 and Tom Laws 36. Lots of contributions all the way down that Surrey card. So this is the state of play. Essex trail by 63. Simon Harmer, who we didn't see much of today, actually. He opened the bowling with the old ball, 4 overs first up, but we didn't see him for the whole afternoon session. In the end, picks up 3 for 69.
And just on those bowlers as well. 26 overs for Porter, 29 for Cook, 27 for Snater. Noah Thane with 20 overs, 1 for 70, 3 for 69 for Simon Harmer. Matt Critchley, who bowled 28 overs. We saw the spinners actually quite late, understandably so, given the slight bit of movement for the seamers in the early part of the Surrey response. But Harmer 3 for 69 and Matt Critchley 2 for 95. And overall, as a bowling attack, I think Essex stuck to their task very, very well. And it was just a very difficult pitch to try and extract that Surrey 11, 472. So Essex trail by 63 runs. And we'll be back in a few moments' time as we expect the Essex second innings to start anytime soon. Join us then.
know what number 100 that was for Paul, first class?
It's 6.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval. Finally, Surrey have been bowled out, having batted 156 overs and a bit. Essex now have 9 overs to bat here on the end of day 3. The lead 63, Essex trail by 63. There is the match summary so far. You'd prefer to be a batter than a bowler these 3 days at the Kia Oval. Essex first innings having been inserted, 409 all out, 100 for Walter, 92 for Elgar, 3 for 14 Dan Lawrence. In reply yesterday and most of today, Surrey 472 all out. Dan Lawrence 125, Dom Sibley 101, and Harmer finished off with 3 for 69. 3 wickets fell yesterday. Rory Burns, just after being hit on the thumb, nicked one behind, as did Jamie Smith. Just waited to see if the catch was taken cleanly. It was. And then Ollie Pope, as we've seen in the last year or so, caught and bowled on a few occasions. And then just after going to his 100, Dom Sibley got a good one that bounced from Sam Cook. Ben Foakes got one that didn't bounce from Critchley. Dan Lawrence played brilliantly until he holed out in the deep. Sam Cook taking the catch. Harmer with those bucket hands, caught and bowled. Spinners bowling in tandem towards the end of that innings, and Critchley got the LBW in his favour. Abbott went. And the last wicket to fall, Fisher caught down the leg side. So a nice little session this for Surrey. Didn't particularly get it right with the new ball in the first innings. A chance to put that right in the second innings. It'll be interesting to see who does take the new ball. Paul Walter with an excellent 100, 6 first-class hundreds he's got now. He's been in good nick for Essex since he's moved up to the top of the order. Part of an opener's job. Every one of them have these little sessions to survive and score. Starts with a no ball. Round the wicket, Abbott. Charles Dagnall was talking about over the wicket, starting over the wicket and then going round. He sees it differently. Surrey see it differently.
Well, it's become the done thing for right-arm seamers. They feel it brings LBW and bowled more into play, unless they have that kind of Matthew Hoggard type swinging delivery back into the left-hander.
I'm going to show my age now and go back to Beefy both. And I grew up watching Beefy run in Headingley and all those Ashes battles, swinging it into left-handers from over the wicket. And I end my career and start commentating when Stuart Broad goes round the wicket and starts getting left-handers out caught behind by moving it the other way. So the game has changed. DRS has had something to do with that as well. With DRS you do get a few more LBWs from round the wicket. Nearly like that.
I wonder with DRS also if you got fewer LBWs from over the wicket high on that occasion, because just when the seam is skirting the line of that leg stump, are you pitching it in line? Occasionally the delivery might look so beautiful and aesthetic that the umpire goes, yeah, that's
absolutely
good enough for me.
I'd give you the mirror image of a left armer swinging it into a right-hander. Someone like Mark Ilott swinging it into right-handers growing up. We used to get a load of LBWs for that reason. Ray Julian used to love giving them out. And that was the mirror image, exactly right.
I can't remember if we spoke about this on the stream last year in the Notts game. I remember we did an amazing piece of stats with Andrew Sampson last year, a couple of years ago, where he managed to go and find kind of former players who are now umpires, and whether there was a difference in the number of LBWs former batters gave versus former bowlers.
Crikey, that's a lot of stats you have to look at there. And do you know the result now you've teed that up?
It was incredibly satisfying because the batters were a lot more not outs,
Yeah.
and the bowlers were firing
Absolutely,
everyone
yeah.
on their way.
Yeah. And I always watch towards the end of a game. I always go on my phone and look. The game's going only one direction. It's going to end soon. There's always 2 or 3 LBWs towards, especially 9-10 Jack. They always get LBWs that maybe a top order batter wouldn't get. Make them play. That's all I'd say here. Make them play with these 8 overs and 1 ball left. Can't be having batters leaving the ball.
I've often wondered what the kind of dying embers of day 3 etiquette is. If the match is all wrapped up and you're Essex and you're away at Lancashire, you think, I'd rather we got out this evening, we can get on the road home rather than stay an extra night and...
It's a good question, actually. I think that now. I obviously follow Essex and 2 for none after 1 over, and you think if they win a game, are they going to go home tonight? There's a few that like to stay and celebrate and have a couple of beers, and there's a few, because you're on the road so much in county cricket. Again, going back to my era, we used to drive in cars, but nowadays they're all on buses together. Also depends on the travel. It is a worry with county cricket, the amount of travel they do, actually. I know the PCA looked into it, and concerns about late night driving back after 2 days, 3 days in the field, and players getting back on a coach and ending up at 1 o'clock back at Chelmsford, and then having to drive to South Essex or North Essex, and worried about falling asleep at the wheel, etc. So do what's sensible, basically. So everything that Dagnall said hasn't come true. He said Fisher with the new ball, they're not doing that. And both bowl over the wicket, they're not doing that.
This is a good no-loss situation for Gus Atkinson here. Can run in hard for 4 overs. Have a spell of high pace. Dean Elgar, Paul Walter.
Sort of needed the TV cameras, I reckon, Dean Elgar. He'd had a quiet start to the season, but he's that sort of cricketer. He's on TV and people are watching, and a good pitch, a test match ground, and all his old memories sort of came back to him. I can grind out 100. He's that sort of cricketer. Gutsy, people you want, over my dead body sort of cricketer. Elgar's one of them, and he would have faced this situation a number of times, and he's got an international bowler running in with a new ball. Just a few overs to last. Runs to be had tomorrow.
I think it was Vidushan Hantharajah at Cricinfo who wrote a piece on, I think maybe batting 3. You might have even spoken to yourself for it.
Yeah.
And there was a line from Mark Butcher about potentially in this situation, were one of the 2 openers to fall, did you want a night watchman or not? And Butcher's line was, well, I'd always want to go in because I'd either finish the day 20 not out or going out.
You know what, that sounds like an after-dinner story. As you get older, you make these things up. But that is absolutely true. The amount of times I went to Butch and went, do you want a night watchman? I'm guessing someone, maybe Sam Cook or something's up there now as a night watchman. I'd go to Butch going, do you want a night watchman? And he would just look at me and laugh and go, why would I want a night watchman? I'd be 20, as you say, either 20 not out, or I'm out and I've got a licence to go out on the town. Okay, Butch, off you go. I was a night watchman person because Butch was a stress-free cricketer. didn't take it too seriously. I was a stressful cricketer, so anytime I could push the stress back to the next day, although having Hoggy as a night watchman was always a bit tricky, but just push the stress back to tomorrow. I'll just get through today.
Would you ever employ 2?
No, then you start to think like you're probably the worst batter in the side if you're just pushing everyone up ahead of you. Makes no sense at all. You're supposed to be better than the lower order batters, but you're putting them in. And it winds up openers because they never have a night watchman. 3 for none.
I feel like I remember England doing that on a couple of occasions in the not too distant past, where there'd be 1 over left in the day's play and Jack Leach would come out with, I don't know, Rory Burns or whatnot.
Yeah.
And they'd face 1 over at the end.
He got 90 odd, didn't he, at Lords? Was that as a night watchman? Yeah. And the Night Hawk, obviously, with Broad. They've mixed it up a little bit. Did Gillespie get that double 100?
He did.
As a night watchman.
He was a night
I
watchman.
can only presume he didn't get it as a number 10 or something, but I'm guessing he was night watchman.
It was his last innings in Test cricket.
Not a bad way to end.
I was sneaking down the leg side on second viewing. I wonder if there might have been more interest in the Surrey Cordon and Abbott. Not to say it was out. But always worth getting excited.
Come on then, give us some young talent. Who have you seen this season? Not your regular names that we're all been talking about. Who are the youngsters that not just this season, maybe latter part of last season? Give us some names that you think, this. I mentioned, the lad playing here.
Ralphie Albert.
Ralphie Albert, you're going.
Oh, that was your choice.
No, sorry. Charlie Allison, I mentioned him on the podcast the other day. I worked with his brother quite a bit, Ben Allison, at a school that he was playing for. I think Charlie Allison's quite a good player, although he's made starts as he did here and has got out. Any good young players you can plug?
He's not young, but I'm really intrigued to see how Rishi Patel will do in his first year in Division 1. He got a century here against Surrey. He was from your neck of the woods originally, moved to Leicestershire. I remember speaking to Paul Nixon when he was the head coach of Leicestershire 4 years ago. And he really pumped him up. He said, there's something there. We don't really know what it is yet. He's had some fantastic seasons. He's got 2 kind of amazing T20 centuries to his name as well. And so he's a player I'm looking forward to just seeing how it ends up. There's now this challenge for him in the top league. Does he have the potential to go on? Or is he going to settle into just being a very fine domestic player?
Good bouncer, good variation there.
Ralphie Albert is the kind of obvious choice from a Surrey perspective. We've got Caleb Faulkner at Middlesex. And people seem to be... Well, he's got himself a 100 deal before he's played a professional game. Or a professional first-class game, at least. I need to check that.
Laptop's out.
Here we go. You've also got the young seam pair at Middlesex, Seb Morgan and Navya Sharma.
Another no ball. Started with a no ball in this innings, so he'll have to bowl one more.
And poor Nasser Hussain, to be honest, I might be about to write one of them myself. He's got he's both got a blessing and a curse, and he's got the same double jointed thing that Bumrah has in his elbow, which means that's going to be the headline that accompanies him forever. Is this England's next Bumrah? Is this England's answer to Bumrah?
You've just started that.
Well, I haven't made it up. I've already heard other people say it.
6 for none.
And I was saying this to Atherton a day or two ago. There was a scorecard from club cricket last year, which I think is going to be a good one to look back on in 5 years' time. And it was the one match where Gus Atkinson played club cricket last year for Spencer, and then he was playing against Sunbury. And Sunbury at number 3 had Hugh Vibegin, who is the Australian under-19 captain and tipped to potentially play for Australia. At number 4, you had Caleb Faulkner, who similar prestige following him. And then you had Nasser Hussain as well. So impressive players on show, including this man on your screen now.
Oh, it's a beauty. That's what we talk about, the change from an era ago where right armers swung it back in. Now they go round the wicket and either nip it in, and we've seen Dean Elgar inside edge a few down to fine leg, or the variation, just nip it away. And you have to play as a left-hander.
You might be able to answer this for me in terms of the wobble seam, just in terms of speaking to players over the years. But from my memory, whether it's Stuart Broad or whoever talking about it, is that part of the magic of the wobble seam ball was that you didn't know where it was going, as it could have gone away or in. More recently, I feel like I've been speaking to seamers and they've started talking about how they can control it. They do know that they'll predominantly get the ball to move in one direction rather than the other. So they might not have both, but they know that their wobble seam goes in a particular direction. Does that sound fairly accurate, or are they
Careful how you
spinning
finish.
a yarn?
Well, 2 things about that is, one, I listened to bowlers of the modern era talk about wobble seam, and I watched footage of previous bowlers like Curtly Ambrose or whatever, previous eras. They bowl wobble seam. They just didn't call it wobble seam. It was just seam. So it's been given a name, wobble seam bowling, as if it's something mysterious that's just happened. But I'd be very surprised if you knew which way it was going. I think Andy Caddick one year said, I know which way I'm seaming it. And a lot of the bowlers looked at him and went, you know which way it's going to go off the seam? It went down off the seam. But I guess what your point is, and what their point maybe more importantly, is that like with anything, like I was an in-to-out player, and other players like Wesley are a leg side player with a closed bat face. I guess depending on your wrist position and how wide your fingers are and your general release point, you may wobble seam it in a little bit more, 45% away, 55% in, or something like that. So that may be their point. Their one delivery would be the wobble seam that goes in. But I guess Gus Atkinson here, when he lets it go, he's not certain.
I think to go back to that conversation about young players, a very obvious one we didn't mention is Thomas Rue, who will come into that Somerset side, you'll assume, once he's finished his exams, effectively. So that'll be another storyline to follow along with towards the back half of the summer.
Better from Surrey in this second innings. Good control. 7 for none. That's the deficit for Essex, 56, and the more important stat in the middle of your screen down the bottom, remaining overs, 5 overs.
Still just the 2 slips in play for Surrey. Split field 5-4, so Abbott with the potential to stay nice and straight.
On the back of our conversation, Alfie Agborn, Simon Hughes has WhatsApped me directly. Alfie Agborn, you were talking about him on the first day. I heard the comms, and you watch on social media. He's bowled some beauties this season, hasn't he?
It's also not his premier skill, but he had a bit of a cameo with the bat in a recent game, and he was whacking it and looks really exciting. So forget the left arm stuff.
The tall left arm who's nicking it and carrying over the head of second slip and demolishing stumps. Forget that.
Hitting a long ball. That's more fun.
Probably more profitable in the end, I'd say, as well, for him. That is typical Elgar. Turned into an S, but it won't bother him one bit.
It didn't look pretty.
No.
I'm not sure how effective it was either, but I guess it's a dot ball, so we'll carry on.
He's still there. That's all he'll be bothered about.
I'm also interested to see how close Sonny Baker might be, or whether that kind of white ball. He played last year and had a bit of a tough time with it on the international stage.
I love his celebrations when he gets a wicket as well. He's real passionate celebrations. I know that's not the be-all and end-all. Someone like Gus Atkinson, when he gets a wicket, he hardly celebrates. He's got such low heartbeat, low-key celebrations, but Sonny Baker goes for it and shows real passion. More importantly, shows real heat and skill as well, yeah. It's a great thing of social media at the moment. You'll be sitting somewhere on a train or whatever and you'll see these wickets. It's just a reminder of how talented he is. And again, this is very good from Surrey. They weren't this consistent in the first innings. It does help just having this short period. It's the perfect period. Sometimes 6 overs isn't enough. Just as you're getting in your rhythm, you're walking off. This is the perfect period for 2 opening bowlers.
You see that just slight seam movement away from Dean Elgar. Elgar almost remonstrates with the pitch as if there's an injustice that's been served to him.
That has been played with soft hands down to the boundary. First boundary for Essex in this second innings. It's 11 for none.
I enjoyed comparing the efforts of Sonny Baker. I interviewed Keith Barker earlier this week, and he kind of tentatively admitted that he doesn't reckon he's ever bowled a ball at 100%. He says, I'm at 80% all of the time, making sure I'm in control of my action, staying tall, and that's where I operate best. And I was watching some clips of Sonny Baker, and I don't think he's ever bowled a ball not at 100%. Yeah.
Slight change in the field, which sometimes I don't like. They bowled well, and they put an extra fielder in on the leg side. Short leg, short mid-wicket, mid-on. 2 out on the boundary leg side, fine leg, deep square. And that sometimes to a bowler makes you bowl 2 straight. First ball of the over immediately on leg stump. Don't move away from top of off just because the field's changed. That's good.
Will the 2 boundary riders be out there to give the option of a short ball, or just because it's short in that direction and be run savers?
I don't know, to be honest. It's a split field, which is saying to the bowler, bowl straight, can't have them leaving it all the time. LBW, up and down pitch, odd one keeping low, just hit a crack and get an LBW before the close of play. But it means you go one stump too straight and it tickles there. So maybe it's a run-saving position. It all changed 2005 Ashes when Michael Vaughan just had a sweeper out both sides, and captains did suddenly realise, well, we can just use one fielder to cut off a boundary either side. And nowadays you often see a sweeper, even in this sort of position where there's only 3 overs and 3 balls left in the day.
Famous full toss from Harmison.
Yeah.
To Brett Lee at the end of the Edgbaston match. Got it out eventually.
Yeah. He just sort of plinked to deep extra.
It was, I remember kind of captaining youth cricket and trying to defend a low total. And so my natural instinct was, oh, well, let's have 17 slips. 14
like,
catching mid-wicket.
You sound like Beefy now. Yeah? Get another slip in there.
And then one of the kind of the great sages of the cricket club said to me, well, you need to bowl them out, so you want to bowl as many balls at them as possible. So maybe have a sweeper or two.
Yeah.
And I went, oh, okay. Sounds a bit more boring, but...
Also the mindset of a batter. Nothing cheers a batter up more than a boundary. Just if you're out a nick and you go boundary, 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 and you're 12 not out, you suddenly say, oh, this is good. So it just, that 4 becomes a 1, and you're 3 not out, and you're like, I'm still grinding here. So there is sense in it. 13 for none. Three overs to go, trail by 50. Don't know what Essex are going to do tomorrow, really. They're going to be ahead by lunch on a flat wicket against an opposition that need to win with a very long batting lineup. Trying to work out how they get a result out of this, how either side get a result without one side being bowled out cheaply. Is there enough in this pitch for one side to be bowled out relatively cheaply? And I mean relatively, 250. Can they be bowled out? And then we have a good afternoon tomorrow.
Well, Foakes just taken that fingers pointing up. Leapt a little bit off the surface. I guess if you're the Essex batting lineup, the best case scenario is you have a net in the oval sun.
Yeah.
Bump up those numbers.
Yeah, that's where they have struggled, Essex. They've only won 1 out of 3. Tom Wesley got injured in the very first innings as captain and a senior run getter. Elgar's been a bit short of runs until this game. Jordan Cox is away on IPL due to their overseas player. Mulder had to go back for personal reasons to South Africa. So they've just been a bit short of runs. Had a low-scoring game at Edgbaston last week, which they lost. Somerset won't mind seeing this game end in a draw, that is for certain.
Dan Lawrence has just moved from mid-off into gully. An extra catcher put in.
And Ben Foakes is calling for a helmet. That mean we're going to have a token over of spin, 2 left-handers and a bit of Dan Lawrence. Can't imagine Ben Foakes standing up to either of these bowlers.
We had Ollie Pope wearing a helmet at second slip a couple of days ago. Whether it's a similar situation here with either Lawrence or Pope, they feel they're getting pretty close.
What channel are we on tomorrow when I do the promo? There is a promo, I'm presuming, is it? Okay.
See you tomorrow, 10:55 on the
That's why Dan Lawrence is placed there. He's got a few runs down there. Third man, Dan Lawrence cuts it off.
They've negotiated this period well so far, Essex. Felt if there was going to be some life injected into the game, this period was potentially not it for Surrey. You could have highlighted it and gone, this is your chance to try and pick up 2, and then all of a sudden Essex arrive tomorrow feeling a bit shaky.
Another no ball.
It's been a theme of his season so far, Abbott. He's been overstepping pretty regularly. I believe there was half an LBW appeal in the first innings that came off a no ball.
$17 for none. 2 overs left in the day. Helmet on the way out. See if Hussain is right or Ponsonby. You called one right last year, didn't you? You got one spot on and you loved it.
Well, I was allowed to enjoy the good moments.
You did, yeah. Well, you've got this one wrong. It's not for Ollie Pope. It is for Ben Foakes, and it will be Dan Lawrence with the one token over of off spin before they finish at that far end, the pavilion end. And I think this is quite a good move with 2 left-handers in. Harmer got a couple to spin earlier. Also, one might skid on with the newer ball and bring LBW into play. Just a change of pace. As long as Dan Lawrence lands them properly. That awkward action he has. 3 wickets in the first innings, mainly down the order.
Oh, Loza! Lovely start. Yeah, I think so. He wanted him there, but I reckon more for that.
I think the danger ball is the one that doesn't spin and skids on and brings LBW into play. Play the perfect forward defence and you miss it on the inside edge. Umpires get interested.
Oh, yes, mate. Brilliant, buddy.
Where's this? A leg slip maybe with that new ball just going on with the arm? Yeah. Ollie Pope goes into a leg slip.
Oh, yes, Loz, yes, Loz.
Yeah, that's close.
Fantastic, was that?
Interesting that Ollie Pope isn't short leg actually, but he's gone leg slip. Jamie Smith in at short leg.
Oi!
Is that a case of seniority has finally taken rank? He's been able to retire?
Yeah, keeper at short leg. Become some of the best fielders in the world, actually, wicket keepers. If you watch white ball cricket or any cricket now, incredible hands and athletes. This is good from Lawrence. Last thing you want is you bring on your off spinner and he wastes it, but he's landed everyone so far just about perfect. Can he get one to grip and find the outside edge?
Oh, so good down there.
Starts with a maiden. 1 over to go, 17 for none.
Well, Walter hasn't been tempted by anything across these 8 overs. 1 off 26 for the tall left-hander.
Perfect conditions again, as it has been through most of April. Bit chilly to start April, but it has warmed up. A little bit of rain late tomorrow, but I think that'll be after the close of play. Can they take one and walk off here? Leg slip comes in. One slip, leg slip. For that reason, the umpire will go across to the other side because you're only allowed 2 men behind square on the leg side, and the umpire will just make sure that neither short leg or deep square leg goes behind, otherwise it will be a no ball.
I did that in a game once. It was very embarrassing. I found myself being
As captain or fielder?
No, fielder. I just wasn't concentrating. I found myself being the 3rd man behind square. I've never seen a square leg, or in this instance, point umpire, so excited.
He was waiting, watching.
He was delighted with the situation. He went, "Lads, you guys have mucked up. That's wrong." And I was like, oh,
I bet
God.
your captain was thrilled.
Yeah, arms in the air. It's all okay. Gave me something to talk about 2 years later in the dying embers of day 3.
Well, Elgar was keen, Walter not so much. He'd had his gloves off, thinking that's it for the day. You'll have to put them back on. I know a few that'd be standing on their bat at the non-striker's end, myself included.
Job's almost done for this Essex pair. A few more tweaks to the field. Deep square leg is coming into the ring, as it were, the imaginary ring.
He's even. They're even coming up catching. They're going for it now. Like a short square leg right behind the proper short leg. So, last ball of day 3. Abbott to Elgar. Plays it to mid-wicket. That was pretty good from Surrey. They made the 2 left-handers from Essex play most deliveries, but it was excellent from Elgar and Walter, both of whom got runs in the first innings, and it's always easier when you have to go out second time when you've got runs in the bank. They've been there, done it, especially that man on screen. He would have done that plenty of times. Congratulations to Dom Sibley, who got his 27th first-class 100 today, and to Dan Lawrence, who got 100 against his old side Essex. But it's been another day where bat has dominated ball. So just 9 overs to face for Walter and Elgar. I'm sure Sam Cook was up there as a night watchman, but he was not needed. Walter made 2 in 28 deliveries. Dean Elgar makes his 11 in 29 deliveries.
Just the 3 bowlers on show for Surrey. Abbott, a few no balls in there. Gus Atkinson was accurate, and Dan Lawrence had 1 over just to mix things up at the very end.
There is the match summary. As I say, bat continues to dominate ball. Essex 409 and 19 for none. Surrey 472. At the end of day 3, Essex trail by 44 runs. So as the ground staff work preparing the surface for day 4, who knows what that will bring. But if you can join us tomorrow, we'll be on air at 10:55 on Sky Sports Cricket. Thank you very much.